Chapter 1280. The Exalted Earth Luminary. Jiangshin had yet to return. Instead, the Sword Sovereign, Yujinbei, had returned to the world beyond worlds. As such, the concealed sovereign, Yang Su, couldn't continue to stay in the restful Immortal Valley while facing the pressure from both the Sword Sovereign and the Astro Sovereign. If the concealed sovereign still refused to meet them, then the Sword Sovereign and the Astro Sovereign would be able to break through the restful Immortal Valley together. Therefore, Yang Su had no choice but to leave the mountain and fight against Astro Sovereign, who had been waiting for him. Ever since he broke free from the ice seal in the land of Tranquil Stream, the Astro Sovereign, Chun Xuanzong, had been waiting for this moment. He wanted to release the air of injustice that had been sealed in ice for 1,000 years. Astro Sovereign didn't do anything, but the cold waves covered the restful Immortal Valley again. The heaven and earth domain above everyone's head directly opened, revealing the pitch-black cosmic void. If two peak profound immortal experts were to go all out in a great battle, even the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds wouldn't be able to bear it. After the battle, at least half of the world beyond worlds would be destroyed. In order to prevent people from being plunged into misery and suffering, it was naturally best for the battlefield to be suspended in the void outside the domain. Since he had decided to fight against Astro Sovereign, Concealed Sovereign didn't hesitate anymore. He flew up and left the world beyond worlds. He stayed in the void of the universe and waited for Astro Sovereign quietly. In my opinion, it's still too early to fight fellow Cultivator Chin. The Concealed Sovereign smiled amicably. However, the situation is unpredictable. Now that the time is ripe, we have no choice but to fight. Since that's the case, let's fight. The Concealed Sovereign, Yang Su's expression was calm. He ignored the Sword Sovereign, Yujinbei, and Yan Zhaoga on the other side. He immediately extended his hand and slammed his palm towards the Astro Sovereign, Chun Xuanzong. Under this palm, the sun and moon lost their light. A terrifying aura that blotted out the sun expanded in an instant, enveloping the entire sky. The Concealed Sovereign, who seemed to be helpless and passive just a moment ago, and whose momentum had been seized by the Astro Sovereign, suddenly turned the tables. Enveloped by his palm, even the spectating Yan Zhaoga and the Sword Sovereign felt their vision darken as the world lost its luster. The Concealed Sovereign, Yang Su, who was secretive and always moved around like an undercurrent, had taken the initiative with his first move. The terrifying palm strike was incomparably overbearing, as if a divine king had descended into the world and was sending down heavenly punishment, causing the entire world to tremble and be in a state of anxiety. It was the exalted Concealed Luminary's heaven-shrouding palm that had once shaken the world. His palm struck out, covering the sky with a single hand. Yan Zhaoga's pupils dilated slightly. What he was more concerned about was that, apart from Concealed Sovereign Yang Su's palm, there were lumps of bluish-black fog surging between the 5 fingers of the palm that covered the sky. A feather fan was faintly discernible in the deep, bluish-black fog. It overlapped with the Concealed Sovereign's palm as if they had become one. The concept contained within was secretive, serene, profound, and ruthless. Tranquil level immortal weapon, heaven-shrouding fan. The Concealed Sovereign Yang Su's palm strike had fused the power of his treasures into one. He had used his full strength. Facing this incomparably domineering and violent palm, the Astro Sovereign Chun Xuanzong, who seemed to have lost the initiative, didn't have any change in expression. The broken cold saber, which was as famous as the heaven-shrouding fan, appeared in his hand. Chun Xuanzong held his blade horizontally. The 2-foot-long white jade broken blade hovered in front of his chest. It was just a simple action, but boundless cold air erupted from his body, instantly turning into snow and ice that filled the void of this part of the universe. The ice and snow rapidly condensed, forming a long river that surged and extended continuously. As this long river extended, it froze. In the end, the huge glacier that had once left a deep impression on Yan Zhaoga and filled the entire universe appeared once again. The concealed sovereign's heaven-shrouding palm landed on the glacier. In an instant, cracks appeared on the glacier. It was shaking as if it was about to collapse. However, the Astro Sovereign calmly held his saber and stood there without moving. Streams of icy cold air surged and continuously strengthened the shattered glacier. This allowed the glacier to remain standing under the shroud of darkness that covered the entire sky. At this moment, both sides entered a temporary stalemate. Great frozen 7 arts. 4th art, frigid long river. The sword sovereign, Yujinbei murmured. The cold wave temple's lineage was a supreme art that the Astro Sovereign, Chun Xuanzong, had obtained by combining the heaven-opening scripture with his own martial arts. Among them, the profound chill divine saber was famous throughout the ages. The water that opened the heavens existed between the earlier and the later. It contained boundless warmth of vitality, but also boundless coldness of killing intent. As for the great frozen 7 arts, it was a peerless supreme art that was further nurtured after the profound chill divine saber was activated to its limits. The 4th art, frigid long river, was the only purely defensive art among the 7 arts. Once it was activated, it would transform into boundless glaciers. It would freeze the enemy's attacks and protect the user. Yan Zhaoge looked at the glaciers that were continuously shattering and solidifying. He nodded slightly. Now, there's still the 5th art, ice river thawing. Although the frigid long river was purely a defensive art and didn't have any offensive capabilities, it wasn't just defending passively. Instead, it was attacking while defending. Under the glaciers, the undercurrent was surging. The intensity of the undercurrent was even more intense than the normal surging river. After the great frozen 4 art, frigid long river, the 5th art, ice river thawing, followed closely. The raging tides turned from darkness to light. It broke through the frozen glaciers on its own accord and unleashed a horrifying power that could shatter the vacuum to counterattack the enemy. As such, although the concealed sovereign had the upper hand and was in a disadvantageous position, as long as the concealed sovereign couldn't completely break through the frigid long river's defense, he would have to face the ice river thawing's counterattack in no time. Within the dark blue darkness, the concealed sovereign, Yang Su's expression was calm. His understanding of Chun Xuanzong was even greater than Yan Zhaoge and Yujinbei. The ice river thawing, the glacier shattered, and the saber intent even slashed the void apart. Yang Su was very clear about the horrifying concept. As such, his heaven-covering palm's power seemed to be endless, and it kept suppressing the glaciers. The dark blue light seemed to have a life of its own. It continuously seeped into the glaciers and corroded them. Although the glaciers that were tainted by the dark light didn't melt, they seemed to be no longer under the Astro Sovereign's control. The concealed sovereign wasn't giving the ice river a chance to thaw. If you dare to counterattack, then we'll fight each other with our attacks, and both of us will suffer. Compared to the Astro Sovereign who had hidden injuries, the concealed sovereign didn't mind exchanging injuries for injuries. However, within the stalemate, the concealed sovereign's expression suddenly changed. In the cosmic void that was originally hard to differentiate between up and down, there seemed to be a boundary between the heavens and the earth. Boundless, icy rain fell from the sky. Countless raindrops enveloped the two who were fighting. Each raindrop was like a blade's edge. The airtight saber light that filled the sky was like a rainstorm, and it slashed towards the concealed sovereign. Great frozen 7 arts, 2nd art, sky full of frost. Sky full of frost. Upon seeing this, the concealed sovereign's eyes flashed. His body was completely enveloped by a layer of darkness, and he was surrounded by the boundless corrosive power. The blade that was formed by the ice and snow entered the darkness, and instantly disappeared without a trace, like a clay ox entering the sea. It was completely silent. However, under the influence of this, the suppression and corrosion of the glaciers below him suddenly slowed down. At this moment, the Astro Sovereign's white jade broken saber that was placed horizontally in front of his chest was swung forward. This saber didn't seem to have any changes, and it was going straight forward. What it possessed was only the domineering and sharpness of the world. Wherever the blade passed, the glaciers would shatter. Without a sound, the world was like a mirror that was shattered, and it shattered along with the glaciers. The ice river thawed. Chapter 1281. Activating the K to Dim encompassing mantra, concealed sovereign Yang so forcefully withstood the Astro Sovereign's boundless wind frost. The vast corrosive power corroded and devoured the blade formed by the ice, protecting Yang so from getting injured. However, this way, the heaven-enveloping palm that was used to suppress the Astro Sovereign was inevitably affected. The palm power was still surging as if it was boundless. However, his domineering aura and sharpness had suffered a setback. If it was any other opponent, it wouldn't matter. However, what kind of person was the Astro Sovereign Qin Xuanzong? The current situation was created by him using the boundless wind frost. Now that the fleeting opportunity had arrived, how could he not grasp it? In an instant, Qin Xuanzong switched from defense to offense. The fifth art of the great frozen, unfreezing river didn't have to be performed after the fourth art, the frigid long river. However, after the accumulation of the frigid long river, the power of the unfreezing river would undoubtedly rise to a higher level. The Astro Sovereign waved his blade and switched from defense to offense, forcefully repelling the concealed sovereign's heaven-enveloping palm. Seeing this, the concealed sovereign Yang Su wasn't discouraged. Using the K to Dim encompassing mantra to protect himself, it devoured and dispelled the ice and coldness. At this moment, the 2 feet long white jade broken blade was dancing in the void like ice and snow. It swept up the snowstorm and immediately counterattacked. The treasured blade in the Astro Sovereign Qin Xuanzong's hand, broken cold wave, was like an illusion that melted into the ice and snow. The blade's edge was faintly discernible. When it was hidden, it was hard to grasp. When it appeared, it was as violent as a huge avalanche. Among the great frozen 7 arts, the first art, Dance of Heavenly Frost, and the third art, Impermanent Snow, were fused by Qin Xuanzong into a single blade. Carrying the explosive power of the unfreezing river, it swept towards the concealed sovereign Yang Su. When the counterattack arrived, Qin Xuanzong's violent and prolonged attack was even more ferocious than Yang Su's heaven-enveloping palm. The concealed sovereign Yang Su's expression was calm. He didn't feel annoyed or unwilling to miss the opportunity. All of his supreme arts originated from the combination of other top-notch martial arts and the jade, clear heaven opening scripture. However, it was different from the profound, cold divine saber that could produce the water that opened the heavens, the yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer that could produce the earth that opened the heavens, the jade illusory heaven opening sword that could produce the wind that opened the heavens, and so on. The concealed sovereign's K to Dim encompassing mantra was able to produce the scene before the heavens were opened. In terms of concept, it was similar to when the Tai fist went all out to defend. The concealed sovereign Yang Su had an astounding body of martial arts, and his heaven-engulfing palm was not the only one. The power of the heaven-covering palm was obvious, and everyone could feel it. As for the other powerful techniques of the concealed sovereign, it wasn't so obvious. It looked ordinary, but by the time the opponent realized it, it was already too late to stop. Just like him as a person. At this moment, he changed from attacking to defending. He used the K to Dim encompassing mantra to defend himself. With both offense and defense, he made himself impregnable to resist the continuous and violent attacks of Astro Sovereign. Heavenly frost snow dance, wind and frost fill the sky, unpredictable snow, frozen river thaw, Yang Su calculated in his heart. There is still the 6th art, 3 feet of frost, and the last art, the eternal silence of heaven and earth. The martial arts of the Astro Sovereign were extremely chilly. The power of coldness wouldn't dissipate for a long time, and would remain in the void for a long time. When the enemy fought with it, the coldness of the blade would continuously corrode the enemy. It was like maggots in the bones, and it was hard to remove it. Most of the people who fought with the martial artists of the Cold Wave Temple would have to endure the torture of the coldness. Only a few of them could get rid of the coldness. Normally, they would have to find a safe and secluded place after the battle and focus on getting rid of the coldness. The longer the fight, the deeper the accumulation of the coldness would be. It would affect the martial artist imperceptibly and weaken his vitality and strength. As for the sixth art of the Great Frozen, 3 feet of frost, its original meaning was derived from the fact that 3 feet of frost wasn't built in a day. This art wasn't a simple attack or defense art. Instead, it was a special art that used to detonate the coldness accumulated in the opponent's body, causing it to instantly explode at a single point, producing a horrifying destructive power. The explosion would come from the inside out, and it was hard to resist. Yang Su believed that Chen Xuanzong was definitely looking for a chance to do this to him, because both of their strengths were on par. Even if he executed the 3 feet of frost in advance, he might not be able to do anything to Yang Su. Therefore, Chen Xuanzong's best choice wasn't to rigidly execute the 3 feet of frost first, and leave his strongest killing move, the eternal silence of heaven and earth, for the last. There wasn't much meaning in doing that. Executing the eternal silence of heaven and earth first, followed by the 3 feet of frost, would bring out the best effect. The destructive power of the last art of the Great Frozen 7 arts, the eternal silence of heaven and earth, was something that even the concealed sovereign, Yang Su, was fearful of. In a sense, it was a horrifying killing move that harmed the user first before harming the opponent. While the price was huge, its destructive power was even greater. As expected, Chen Xuanzong's aura continued to rise. After his blade intent reached its peak, he suddenly retracted it. The snowstorm in the cosmos had completely disappeared at this moment. Then, a bright and cold saber light lit up in the dark void. When the blade light reached its midway, it disappeared and everything became silent. At this moment, the entire cosmos seemed to have turned into a cold, silent, and deathly silent world. There was no sound, no light, no heat, and no vitality. Everything was buried in this eternal coldness and darkness, destroyed for all eternity. The last art of the Great Frozen 7 arts, eternal silence of heaven and earth. It's coming. The concealed sovereign, Yang Su, sighed in his heart. He got into a fist stance and prepared both offense and defense to receive the Astro Sovereign's strongest attack, as well as the 3 feet of frost that would definitely follow up. Since the start of the battle, the Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, didn't hold back at all. He gave it his all, and even squeezed out his potential beyond his limits. He wasn't prepared to fight against the concealed sovereign. Instead, he wanted to finish the battle in one go. The Great Frozen 7 arts would be decided within these 7 moves. Yang Su was very clear about this, and he wasn't surprised at all. He also had the confidence to receive Chen Xuanzong's Broken Cold Waves 7 blades with his heaven shrouding fan. If Chen Xuanzong couldn't win after 7 blades, then the victory would belong to him, Yang Su. However, at this moment, the concealed sovereign, Yang Su's expression suddenly changed. Within the black and cold blade intent, Chen Xuanzong's hand was holding on to the white jade broken blade, and it was extremely stable. However, the white jade broken blade in his hand had a change. The blade that was originally 2 feet long actually broke from the middle once again. The front half of the blade turned into ice crystals and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the blade of the treasured saber was only a foot long. The broken cold wave that was a foot long. The blade intent that buried all living beings and brought eternal darkness to the heavens and earth was unprecedentedly powerful. It forcefully broke through the concealed sovereign Yang Su's defense. Yang Su groaned. He waved the feather fan in his hand and blocked Chen Xuanzong's broken cold wave. However, The bone-chilling blade intent and blade aura continuously invaded his body. The pain of the blade cutting his body and the numbness of the cold alternated. Even though Yang-Si's K-to-Dim encompassing mantra was continuously devouring and dispelling it, he still felt extremely miserable. He took a deep breath and mustered up his remaining courage. The power of corrosion surged towards Chen Xuanzong, corroding Chen Xuanzong's blade intent. He used offense against offense to alleviate his predicament. Open! However, at the same time, Chen Xuanzong let out a soft shout. Instantly, within Yang-Si's body, countless cold qi gathered together like rivers flowing into the ocean. Then it suddenly exploded. Great Frozen Sixth Art, 3 Feet Frost. Chapter 1282. At this moment, the concealed sovereign, Yang-Si, felt his entire body going numb. Not only was his immortal aura unable to circulate properly, even his mind seemed to have entered a state of stillness. Fortunately, the concealed sovereign, Yang-Si, always considered the possibility of losing before thinking about winning. He had already predicted the possibility of him receiving the 3 feet freezing technique and being heavily injured. As such, although his mind was in a state of blankness, as if he didn't feel anything, a treasure that he had prepared beforehand took effect. The strong yang qi and blazing fire essence exploded within Yang-Si's Naiwen Palace, causing his mind to wake up from the frozen state. Under the intertwining of ice and fire, the concealed sovereign felt dizzy and felt as if his soul was being torn apart. However, he quickly recovered and retracted the dim radiance on his body, suppressing the icy cold qi within his body. Then he quickly retreated. After the 7 slashes, the crack on the Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong's forehead had an ice-blue, devilish light faintly appearing. Chen Xuanzong forcefully suppressed his mind, but he still slashed towards the concealed sovereign, Yang-Si. Although it wasn't as strong as the previous 7 slashes, it was still extraordinarily sharp. If Yang-Si was still in the frozen state, he would have to suffer from this slash. However, he had already recovered. He managed to alleviate the stiffness on his body and retreated without hesitation. Finally, he managed to avoid Chen Xuanzong's slash. Even so, the injuries on Yang-Si's body were more severe than he had expected. Even if Chen Xuanzong's body wasn't in a good condition, he was still stronger than him. The outcome of this battle had already been determined. The Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, won. Being frozen for 1,000 years and constantly wrestling with the water demon, although it is not a real fight with a human, it also made your blade sharper. Yang-Si's Xian immortal body was no longer a human body of flesh and blood. However, his skin had become extremely pale, as if it was covered by a layer of frost. He looked at Chen Xuanzong and let out a long sigh. Yan Zhaoga's eyes flickered with brilliance. He nodded continuously and felt that this trip was worthwhile. The exalted water luminary, Chen Xuanzong, and the exalted concealed luminary, Yang-Si, were part of the new Kunlu 9 luminaries. They were once the pride of their era, and now they were legendary figures. Even before the Great Calamity, profound immortal sovereigns with such standards were extremely rare. Needless to say, a battle between 2 emperors of such a high level was even rarer. Although the battle didn't last long, and the victor was decided within 10 moves, both sides had used their full strength. The danger involved was far beyond the imagination of the onlookers. The concealed sovereign could tell that the Astro Sovereign couldn't endure a long battle because of the devilish seal, so he wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Therefore, he didn't intend to fight with the Astro Sovereign head-on. Yan Zhaoga praised. His strong attack at the beginning was intentional. The Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, who was at the side, said that's right. Firstly, it's to gain the upper hand with a show of strength. Secondly, it's to suppress the Astro Sovereign's accumulation of power, causing it to become hasty. No matter if it was the Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, or the concealed sovereign, Yang-Si, they were both people who were most proficient in battles of attrition. It wasn't because their strength was thick and boundless, but because the two of them were the type of people who grew stronger the more they fought. On the other hand, their opponents might become weaker as they fought. In fact, Qin Xuanzong's fighting style was rather slow. It didn't mean that he wasn't strong at the beginning. Instead, as his frigid qi continued to spread out, he would become stronger and stronger. Only when he reached the peak would he reach his strongest state. As for his opponent, due to the frigid qi's continuous corrosion and accumulation, even if he didn't explode from the 3-feet freeze, he would still be affected. As a result, he wouldn't be able to display his full strength like usual. Yang Si's style was similar to Qin Xuanzong's. On one hand, it was similar to the dim, radiant 12 arts, wilderness-devouring art. When the concealed sovereign Yang Si's K to dim encompassing mantra was unleashed, the corrosive power would devour his opponent's strength and strengthen Yang Si's body within a short period of time. On the other hand, other than the heaven-enveloping palm and the K to dim encompassing mantra, Yang Si still had the soul-eroding mist. Previously, Qin Xuanzong's frigid qi saber intent was constantly being corroded by Yang Si's corrosive power. Affected by this, Qin Xuanzong's body was also slowly being corroded by the corrosive power. As time passed, his body and soul would become weaker and weaker. Hence, those who fought against the concealed sovereign, Yang Si, would also become weaker and weaker. In the end, they might even lose without knowing why. Under normal circumstances, when the two of them fought against each other, unless one of them made a huge mistake, they would probably fight until the end of time and see who would starve to death first. However, Qin Xuanzong had the devil's seal hidden in his body. After a long battle, the seal would be affected. Hence, he used a different fighting style from his usual fighting style. He wanted to end the battle quickly and determine the winner within 7 moves. If he didn't win, he would lose. If the concealed sovereign could withstand his 7 attacks and not be defeated, he wouldn't have to continue fighting. If he continued fighting, the water devil would be the one to benefit. If he was distracted to suppress the devil, he would definitely lose. The concealed sovereign, Yang Si, could also see this clearly. He naturally didn't intend to fight against Qin Xuanzong head-on. Delaying would mean victory. However, delaying would also require strategy. If he were to passively take a beating and give up everything to Qin Xuanzong, he wouldn't be able to resist even if he wanted to. He would only be completely suppressed by Qin Xuanzong and eventually defeated. Yang Si had been famous for many years and had experienced countless battles. Naturally, he knew that the best defense was offense. As such, he immediately took the initiative and attacked first. Moreover, he used the heaven-enveloping palm with his full strength, which was extremely tyrannical. Not only did he seize the initiative, but he also disrupted Qin Xuanzong's rhythm of accumulating power. He didn't allow Qin Xuanzong to continuously unleash one attack after another until he reached the pinnacle with an unstoppable momentum. The earlier stages of the battle were all within Yang Si's expectations. It had proceeded as he had planned. However, the strength of Qin Xuanzong's saber intent had increased by another level, which exceeded Yang Si's expectations. As a result, Yang Si's plan failed. Yang Si was able to receive the full strength attack of the 2-foot-long broken cold wave. However, when Qin Xuanzong once again broke through Yang Si's defense, he still managed to break through. As such, the water luminary won against the concealed luminary. However, if he didn't intentionally conceal it, the concealed sovereign doesn't seem to know the origin, heavenly scripture. Yan Zhaoge was deep in thought. The concealed sovereign, Yang Si's gaze swept past Qin Xuanzong, Yu Jinbei, and Yan Zhaoge. His gaze lingered on Qin Xuanzong and Yu Jinbei. In the end, he let out a sigh and smiled. Forget it. Win or lose, the final result is the same. Even if he won against Qin Xuanzong, it would only be his personal victory. The sword sovereign had returned to the world beyond worlds before the exalted earth luminary. Jiangshan returned. Yang Si naturally couldn't continue sitting on the mountain Tai. He shook his head and flew backward. He entered the void and was about to disappear. The Astro Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign frowned. However, before they could do anything, a treasure light suddenly flew out from the world beyond worlds, which was far away. It disturbed the cosmic void in this area. Using this as a cover, the concealed sovereign's figure quickly disappeared. Yan Zhaoge didn't continue caring about the concealed sovereign's whereabouts. Instead, he looked towards the world beyond worlds. What's that? Chapter 1283. It was evident that the concealed sovereign already had a plan for his retreat. That treasured light stirred the space, causing the entire universe to freeze as it blocked the path of the trio. A treasure light with such an effect was naturally eye-catching. Yan Zhaoge vaguely guessed it and looked at Astro Sovereign. From his mother, Xue Chuqing, Yan Zhaoge knew that the new Kunlun 9 luminaries had studied the heaven-opening scripture together and established the world beyond worlds with the support of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor. At that time, he had once borrowed the power of a treasure to completely stabilize the grand world that was the world beyond worlds. At that time, although the new Kunlun 9 luminaries were all dragons and phoenixes among men, they were still at the perfected immortal realm. It was easy to destroy, but hard to build. Even if they read the heaven-opening scripture and worked together to establish the world beyond worlds, it would still not be easy as external help was required. About that treasure, when Yan Zhaoge was chatting with Mars Halberd had accidentally mentioned it, which confirmed its existence. However, even Mars Halberd didn't know what it was. The only person who knew about it was probably the person himself. The Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, might only know that there was such a treasure, but he didn't know about it. As expected, when Yan Zhaoge looked towards the Astro Sovereign with an inquiring gaze, the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, also looked towards him. Astro Sovereign answered calmly, "In those years we created the world beyond worlds with the help of the primordial heavenly lord's triratnous scepter of the jade, clear lineage." So that's how it is. Yan Zhaoge put his palm to his forehead. The three treasures jade scepter was one of the supreme treasures of the jade, clear lineage's founder, the Lord of Primordial Beginning. Ever since the heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had transcended, rumor had it that he had been worshipped in his dojo, the Jade Palace. After the Great Calamity, the former Kunlun Mountain shattered along with the Great Thousand Worlds. The Jade Illusory Palace was nowhere to be seen, and most of the Jade, clear lineage had withered. There was no news of the treasures within the palace either. It was unknown if they had been destroyed or had gone missing. After hearing about the Triratna Jade Scepter, Yan Zhaoge and Yu Jinbei's thoughts started drifting. The Astro Sovereign Chun Xuanzong could understand their feelings. After all of them could be considered to be of the Jade, clear lineage. When he had first heard the news that year, he had also been unable to remain calm, just like the two of them were now. "I do not know where the scepter came from. It was entrusted to me by the Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor back then," said Chen Xuanzong. "New Kunlun, truly worthy of its name." Yan Zhaoge first sighed before saying, "Right, the 10-directional wishful formation. Every 100 years or so, when the conflict between the heretics is the most intense, the world beyond worlds 10 exalts would gather at Kunlun Mountain and set up the 10-directional wishful formation, stabilizing the world beyond worlds' isolation from the heretics. As expected, this name isn't just for show." Yan Zhaoge looked at Chen Xuanzong and asked, "Could the Triratna Jade Scepter be in the world beyond worlds?" He was just curious. Even if the Triratama Jade Scepter was truly buried in the world beyond worlds, with their current cultivation bases, they would still be unable to retrieve it. The one in the world beyond worlds is a seal. If nothing goes wrong, the Triratna Scepter should be in the hands of the North Star Emperor. Astro Sovereign shook his head. Yan Zhaoge pulled back the corners of his mouth. "Like that, then what was that situation just now?" For so many years, Yang Su had been secluding himself in Kunlun Mountain most of the time. He was suppressing and stabilizing the seal. Astro Sovereign Qin Xuanzong said, "If the seal is stabilized, it would be able to create a formless barrier around the world beyond worlds to prevent the heretics from infiltrating." Yang Su understood seals the most. He must have researched some transformation techniques and borrowed the seal's power. This was originally for the sake of preparedness. Fortunately, there hasn't been any trouble in all these years. Qian Xuanzong said quietly, however, in the future, things might not necessarily be the same. Yan Zhaoge and Yu Jinbei both nodded. It wasn't only Yan Zhaoge and his mother who were the successors of the dim, radiant emperor and the bright connection emperor. The exalted fire, Sua Mingzhang, had caused a huge mess. The immortal court would probably mobilize more forces to take revenge. The future of the world beyond worlds was still unknown. If that's the case, let's hurry up and return. When Heavenly Monarch Jiang returns, the situation might be reversed, said Yan Zhaoge. The three immediately returned to the world beyond worlds. Jiang Xin and Yang Su weren't here. Now, Yan Zhaoge could do whatever he wanted in the world beyond worlds. Naturally, he had to make full use of his time to prepare. Man proposes and God disposes. The premise of this sentence was that he had to do his best. The concealed sovereign, Yang Su, was forced to escape from the world beyond worlds. After traversing through the void for a while, his speed gradually slowed down. The injuries caused by the Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, were extremely deep. If he didn't take care of them soon, they might continue to linger on. In the end, they might injure his foundations, and it would be hard for him to recover. Chen Xuanzong really didn't waste his time. Yang Su smiled and shook his head. He was recuperating his body. In such a situation, other than his pale face due to his injuries, Yang Su didn't show any signs of frustration or nervousness. Instead, he was still at ease. While he was recuperating his injuries, he took out a yellowish talisman. After the talisman was burned, it turned into green smoke and disappeared. Yang Su wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently. After a long time, he took out another yellowish talisman. On the originally empty talisman, vermilion runes suddenly appeared. After reading the contents, Yang Su kept the talisman and continued on his journey. He was neither too fast nor too slow. While recuperating, he hurried on his journey. He left the Tao universe, where the world beyond worlds was located, and arrived at the boundless outskirts of the void. After traveling for a few more days, Yang Su stopped in the void after traversing through layers of space. Then he lit up another talisman. Next, he sat cross-legged in the void and recuperated his body quietly. This time, he didn't have to wait for too long. Very quickly, a figure appeared in front of him. This figure came without any signs. There was no flowing light, no ripples of energy, and no earth-shattering movements. However, it was as if he was taking a stroll in the cosmos. He arrived in an instant. The person who came was an old man. From his appearance, he seemed to be around 50 to 60 years old. However, he didn't look old. His face was serious, and his gaze was kind, as if he was a teacher in a private school. He was the legendary bigwig with the highest authority in the world beyond worlds for so many years. The previous earthly sovereign was now the Central Earth Virtue, Earth Marquis, dominating Star Lord. The exalted Earth Luminary, Jiangxin. Congratulations on attaining the 5 Qis unification and ascending to the heavenly monarch realm, Taoist brother. When Yang Su saw him, he bowed and congratulated him. Taoist Yang, you don't have to be so courteous. Jiang Xin's tone was gentle as he extended his hand to support Yang Su. A warm aura entered Yang Su's body and instantly cleansed the remaining cold aura within him. I've let you down, Taoist brother, said Yang Su. The exalted earth luminary shook his head slowly. In these troubled times, it's not just a single person's fault. Yang Su asked, how's the matter regarding Taoist Sua? The old man shook his head and sighed. It's a long story. What happened this time has already exceeded the scope of our control. What we've been trying to avoid is about to become a reality. Mobile users, please browse them. Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 1284. After hearing Jiang Xin's words, Yang Su could not help but remain silent. After a while he asked, "It's impossible that the Blessed Lands did nothing, right?" Although the battle between the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands had calmed down, if one side showed an obvious weakness, the other side would definitely take advantage of it. "They will definitely take action," said Jiang Xin, "but the Immortal Court heretics have most likely found helpers to restrict the Blessed Lands." "Demon race?" Yang Su had a playful expression. "It can't be the 9 underworlds, right?" "It's hard to say. I have yet to receive any definite information." Jiang Shen's gaze was deep, but the trouble that Taoist Suo has caused is too great. The Immortal Court will definitely not let this matter rest. The fragile balance that we have been maintaining is going to be broken. Yang Su asked, "Will the immeasurable Heavenly Lord personally take action?" Jiang Xin shook his head. He probably won't. But if the Longevity Emperor or the Prime Clear Incongruence Divine Mother appears, I'm afraid he will take action. Then, what about the North Star Emperor? Yang Su asked. If the Longevity Emperor doesn't appear and the North Star Emperor is willing to take action, he will be able to control the situation and not give the heretics a chance to interfere. We can settle this ourselves. Jiang Xin had a worried expression. The North Star Emperor has yet to pass down his decree, but 3 heavenly lords of the heretics have already come here. He lowered his head and sighed. 3 in the past and 1 more recently. Now, just the heavenly monarchs alone have already died in the hands of Taoist Suo. With 4 heavenly monarchs dead, it won't be easy for the Immortal Court heretics to fill the gap in such a short period of time. Yang Su smiled. Are they trying to illuminate us to make up for it? Jiang Xin did not smile. 2 heavenly lords of the heretics besieged him, but they did not manage to stop Taoist Suo. Instead, they were killed by him in front of their faces. If they don't get back at him, they won't let this matter rest. Yang Su raised his brows. 2 heavenly lords of the heretics did not manage to stop him, and they even allowed him to kill them in front of their faces. The higher one's cultivation, the harder it was to cross the gap between different realms. The true immortals of the Taoism's 3 clear lineage could mostly deal with the profound immortal sovereigns of the Immortal Court heretics. In rare cases, they could even suppress the profound immortal sovereigns. Although they couldn't kill or injure the profound immortal sovereigns, they wouldn't suffer any losses. However, at the essence immortal heavenly lord level, he might still have an advantage against heretic heavenly lords of the same realm. However, it would be difficult for him to resist heretic heavenly venerables. Even if he was from the heretic Tao, being a heavenly venerable was a legend that shook the past and dazzled the present. The emergence of mighty heavenly monarch realm powerhouses depended more on fate and talent. Similarly, celestial master realm powerhouses could only be encountered and not sought. With Yang Su's background and knowledge, he had heard the news circulating. Most of the heavenly lords in charge of the Immortal Court were originally heavenly monarchs of orthodox Taoism who had survived the Great Calamity and joined the Immortal Court. In the end, they had advanced further and become heavenly lords of the heretics. They were legendary powerhouses who had left their names in history, and their strength was outstanding. Even if they still couldn't compare to the true heavenly venerables of the orthodox Taoism, they were still not people who could be looked down upon by those below the heavenly venerables. Although it was just a rumor, there would be no smoke without fire. If Yang Su was to analyze it, there would be some possibility of it being true. Taking a step back, even the heavenly venerables that the Immortal Court had nurtured and appointed were extremely powerful. Heavenly monarchs couldn't contend against them. Suo Yanlong, what level has your strength reached now? Yang Su asked with interest. Jiang Xin shook his head regretfully and didn't speak. He opened his palm and 2 wooden sticks appeared in his hand. Yang Se looked at it and realized that the 2 wooden sticks were actually a walking stick. It was broken in the middle and split into 2. Looking at the appearance of the walking stick, Yang Se frowned. It feels similar to a treasure. I have never seen that treasure before, but it matches the appearance of the legend. Previously, the pale hull shook and appeared in the world again. Jiang Xin said slowly, I also felt it when I was in the void's outskirts. I avoided the heretics and went to investigate. Yang Se's eyes flashed. Pilhul is a Taoist Xiao Junhuang? She succeeded in the past? She was just 1 step away from success. This time, Taoist Suo helped her to take the final step. Jiang Xin's expression was a little complicated, as if he was reminiscing. The demon race also sent experts. The one leading them was Lord Longevity God's white deer in the heavenly court's divine palace. Hearing Jiang Xin's words, Yang Se's gaze landed on the broken walking stick again. Is it really Lord Longevity God's coiling dragon walking stick? It's actually destroyed. He raised his head. Taoist So did it. That's right. Jiang Xin confirmed Yang Se's guess. If it wasn't for the Pilhul's final situation and the immortal court heretics rushing over, that white deer would have died in his hands. Yang Su asked, Sua Yanlong should still be in the virtual immortal realm, right? Jiang Xin sighed, yes. Should I say that a martial god is indeed a martial god? Yang Se smiled and said, Sua Mingzhang is indeed Sua Mingzhang. In the past, the exalted gold luminary, Yan Xintang's title was rarely mentioned by anyone, other than being one of the 9 luminaries and establishing the world beyond worlds. His title of exalted gold luminary was passed down to the later generations. During the era when he was active, most people were used to calling him a very simple title with only 2 words, Sword God. This title was already sufficient to explain everything. Similarly, there was another person who had a very simple title, but it caused all martial art practitioners to gasp in admiration. Martial God Sua Mingzhang. Among the new Kunlu 9 luminaries, he was the first person to pass through the pure profound tribulation and become a profound immortal. He was also the first person to pass through the profound origin tribulation and become a virtual immortal. After the great calamity, he was the first heavenly monarch of the Taoism's 3 clear lineage. The invincible martial god, the war god, the invincible martial god, the roving jade heavens, profound, sovereign, Gao Qingxian. The title of profound sovereign was actually a taboo. It was even more eye-catching than the title of North Yu Jinbei's sword sovereign. Actually, Gao Qingxuan's sovereign title was the Whirlpool Sovereign. After Sua Mingzhang passed through the profound origin tribulation and ceased to be a profound immortal, only then did others refer to Gao Qingxian as the profound sovereign. During the era when Sua Mingzhang was a profound immortal, he was the indisputable profound sovereign. He was the number 1 profound immortal, the strongest sovereign. Indeed, a martial god is indeed a martial god. Jiang Xin's expression was filled with regret. Unfortunately, he's too willful. The dragon amongst dragons are usually complacent and carefree. Taoist Suo is like that, and so is Taoist Yan's descendants. Hearing that, Yang Se smiled and said, The father and son are indeed peerless geniuses, especially Yan Zhaoge. He's practically unprecedented. Although he hasn't pushed open the immortal door, if he can maintain his current momentum, he's the only one that I feel can defeat Sua Mingzhang in the same realm. Truly, the new generation is replacing the old. Jiang Xin shook his head. When he reaches Taoist Suo's cultivation realm, I'm afraid he'll be even more lawless. Chapter 1285. He has talent, but he doesn't have self-discipline. In the end, he will only bring disaster to himself and others. Sua Mingzhang is a good example. The exalted earth, luminary. Jiang Xin's gaze traversed through space as if he was looking through the cosmos and landed on the faraway world beyond worlds. Yang Se said. Now, I only hope that the North Star Emperor can make a decisive move and prevent the heretics from getting involved too deeply. In this way, Daoist Sua's matter will be settled, and Daoist brother can set things right. Without Sua Mingzhang's interference, Jiangxin, who had already become a virtual immortal heavenly monarch, naturally possessed the ability to rule over the world beyond worlds. The trouble that Daoist Sua has caused this time is too huge. It might cause the immortal court heretics to decide to invade our Dao universe. When that time comes, it would be a huge calamity. Jiang Xin's eyes were filled with worry. After the storm, how many would be left? I am unable to see what the result of this trial will be. Being in it, I can only try my best to save myself. Yang Se nodded silently. After pondering for a moment, he said, I wonder if fellow Gao and fellow Ling will intervene. He was naturally referring to the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, and the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, who had left the world beyond worlds and the Dao universe together with the southern extremity longevity emperor. Definitely, Jiangxin's expression was very calm. He had known Gao Han and Ling Qing much earlier than he had known Yang Su. His understanding of the two who had survived the great calamity was much deeper than others. The pill hull ended up in Daoist Sua's hands? Or, Yang Su asked. Jiang Xinyan said, he's not in fellow Daoist Sua's hands. The people from the outer path have arrived, so he's busy dealing with them. According to Daoist Zhang of the prime clear lineage, the pill hull might end up in the hands of Yen Zhaoge and his son. Yang Se shook his head slowly. What a pity, there might be more twists and turns. I can only hope that the heretics won't get it in the end. Although our paths are different, I must say that fellow Daoist Xiao is indeed a genius. Although she is not like Sua Yanlong, who is famous for his martial prowess, sometimes she is even more valuable. It is truly a pity that she has fallen. Hearing this, Jiang Xin did not speak. His gaze was serene. A figure seemed to appear in front of him. She was a beautiful woman with a noble temperament, a hint of domineering strength amidst her laziness, and a hint of determination and fortitude amidst her casualness. In the past, she had addressed him as Teacher Jiang, and he had also thought of her as the most talented junior and friend despite the difference in age. But in the end, they parted ways and even became enemies. Several thousand years had passed, and by the time Zhang Xian had received any concrete news of him, it was already news of his death. And now, he still had to compete with her successor. Jiang Xin's gaze fluctuated slightly before returning to normal. However, I really didn't expect fellow Sua to be so furious about fellow Xiao's death, Yang Se said. Jiang Xin said slowly, the two of them used to be Dao companions in the past, but they had different aspirations, so they separated later on. Yang Su tilted his head slightly. Then, now that fellow Daoist Xiao has fallen, could it be that fellow Daoist Sua wants to change his tune? It's not impossible. Jiang Xinwei said, so he's not just avenging Junhuang. After this disaster, it's just the beginning. He may no longer be neutral, but will side with His Majesty and fellow Daoist Gao. Yang Se shook his head. This isn't good news. Previously, he had already killed his way out from the encirclement of the immortal court heretics. Now he might have returned to the world beyond worlds. Jiang Xin said and strode forward. We have to return as soon as possible. Yang Su walked with him. As they walked, he asked, fellow Daoist Chen has escaped. Has fellow Daoist Chen heard about it? I've heard of it. It's expected that fellow Daoist Chen would help fellow Daoist Yan's descendant. Jiang Xin sighed and said, it's a pity that he couldn't consider the big picture and was trapped in his own personal matters, just like in the past. The old man passed through layers of void and left behind a sigh. The storm is coming, and it's just around the corner. Concealed Sovereign Yang Su nodded, yes. The two figures turned into streams of light and disappeared into the vast void's outskirts, heading towards the Dao universe, demon universe, astro mountains, starry seas. Amidst the vast universe, there was a vast world that connected the heavens and formed a vast universe. Rays of lights and clouds were circulating around the universe, making this place look like a fairyland. Outside of this world, within the cosmic void, a black wind passed through and arrived at this grand world, falling into it. Although the black wind was filled with bloodlust and evil intent, it restrained itself when it arrived at this world. After entering this world, there would be someone who would receive him. Within this world, there were many celestial mountains that were overflowing with spiritual chi. The black tornado arrived at one of the celestial mountains and entered a cave manor. There was already someone waiting for him in the cave manor. Upon seeing him, he smiled and said, "Didn't you receive the decree and leave the astro, mountain, starry seas?" "I'll leave immediately." The black wind dissipated and a figure appeared. He sat on the futon on the ground with familiarity. "Before I leave, I have something to tell you." The cave manor's owner smiled and said, "What is it that requires you to make a trip here?" "That old white deer almost died. The longevity god's coiling dragon crutch was broken, and he managed to escape with his life," said the black wind, great demon. "Oh, who did it?" The cave manor's owner didn't seem to mind and asked casually. The black wind, great demon, said, "In the past, the awakened sky hall within the heavenly court's divine palace was used to store spiritual pills. It wasn't destroyed after the great calamity, and it still exists. That old white deer obtained a clue and went over there, but he suffered a huge loss. The awakened sky hall still exists." The cave manor's owner became interested. What happened in the end? In the end, that old white deer was almost killed on the spot. How could he care about the awakened sky hall? The black wind, great demon, snorted. The one who defeated him was the 3 clear lineage. The cave manor's owner said regretfully that old deer should have been killed. He was too greedy and wanted to take everything for himself. However, he didn't even look at his own capabilities and ended up benefiting others. He looked at the black wind, great demon. "Are you thinking of going to the Tao universe and fight for the awakened sky hall with the 3 clear lineage? You have a mission on your shoulders. That's why I'm here to see if you're willing to take action." The black wind, great demon, said, "After everything is done, don't forget to share some of the benefits with me." The cave manor's owner thought about it seriously and said, "Let's wait and see. If we take action now, it'll be the same as helping the immortal court. It'll be disadvantageous to our plan. However, after everything is done, we can look for an opportunity." "You're overthinking too much." The black wind, great demon, was shocked. The cave manor's owner smiled faintly. "I've waited for so many years. Why do I need to rush? You, on the other hand, have a heavy responsibility on your shoulders. Don't be careless and delay the important matter." The black wind, great demon, chuckled. "I won't delay the important matter. However, it's just a small matter. The bald donkeys of the blessed lands of Saha are used to having a smooth life. Now that they're too complacent, it's fine to teach them a lesson. In any case, don't delay the important matter. I don't want to wait for tens of thousands of years." The cave manor's owner said indifferently, "I don't want to either. We've waited for too long." The black wind, great demon, stood up and transformed back into a black tornado. He left the cave abode of immortals and left this fairyland-like world. He traveled far away and left the Astro Mountain Starry Sea, where the demon clan lived and rested. Chapter 1286. After concealed sovereign Yangtze left, Yanjiaoga and the others returned to the world beyond worlds. Before the exalted earth, luminary and concealed sovereign returned together, Yanjiaoga could do whatever he wanted in the world beyond worlds theoretically. However, Yanjiaoga didn't have that much time. Now wasn't the time for weapons to enter the warehouse. On the contrary, it was precisely the night before the storm that was about to come. The Heaven Emperor didn't return to the illusory coming peak. The earthly young master Qin Kuanhua, who had secretly returned to the Qianhua Peak, immediately left. The Western exalt Langqing even went into hiding, leaving the world beyond worlds as well. Only the encompassing Emperor Li Jun tried his best to meet the Astro Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign. In the end, he left with a heavy heart. The high-level experts of the world beyond worlds were well informed, and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly depressing. The atmosphere among the middle and lower-level martial artists wasn't so heavy. Everyone was more concerned about the heavenly mysteries Pavilion's recent actions. Without many people knowing, Yan Zhaoge and his mother, Xue Chuqing, had traveled through many mountains and rivers, carved invisible marks, and perfected their plan step by step. "Young master, the candle sunlight emperor died in your hands," Ahu asked curiously while grinding the cinnabar for Yan Zhaoge. To be precise, he was captured and suppressed by me. Then he died under Mars' halberd's sharpness. Yan Zhaoge held the brush in his hand and dipped the tip of the brush into the cinnabar. Then he wrote on a purple talisman paper and answered casually. The black-clothed brocade emperor was also in the same situation. Yan Zhaoge quickly wrote down one rune after another. Although the other 6 opponents outside the world beyond worlds were true immortal emperors, they were relatively weak, so they died in my hands. After deliberately avoiding the name of the immeasurable heavenly lord and the details of the immortal court, he could still talk about some simple things with the people of the broad Creed Mountain, so that they could have a general idea of the level of the enemies. I captured them, and then used their attacks against each other, using their spears against their shields so that they would beat each other to death. After Yan Zhaoge wrote the last stroke, he looked up and down and nodded with satisfaction. Strictly speaking, I still can't kill them with my own hands, right? Ahu sighed wryly. That's too bad. Young master, there has never been a single person in this world who could kill a martial saint barehanded. That's right. Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly towards the sky, falling into a daze for a while before smiling leisurely. Still, it might not be completely impossible. Ahu's eyes lit up. Young master? Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, pondering as he said, "The rules of the great Tao of the heavens and earth are the rules of the circumference. If one does not transcend, they would have to follow these rules. The rules are there, and everyone has to follow them. However, there might be a chance to find a loophole in the rules. Right now, it's just a hypothesis. Whether it will work or not, we'll only know after we test it out." As Yan Zhaoge said this, he took up the purple talisman that was fully inscribed with vermilion patterns. The talisman paper combusted on its own, transforming into green smoke which coiled in midair without dispersing. Then it entered the soil of the world beyond worlds down below, vanishing without a trace. However, I need to gather all the later Heaven 6 scriptures of the Jade, clear lineage first. I was originally planning to rob the Western Turtle Heaven territories, Nongli Mountain, and the Central June Heaven territories, Kunlun Mountains, Qianhua Peak. However, there's no need to go through so much trouble now. The Astro Sovereign and the Exalted Fire would be able to gather them all. As Yan Zhaoge said this, he continued on his way to his next destination. Ahu followed behind him. "Young master, I feel that it wouldn't be too troublesome for you to rob Nongli Mountain and Qianhua Peak." Of course, it wouldn't be troublesome. However, Lang Shifang and Chen Kuanhua left early enough. They must have taken all the valuable things away temporarily. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. It's not worth it to waste time looking for them. There are more important things that need to be done. The one who laughs last will laugh the best. Although he could do whatever he wanted in the world beyond worlds now, the outcome of the battle between the two sides had yet to be decided. Yan Zhaoge wrote words with vermilion brush and purple talisman, traversing the mountains and rivers of the world beyond worlds. Everything he did was combined with the process of Xue Chuqing, setting up the area latitude formation. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about others figuring out his plan based on his whereabouts. After going to a few more places and engraving the runes into formlessness, Yanzhaoge received a piece of news. Exalted Fire Luminary, Sua Mingzhang had returned. After meeting up with his mother Xue Chuqing, Yanzhaoge asked, "Do you want to go with him?" "Of course." Xue Chuqing let out a long sigh. "Isn't the Songhua divine tree the great grand master transformed with the exalted fire luminary?" After thousands of years, the exalted fire luminary had returned to the world beyond worlds. When Yanzhaoge and his mother arrived at the Kunlun mountain, they saw a short-haired young man standing quietly in the air above the mountains. He lowered his head and looked down without saying anything. Beside the short-haired man stood two people. They were the Astro Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign. "Senior Suo, Astro Sovereign, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu." Yanzhaoge and Xue Chuqing greeted them. The Astro Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign nodded slightly. Sua Mingzhang also turned his head and looked at them. "You two don't have to be so courteous." His expression was calm, and his aura was calm. He wasn't as unstoppable as when he attacked from the Pill Hall by the Void's outskirts. It was as if a devil god had descended upon the world. "How's the white deer demon?" After greeting him, Yanzhaoge asked curiously. Sua Mingzhang said he used the longevity god's cane to block my attack and ran away. He didn't explain the details of the incident. Instead, he said, "As for the heretics, many people came after me. I managed to shake them off, and they won't let it go easily. They might come to the Tao universe and the world beyond worlds later." Yanzhaoge nodded slowly. The current situation had already expanded to the point where no one could control it. The entire Tao universe was about to welcome a tribulation. Whether the tribulation was big or small, how to resolve it, and what kind of consequences it would bring were all unpredictable. "After dealing with the troubles that Jiangshen might bring to you, I will leave on my own." Sua Mingzhang looked at the vast world of the world beyond worlds in front of him and said, "However, there might still be a few heretics staying behind to continue targeting you." The Sword Sovereign and the Astro Sovereign's expressions didn't change. Yanzhaoge said, "I have some plans to deal with them, but I don't know if I can make it in time." Sua Mingzhang nodded and said, "I want to bring Junhuang to the Pill Hall to have a look. Please follow me." Yanzhaoge brought Xue Chuqing and ascended first. He broke through the boundaries of the world and arrived at the void outside of the world beyond worlds. The exalted fire, Sua Mingzhang and the Astro Sovereign. Chen Xuanzong followed closely behind. The Sword Sovereign. Yu Jinbei had already been to the Pill Hall before, and he was now guarding the world beyond worlds. The white jade hall that seemed like a divine palace in the heavens showed its form in the void under the illumination of the purple clouds and golden radiance. The hall's door opened, and everyone entered inside. Sua Mingzhang looked around the hall and was slightly dazed. "Junhuang, we're here." He opened his palm lightly, and a brilliance was released from his palm. A spirit tree grew from within, and instantly became a towering tree. The tall spirit stood in the middle of the Pill Hall. The green leaves were swaying and white flowers were blooming. They moved without any wind, and there seemed to be wind chimes ringing within the hall. Chapter 1287. The tall and straight Songhua tree stood within the Pill Hall's cosmic void. It overturned the cosmos and pierced through the void. Seeing this Songhua tree, Xue Chuqing slowly bowed down. "Disciple Xue, Chuqing greets, Great Grand Master." Yanzhaoge looked at the tall spirit tree and bowed down as well. The exalted wood luminary, Xiao Junhuang, was the same as the exalted gold luminary, Yan Xintang and his wife. With their cultivation and lifespan, they could be considered to have died young when they died. It was also because of the sacrifice of countless ancestors like them that there was hope for the revival of the three clear lineage. As the later generations, they were all the beneficiaries. The tall Songhua trees, leaves swayed in the hall's cosmos without any wind blowing. Sua Mingzhang looked at the spirit tree and remained silent for a long time. After Yan Zhaoge and Shui Chuqing stood up, they also remained silent. The Astro Sovereign. Chen Xuanzong cupped his hands towards the spirit tree and let out a soft sigh. I heard that Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian had created a brand new supreme martial art, and it was inherited by your father. After a long time, Sua Mingzhang broke the silence and turned around to look at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge knew that Mars Halberd must have told Sua Mingzhang about it. However, Mars Halberd obviously didn't know about the details. He answered, "To be precise, my father and my mother didn't complete this supreme martial art. They grew up together with my father. After being nurtured by the grand simplicity splendor cloud for more than 2,000 years, they completed the initial framework and appeared in the world together. After that, as my father practiced martial arts, his cultivation realm kept on increasing, and he studied the laws of heaven and earth. The power of this supreme martial art had already matured from its initial form. However, there's still a long way to go before it can be truly perfected. I'll progress together with my father." Yan Zhaoge didn't hide anything from Sua Mingzhang and told him everything. The heaven opening scripture and the mortal exterminating sword scripture's head and tail resonated with each other. After being harmonized by grand simplicity, boundless changes were born between the head and tail. It's just like the changes of creation. Its momentum is unstoppable. Sua Mingzhang nodded slightly. "It seems like it's the opposite of mine, fellow Taoist Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian. Your dreams have come true. Congratulations. It's a pity that I can't discuss it with them personally." He let out a soft sigh. "Where is your father now? Can I take a look at this lost art?" It was a little disrespectful to say such words. Even if Sua Mingzhang's cultivation and seniority far surpassed Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, and even surpassed Yan Xintong and Yan Di in the past, such a request was still extremely rude. However, Sua Mingzhang did not look arrogant at all. Instead, he looked quite serious. "When your ancestor first came up with this idea, he discussed it with me. Some of his ideas might be beneficial to your father." Of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, Sua Mingzhang's relationship with Yan Xintong was mediocre, and they could not be considered close friends. However, both of them were peerless geniuses. Sua Mingzhang was especially fond of studying the principles of martial arts, and had many exchanges with Yan Xintong. Among the 9 luminaries, other than their best friend Chen Xuanzong, only Sua Mingzhang knew about Yan Xintong and his wife's initial concept of the creation saber. Although he hadn't seen Yan Di fight with others with his own eyes, he could roughly guess what had happened after hearing some rumors from Mars Halberd and confirming it with what he knew in the past. Now that the creation saber had become a reality, Sua Mingzhang felt happy. Unfortunately, the old friend who proposed the concept had already died 1,000 years ago. On the other side, the Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, stood there calmly without saying a word. However, he seemed to be daydreaming as well. Among the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the 2 of them were eccentric. Sua Mingzhang only interacted with the exalted wood luminary, Xiao Junhuang, in private. Most of his interactions with others were limited to martial arts. As for Chen Xuanzong's close friend in the 9 luminaries, it was the exalted gold luminary, Yan Xintong. After Chen Xuanzong came back to his senses, he looked at Sua Mingzhang and nodded. In the past, Daoist Sua had opened his own path of cultivation and had gone deeper than us in this aspect. It was similar to Xintong and his wife's exploration. Xintong had also looked for Daoist Sua to discuss with him. For example, Yan Xintong's jade illusory heaven opening sword, Chen Xuanzong's profound cold saber, Jiang Shen's yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer. Yangtze's K-to-Dim encompassing mantra and other martial arts were created by combining various supreme martial arts that they had cultivated. The jade illusory heaven opening sword contained the wind of opening the heavens. The profound cold saber contained the water of opening the heavens. The yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer contained the earth of opening the heavens. And the K-to-Dim encompassing mantra contained the primordial darkness before the heavens were opened. Although they seemed to be walking in a single direction, other martial arts had already been integrated into them. They were no longer just derived from the jade, clear, heaven opening scripture. Therefore, all the martial arts had their own uses. They weren't inferior to martial artists who cultivated the heaven opening scripture alone. Of course, this was referring to their current realm. If they continued to advance, they still needed to expand their path and explore. They couldn't stop. Unlike the heaven opening scripture, the primordial heavenly Lord's grand Tao was extremely profound. It only depended on how much the cultivator could comprehend. Of course, Chen Xuanzong and the others could only cultivate the heaven opening scripture. However, when one cultivated martial arts to a certain level, they would be able to comprehend the principles of the heavens and earth. If different people learned the same supreme martial art, the results would be vastly different. Only by learning from the predecessors and fitting in with oneself would one be able to walk on the path smoothly. However, the height one could reach on this path would also differ from person to person. Some people's path could continue to climb upwards, while others might have difficulties. Before the Great Calamity, the flourishing era of martial arts, where hundreds of schools of thought contended for supremacy and countless exquisite martial arts appeared together. Of course, Yen Jiaoge was clear about this. However, what the Astro Sovereign said made him realize something different. Although Chen Xuanzong and the others' unique supreme martial arts, including Yen Xintang's jade illusory heaven opening sword, weren't derived from the heaven opening scripture and didn't belong to the heaven opening scripture, some of the subtle changes in the concepts were even more profound than the heaven opening scripture itself. However, these supreme martial arts were still deeply related to the heaven opening scripture and the other martial arts that Qin Xuanzong and the others cultivated. However, there was an exception. That was the creation saber that Yen Xintang and Di Qinglian had created together. In the end, Yen Di had completed the embryonic form of the creation saber. The concept of this martial art was actually different from the heaven opening scripture. In fact, it wasn't even defined by the jade, clear lineage's martial arts. Naturally, it didn't belong to the prime clear supreme martial arts either. It could be said that it was still an orthodox Taoism, but it was different. According to the Astro Sovereign's words, Suo Mingzhang's martial arts cultivation seemed to be starting from scratch too. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Suo. However, I still need to ask my father's opinion. Yen Jiaoge cupped his hands. With a thought, the cosmos void that everyone was enchanged. After that, a door of light appeared in front of everyone. After the door of light opened, there was another world inside. This was a pill room within the pill hall. Yen Di was currently in seclusion. He wasn't in seclusion, so Yen Jiaoge wasn't afraid of disturbing his father. After knowing Suo Mingzhang's intention, Yen Di didn't reject him. Thank you, Senior Suo. Not to mention Suo Mingzhang's kindness, the creation saber's characteristics couldn't be taught to outsiders. Even someone like Suo Mingzhang could only experience it and couldn't comprehend it. To a certain extent, this was also one of the limitations of the creation saber. In other words, this was the proof that this peerless supreme martial art wasn't completed yet. After Yen Di unleashed his saber, Suo Mingzhang smiled. Yen Xintang and Di Qinglian's descendants aren't in vain. Chapter 1288. Your saber momentum has already begun to show signs of life. It is correct to insist on only advancing and not retreating. Many martial arts may be about advancing and retreating according to one's heart, combining positive and negative, and being able to move freely. But for you, that is an evil path. The momentum of the world has always been rolling forward. Those who fall into a predicament of going against the momentum should be your opponent, not yourself. For you, the current problem is that the general framework has already been set up, but it's too empty and needs to be perfected. It wasn't to fill in the details, but to turn illusory into reality so that the concept of nothingness could be verified and matched with the real world of creation. Only then could one land on the ground. What's rare is that you've already realized this. I don't need to say any more. Sua Mingzhang looked at Yan Di with a lot of praise in his eyes. Yan Di said calmly, "The momentum is moving forward. In the changes of creation, there's also the old and the new. Getting rid of the old and welcoming the new, breaking down and establishing. This is also the momentum of the world." He straightened his 5 fingers like a saber and calmly chopped forward. I haven't experienced the real change of eras, but it does exist. It's not just a concept that the historical records divide the eras. Not bad. Your thinking is correct. Sua Mingzhang nodded and said, Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian have successors. This supreme martial art that you've created together will definitely be an unparalleled achievement. A rare look of joy appeared between his brows. He smiled and said, "It's really nice to see such a supreme martial art appear in the world. It'll ease the depression in my heart a little." Yan Di said, "Senior, you flatter me. The road ahead is long and full of thorns. I'll try my best, but I'll never stop moving forward." Sua Mingzhang nodded and turned to look at Yan Zhaoge. "You're walking the path of cultivating the 3 clear lineages together?" Senior Sua's eyes are like torches. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly and didn't deny it. Sua Mingzhang also smiled. "Well done." He looked at Yan Zhaoge for a while and said, "If you have the peerless heavenly scripture of the jade, clear lineage, or the chaos extinguishing origin scripture, your path will be a little easier. However, it's just a little easier. It's still more difficult than ascending to the heavens. This is a person trying to walk 3 old paths at the same time, but it's also a brand new path." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly, but his expression remained composed. "I will constantly spur myself on. I'm really looking forward to seeing your attitude of continuous improvement in the future and seeing more different scenes of the great Tao of the world." Sua Mingzhang placed his hands behind his back and walked out of the pill hall. "The Tsanghua Divine Tree will be left here temporarily. Please take care of it." Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, and Xue Chuqing's family exchanged looks before Xue Chuqing answered, "With great Grand Masters remains here. This disciple will definitely do her best." "That's good." Sua Mingzhang exited the pill hall and stood within the cosmos void. He turned his head back and looked at the pill hall that was floating within the void. He looked at the territories of the world beyond worlds far away. His gaze was distant and peaceful. The tall, short-haired man sat cross-legged in the cosmos with his eyes closed, waiting calmly, waiting for the storm to come. Within the pill hall, Yan Di looked towards Yan Zhaoge. "From today onwards, I shall enter death's seclusion." Yan Zhaoge nodded. "I'll take care of the outside. I still need some time to prepare for the world beyond worlds. If the heretics arrive first, even if the exalted fire lured them away, he would still be held back by them. After that, the exalted earth luminary would be unstoppable." The Astro Sovereign said quietly, "If nothing goes wrong, Daoist Zhang will try his best to return to the world beyond worlds before the heretics." Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart. "Instead, I hope that the exalted earth luminary will arrive later. Otherwise, we'll have to worry about the North Star Emperor's actions." Everyone became silent upon hearing that. Yan Zhaoge pondered and said, "The situation this time is very chaotic. There might be a lot of people who want to interfere with this. Previously, I didn't dare to say that my guess was correct. However, after seeing Mother's area latitude formation that was basically completed, after the exalted solar luminary Gao Han's guidance on the area latitude formation, I can confirm that my previous guess is correct." Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. "Of course, no one can say for sure who will be in control of the situation in the end." Yan Di nodded slowly after hearing that. "It's fine as long as the general direction is right. Man proposes, God disposes. There aren't many things that are guaranteed to succeed in this world." "Yeah." Yan Zhaoge squinted his eyes. After bidding farewell to Yan Di and Xue Chuqing, Yanjiaoga returned to the world beyond worlds with the Astro Sovereign. At the same time in the world beyond worlds, the northern profound heaven territory, the extreme north. Within the void, there was a dimensional passageway connecting to the land of tranquil stream. Turbulence was constantly happening there. The Northern Exalt had been living in seclusion for the past few years. As for the conflict between the Broad Creed Mountain, the Jade Capital Crag, the Jade Sky Peak, the Chelan Cliff, and the restful Immortal Valley, he remained silent. The token plate of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was also present in the Cloud Pavilion Mountain's profound remnant locale under the Northern Exalt. The Northern Exalt's attitude towards dealing with the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion seemed to be tacitly allowing it. However, he didn't personally come into contact with it. Most of the time, the Northern Exalt didn't even stay at the profound remnant locale. Instead, he moved to the extreme north and paid attention to the spatial laws here. He was also wary of the changes and encroachment of the land of tranquil stream. Yan Zhaoga, an encompassing emperor, had asked him to pay attention to the news of Feng Yinsheng. He had agreed to it. However, other than that, he didn't have much contact with them. The old man stood in the wind and snow, looking at the faraway horizon. He saw many black lines appearing and disappearing from time to time. His mind moved slightly. He felt something, and his gaze focused. This feeling doesn't seem like a great demon, but like a human. After thinking for a while, the Northern Exalt took out a jade talisman and crushed it. Then, with him as the center, rays of light spread out and enveloped the entire vast frozen land of the extreme north. Wherever the rays of light shone, the cracks in the void gradually became still. This wasn't entirely due to the Northern Exalt's cultivation. Instead, it was because the restrictions of the world beyond worlds had started working. The restrictions of the Northern Profound Heaven Territory were specially sensitive to the 9 underworld's devils. They were specially set up to guard against the land of tranquil stream, which might be connected to this place. After a while, the feeling of someone approaching became more obvious. However, the Northern Exalt also felt that it was getting more and more familiar. This is, she has returned by herself. The old man was a little surprised as he frowned. However, it is also possible that she is already the exalted Rahu luminary. Soon, a powerful will was transmitted over. Broad Creed Disciple Feng Yunsheng greets the Northern Exalt. The Northern Exalt was silent for a while before saying, "Is it little friend Feng or the exalted Rahu luminary?" "I am still a junior." The other party answered frankly. However, the exalted Rahu luminary is in charge for at least 30% of a day. The Northern Exalt said, "The Sword Sovereign will be here soon. If you don't mind, why don't you wait for a while? This old man can also inform your fellow disciples. They will definitely be overjoyed to know that you have returned safely." He wasn't really worried about the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua. Instead, he was worried about the great demon transforming and taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 1289. While talking, the Northern Exalt was also silently divining the background of the person who came. Before Feng Yunqing's disappearance, her cultivation was rather low. It wasn't hard for the Northern Exalt to calculate her background. However, considering the relationship between the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua, this calculation might not be accurate. At the same time, after Yan Zhaoga and the encompassing emperor returned to the world beyond worlds, they mentioned to the Northern Exalt that Jian Shanhua wanted to use Feng Yunqing's rebirth to secretly target the great devils of the 9 underworlds. She wanted to seize the great devil's authority as well. If Jian Shanhua used Feng Yunqing's rebirth, she would have to start from Feng Yunqing's cultivation. Although she was familiar with the path and her speed of improvement would be extremely fast, she still needed time to accumulate experience. However, if the top-notch evil devils of the 9 underworlds were involved, the situation would be different. The divinity empowerment could be said to be the fastest method to greatly improve one's cultivation within a short period of time. It even surpassed secret arts like the Seven Paths pivotal instrument and the thick spirit essence gathering art. From a certain perspective, it wasn't a ritual to aid one's cultivation. Instead, it was a method to allow a great devil of the 9 underworlds to be reborn. It was a method to allow a top-notch great devil that had perished to return to the mortal world. Rebirth, not reincarnation. As such, after a short period of weakness and growth, one would quickly return to their peak. For humans, even 10,000 miles in a day was enough to describe the speed at which one's cultivation rose, let alone 1,000 miles in a day. In the past, the devil of aged metal used Yin Shuyang's body as the sword devil and was reborn. The water devil used Chu Heng's body as the ice devil and was reborn. However, not long after they were reborn, they were killed by Yan Xintong and Chen Xuanzong. The 2 great devils were still in their weakened state. Although their strength started to rise, they perished once again due to the lack of a crucial moment. Actually, if they were given more time, they could quickly improve and return to their peak. The Northern Exalt agreed with Yan Zhaoge's point of view. For someone as prideful as the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua, the fortune she wanted was definitely not something an ordinary great devil could compare to. With Jian Xuanhua's tranquil, profound, immortal cultivation, only a target equivalent to the Taoism heavenly monarch realm could catch her eye. In fact, it might even be higher. Under such circumstances, if she succeeded, her strength would skyrocket after experiencing the divinity heavenly monarch realm. In this way, it was hard to say whether Feng Yunsheng or Jian Xuanhua's current cultivation was real or not. If she succeeded, the divinity great, the Northern Exalt, would be the same. At the very least, the Northern Exalt could feel that although the other party did not have any hostility towards him, his strength was extremely strong. At the very least, he had already pushed open the immortal door. If not for the world beyond worlds, forming restrictions against the 9 underworlds' evil devils, the Northern Exalt alone would not have been able to keep them at bay. Her cultivation base is very high. I can't see through her. Fortunately, I can still see some of her past. She didn't purposely conceal her fate, the Northern Exalt quickly deduced. Feng. Chen, T-Devil, Tian, Feng of it. Devil. Yan, Tian, Devil, times Tians north of the heaven. Heaven, King, Tian, T was the Feng's Feng. King Devil, XT Heaven. Feng, in particular, he had to be vigilant to see if there were any demons lurking behind, intending to take advantage of Feng Yunxing's opening of the door. Therefore, the Northern Exalt remained cautious as he did not open the barrier. At the very least, when the Sword Sovereign, Astro Sovereign, and Yan Zhaoge arrived, the risk would be much lower. While he was not involved in the current turmoil of the world beyond worlds, the Northern Exalt was well aware of the impending storm. At this time, it was even easier for others to take advantage of the chaos. As soon as he noticed the abnormality, he immediately crushed the Jade Talisman and contacted the Sword Sovereign, Yujinbei. He should arrive very soon. Your fellow disciples will definitely be overjoyed to learn of your return. This old man will inform them of this good news right now, the Northern Exalt said. In that case, thank you, Senior. The woman's voice was refined and courteous. The Northern Exalt's hair stood on end, because this voice rang out from behind him. At the same time, the Northern Exalt discovered that he was already unable to move. A woman stood behind him, her feet stepping on his shadow. This woman had the appearance of Feng Yunsheng. She looked around at the world of ice and snow. Is this the world controlled by the North Star Empire? It's not a bad place. I really want to take over this place. The woman smiled. The little fellow that came out from this place is very outstanding. However, I still managed to find a flaw in her. With the help of her mechanisms, I was able to sneak into your world without anyone noticing. Although it could only be used by one person. Of course, it's also because the North Star Empire and the others are currently holding each other back. They don't have the time to be wary of me. The Northern Exalt's heart shuddered. From her tone, He could tell that this wasn't Feng Yinshan or the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua. This was the 9 underworlds' top-notch great devil, the ancient devil. That little fellow kept wanting to return here. So, I'll just wait for her to fall into my trap. The woman arrived in front of the Northern Exalt. The shadow behind the old man defied the laws of nature. It followed the woman's footsteps and turned half a circle before arriving in front of the old man. If I caused too much of a commotion, the North Star Empire and the others might be alerted. The woman smiled and said, "You're a good cover." As she spoke, her appearance had already changed. Her gender and voice had also changed. In just an instant, the Northern Exalt saw an old man appearing in front of him. The old man had the same appearance as him. The two of them stood facing each other. Even the Northern Exalt himself couldn't tell the difference. It's not the imitation-killing jade. It's not the form-dispelling pill. I don't have to kill anyone, and I can only transform into one person. At this moment, the Northern Exalt felt as if his soul was being annihilated. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through his mind as if he had regained consciousness. The reason why I couldn't see her wasn't because of the huge difference in cultivation. Instead, it was because I saw the illusion that she wanted me to see. This meant that the difference in strength between the two of them was much bigger than what he had expected. Filling a person's mind with fake memories and making the other party think that it was real was much more difficult than simply making the other party lose their memories. He's so proficient in transformation. Even the circulation of my true essence is so perfect. However, he could actually infiltrate the Tao universe and the world beyond worlds. That's right. The exalted Rahu luminary had secretly set up a trap for herself. However, it ended up benefiting him instead. He even invited a wolf into his own house. The Northern Exalt stood still. His originally turbid eyes instantly emitted a shocking radiance. However, it was immediately extinguished. In front of him, the old man who had the same appearance as him smiled creepily. He raised his index finger and placed it in front of his lips. Shu. Chapter 1290. With the Northern Exalt as the center, rays of lights still enveloped the world. He seemed to be unaware of everything that was happening. However, the old man's soul had already been completely destroyed. His body sank downwards. The shadow beneath his feet seemed to have turned into a bottomless swamp. It devoured his body and disappeared. The rays of lights were transferred to the impostor. There was nothing abnormal about it. I can only maintain the current situation, but I can't control it. The impostor smiled. However, it doesn't matter to me. He stood quietly on the spot. The rays of lights around him gradually disappeared and returned to nothingness. The world in front of him returned to being a world of ice and snow. After a short while, a sword light streaked across the sky and arrived in front of the Northern Exalt in an instant. The person who came was wearing a high crown and ancient clothes. His expression was solemn. He was the sword sovereign, Yuzhinbei. There's a commotion in the land of tranquil streams' outskirts. Yuzhinbei scanned the surroundings. The rays of lights surged again. The Northern Exalt followed the etiquette and bowed towards Yuzhinbei without any abnormalities. He answered. A great devil changed his appearance and turned into the broad Creed Mountains' little friend Feng's appearance. He attempted to deceive the barrier and barge into our world beyond worlds. In the end, his whereabouts were exposed and he retreated. The broad Creed Mountains' little friend Feng? The sword sovereign, Yuzhinbei's gaze turned solemn. The Northern Exalt nodded. Yes. I suspect that he might have come into contact with little friend Feng in the 9 underworlds. Or rather, he might have come into contact with the exalted Rahu luminary. This old man also wanted to investigate little friend Feng's whereabouts. Still, I did not dare to let her enter the world beyond worlds. I had originally intended to delay her, waiting for you, the sword sovereign, to arrive before trying to capture her. Still, the other party was vigilant as well. After realizing that this old man had already seen through her, she swiftly retreated. Yu Jinbei looked at the rays of lights in front of him and said, "It's better to be cautious when it comes to the 9 underworlds. Your actions and judgment weren't wrong." He turned his head and looked at the Northern Exalt. "I'll have to trouble you to look after this place. No matter what happens in other areas, do not let your guard down regarding the 9 underworlds." "As you command, Sword Sovereign," answered the other party calmly. Looking at the sword light leaving, the Northern Exalt smiled. "The North Star Empire's world has produced quite a number of outstanding youngsters." He closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. After a while, his smile grew wider. "Haha, not only is the Gui water here, even the Wu earth is here. This trip is indeed worth it. However, let's clean up our backyard first." The old man sat cross-legged on the snowy ground as usual, quietly looking at the faintly discernible domain cracks in the distance. "All right, little fellow, come back quickly." A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Your sect is about to encounter a great calamity, and they need you to rush back to face it together." Within the Kunlun Mountain, Yen Zhaoga and the Astro Sovereign were currently in the restful Immortal Valley, the cave manor of the concealed sovereign, Yang Su. As expected, there are no traces left behind. After carefully inspecting the place, Yen Zhaoga smacked his lips, not feeling disappointed. At that moment, a sword light flew over from the north. After landing, it revealed the Sword Emperor's appearance. "Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu?" Yen Zhaoga and Astro Sovereign looked over at the same time. The Sword Emperor shook his head. A great demon transformed into a human form and attempted to sneak into the world beyond worlds. Northern Guan wasn't fooled. That great demon left on his own before I arrived. Since it was something that had nothing to do with him, he naturally wouldn't mention the possibility of the great demon transforming into Feng Yunsheng, which would make Yen Zhaoga worry. The 9 underworlds are also getting restless. Yen Zhaoga lightly rubbed his temples. "Only I don't know if they are acting on their own, or if they have made a deal with someone else." Since ancient times, the 9 underworlds had been the public enemy of the human world. Cooperating with the 9 underworlds was no different from inviting a wolf into one's house. However, the 9 underworlds' great demons weren't completely irrational and bloodthirsty. Sometimes they would also exchange benefits with others to achieve their own goals, instead of blindly eroding others with greed. Of course, the premise was that the collaborator was strong enough. Otherwise, the collaborator would be eaten up by the great demon. Thinking of the 9 underworlds, Yen Zhaoga was a little worried. Now, he had personally visited the 9 underworlds several times, but he still couldn't find Feng Yunsheng's whereabouts. Thinking about it, many years had passed since the two separated. Now, fallen deity Yen Zhaoga's name could be said to have shaken the entire Tao universe, not only in the world beyond worlds, but also in the roving Jade Heavens. The number of fangirls who were eyeing on the position of his Tao companion could probably encircle the entire Kunlun Mountain. There were countless people who were openly or secretly proposing marriage, let alone the female disciples of the broad Creed Mountain who were infatuated with him. However, Yen Zhaoga had always been alone. It wasn't that he didn't have any desires towards the matters between a man and a woman. A fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. This is human nature. However, in Yen Zhaoga's perspective, the core attribute of love, or rather, the first attribute was monopolization, followed by other attributes. It was the same for others and oneself. It was the same for a man towards a woman and a woman towards a man. Monopolization didn't mean being exclusive. Only, while he desired to monopolize the other party, if their feelings were deep to a certain extent, he would be willing to satisfy the other party's desire to monopolize him as well. As such, he had always been searching and waiting for Feng Yunsheng. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. However, after being separated for such a long time, normally speaking, their feelings would have already faded. What was left might only be a kind of obsession. It was an obsession of wanting to see the other party, no matter what. It was an obsession of wanting this relationship to have a conclusion. There were only a few people who were as loving as Yan Di and Xue Chuqing. As Yan Zhaoge thought about it carefully, he realized that Feng Yunxing's voice and smile were still vivid in his heart, and it tugged at his heartstrings. In this aspect, he was very similar to Yan Di. However, after they met, he first had to properly teach this runaway wife of his, who had almost turned him into a wife stone. Am I being too insensitive? Yan Zhaoge thought, trying to find joy in the midst of bitterness. Wait, I seem to have overlooked something. Oh, I remember now. The corner of his mouth twitched a little, the divinity devil bestowment. In the end, I'm not the one who failed to be a husband and got beaten up instead, right? Did you discover anything here? Yu Jinbei asked, and interrupted Yan Zhaoge's random thoughts. Yan Zhaoge straightened his expression and looked around. The concealed sovereign cleaned everything up very cleanly. It's within my expectations. However, after traveling around the world beyond worlds again, I'm even more certain about one of my previous thoughts. He said softly, the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, might be trying to take advantage of the situation. Although I still don't understand, other than my mother's area latitude formation, the exalted solar luminary seems to have other arrangements. Everything is waiting for an opportunity. After all, he hoped to use the exalted with luminary, Xiao Junhuang's successor, to lure the exalted fire, Sua Mingzhang, back to the world beyond worlds. Now that Sua Mingzhang had returned, the upcoming chaos in the world beyond worlds might be the opportunity that Gao Han had been waiting for. In the following period of time, Yan Zhaoge was planning his own arrangements while studying the spatial heavenly scripture and hearts heavenly scripture that he obtained from Sua Mingzhang and Chen Xuanzong. At a certain moment, a piece of news arrived. The exalted earth, luminary, Jiangxin, had finally returned to the world beyond worlds. Chapter 1291. When Yan Zhaoge heard from the Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, that the exalted earth, luminary, Jiangxin, had finally returned to the world beyond worlds, he let out a long sigh. It's about to begin. He checked his arrangements for the last time and calculated. It's still a little rushed. It would be best if he had more time. However, that would be too idealistic. His opponent wouldn't wait for him according to his wishes. Yan Zhaoge remained calm. After making all the necessary arrangements, he said to the Astro Sovereign, Sorry for troubling you, Your Majesty. I'll do my best. The Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong's expression was calm as well. He nodded lightly. Then Yan Zhaoge left the world beyond worlds and arrived at the cosmic void outside of the boundaries. His main body headed towards the pill hall where he had concealed his tracks, while the North Ocean clone headed towards another direction. Currently, in the cosmos outside of the world beyond worlds, a silhouette was sitting quietly with his legs crossed. Although they were separated by layers of void and boundless distance, the short-haired man's silhouette could be seen clearly by everyone in the cosmos. Wherever he was, it was as if he was the center of the cosmos. At the same time, he seemed to be everywhere. It was the exalted fire luminary, Sua Mingzhang. In front of him stood an old man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. The old man's gaze was gentle, but his expression was solemn. Yan Zhaoge, who had seen his portrait countless times, naturally recognized him. He was the head of the world beyond worlds, 3 sovereigns, the earthly sovereign. Now he had ascended to the virtual immortal realm and became the heavenly monarch, the exalted earth luminary, Jiangxin. Just by the two of them standing there, the heavens and earth were dimmed, and everything around them was dimmed. It was as if only the two of them were real within the cosmos, and everyone else was just an illusion. As the North Ocean clone got closer, the familiar sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded in his ears again. However, the sonorous voice of the great Tao didn't suppress him at all. Instead, it felt even more profound, and he benefited a lot from it. When he got closer, he could see the sword sovereign, Yujinbei, and the concealed sovereign, Yang Su, standing beside Sua Mingzhang and Jiangshin. Sensing the North Ocean clone's approach, the exalted Earth luminary, Jiangshen, and the concealed sovereign, Yang Su's gazes moved slightly and looked over. The Northern Ocean clone had a composed expression on his face as he cupped his hands in greeting. For seniors, forgive me for only coming here as a clone. Please forgive me for my lack of manners. A descendant of fellow Taoist Yan Xintong? Jiang Xin smiled slowly. While this old man has not been in the world beyond worlds for a long time, the name of the fallen deity still resounds like thunder in my ears. There was no trace of mockery on his face. Instead, there was a hint of pity in his eyes. As a grand, virtual, immortal exalt, facing Yen Zhaoge, who had yet to push open the immortal door and was still in the martial saint realm, Jiang Xin's tone was very calm, as if he was an old man casually chatting with Yen Zhaoge. An outstanding young man like you will definitely achieve great things in the future. An old man like me should help protect you and pass on the torch. Only then will there be hope for the revival of our orthodox Taoism. Jiang Xin slowly shook his head. Unfortunately, fate makes fools of people. You became Yin Yoming's successor, and your mother is a legitimate descendant of Bright Connection, who, the Northern Ocean clone said, forgive this Yan's impertinence, but Elder Zhang's words are a little off. What the dim, radiant, and Bright Connection emperors did in the past not only benefited us juniors. Even you and the concealed sovereign benefited from it. After the immeasurable heavenly lord obtained all of the heavenly essence stones, he doesn't have to forcefully capture them. As long as the Taoism martial art practitioners know of his existence, no matter where they are, as long as he's willing, he can directly illuminate them through space. The Northern Ocean clone looked at Jiang Xin. Even a heavenly monarch like you, who has already achieved 5 Qis unification, might not be an exception. Jiang Xin didn't feel offended. He said plainly, it's true. Whether it's Yin Yuming and who used their authority for personal gain or something, it's hard to say even now. He paused for a while before saying, if it's true, we have to admit that not only this old man owes them a favor, but their contributions will also benefit the entire Orthodox Taoism. However, currently, and for a long time in the future, we can't publicly acknowledge them and praise them. In fact, even if it's true, what we're doing now won't change. The old man said calmly, with the current situation, we have to do many things that go against our own will. However, no matter how difficult it is, we can only do it. All the merits and demerits, now, will be judged by the future generations. What we have to do now is to fight for a future for the future generations. Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone's expression didn't change at all. However, what kind of future would that be? It's true that the heretics are powerful now, and it's not easy to defeat them. However, it's also because of this that they won't let us, the Orthodox Taoism, rise up again. If it was still within the heretics' control, they might ignore it. However, once there were signs of it going out of control, they would definitely attack it. Even if it wasn't a destructive attack, it would definitely cause a huge setback and return to a controllable safe range. It was just like rearing sheep and then shearing the sheep. Under the situation where they kept a low profile and were under the control of others, unless there was a huge external change, it was almost impossible to break through such a seal from the inside. The situation isn't always the same. Jiang Xin clearly understood what Yen Zhaoge meant. He said calmly, the world is far more complicated than what most people know. However, it might not necessarily be a change that's beneficial to us. Yen Zhaoge was similarly calm. Jiang Xin didn't object. No one could guarantee that the world would change as they expected, and that everything would be beneficial to them. Even the future Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly Lord couldn't do it. Facing this heavenly monarch bigwig who had an irreconcilable grudge against his sect, Yen Zhaoge remained calm. Although I'm not on the same path as you, your efforts for the revival of Taoism are still praiseworthy. You've contributed a lot to the world beyond world's development." As he spoke, he calmly looked at the exalted earth luminary, Jiangshin. However, the world beyond worlds, even the roving jade heavens, and all of the three clear lineages have hope of reviving. The southern extremity longevity emperor, the incongruence divine mother, the exalted with luminary, the dim radiant emperor, the bright connection emperor, and the others have also contributed a lot. The North Ocean clone extended his hand and flipped the back of his palm. "It's unrealistic to hope for us to give in and pay a part of the price in exchange for time and space. After all, our opponents wouldn't agree to it. The current fragile balance isn't because the heretics are kind to us. It's because we, the Orthodox Taoism, have borrowed the opportunity of the Pure Land and the Immortal Court restraining each other to carve out a path of survival. Other than the Immortal Court and the Blessed Land's mutual restraint, the most important reason why the heretics didn't completely fall out with us and made up their mind to annihilate our three clear lineage is because our three clear lineage has at least 3 heavenly lords." Chapter 1292. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, and the Incongruence Divine Mother were hovering by the outskirts. Once the Immortal Court or the Blessed Lands carried out a destructive attack on the world beyond worlds or the roving jade heavens, even if they didn't take revenge immediately, they would do so in the future. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha spent most of the time staring at each other. If they were careless and got entangled by their opponents, it would be hard for them to escape. Then the 3 heavenly lords from the Orthodox Taoism would attack at the same time, causing a large-scale massacre in the heretics. Similarly, it could cause a destructive blow and destroy the foundation of their incense and faith power. With that, the heretics who suffered damage wouldn't be able to defeat the other party. Only the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others would have to take a huge risk. They might not be able to achieve their goals. They wouldn't do it unless they had no other choice. Just like what the exalted Earth luminary Jiangshin had said, the current world situation was very complicated. The world didn't only have the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands. At least, as far as Yen Zhaogan knew, there were also the demon race and the 9 underworlds. As they intertwined with each other, no one could guarantee that the world would change according to their wishes. Due to this, the 3 clear lineage that had been severely weakened after the Great Calamity managed to find a chance to revive by utilizing the fragile balance. Currently, the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands couldn't put aside their conflicts and work together to deal with the Orthodox Taoism's lineage. However, as the 3 clear lineage grew stronger, other forces would be wary of them. The internal conflicts within the 3 clear lineage were also one of the reasons why the heretics could tolerate the world beyond worlds. With one inside and the other outside, they were secretly helping each other. If the heretics wanted to touch one of them, the other would either intentionally or unintentionally hold them back, forming a form of protection. The existence and basic attitude of the world beyond worlds allowed the Immortal Court to not oppress the world beyond worlds so harshly, allowing them to develop to a certain extent. As for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others outside, they were constantly looking for opportunities. They were looking for the other party's loopholes, as well as their own opportunities. Only the 2 sides had serious differences in their grasp of propriety, as well as who was the main and who was the support. If not for that, how could the internal strife be hidden from the eyes of others? Did they think the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha? The existence of the North Star Emperor, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the Prime Clear Incongruence Divine Mother, the 3 Heavenly Lords, are indeed our greatest reliance. The exalted Earth luminary Jiangshin said calmly, "However, the heretics are powerful. We have no choice but to be cautious. Our goal is not to perish together with the heretics." Looking at Jiangshin, Yen Zhaoga sighed softly. Connecting this to what the other party had said before, he had a rough idea of what the other party was thinking. even if the dim, radiant emperor and the bright connection emperor had truly achieved unparalleled feats in the past, they wouldn't be publicly acknowledged for a long time to come. Not only that, the hunt for the descendants of the two emperors would still be carried out in order to quell the rage of the immortal court and prevent them from taking revenge on the entire world beyond worlds. Perhaps it was precisely because the two emperors had plundered the heavenly origin stone's fragments that their contributions would last for generations. In order to further stabilize and protect the fruits of their victory, they had to try their best to avoid the negative effects of this matter in the future. Therefore, some sacrifices were unavoidable. I understand what Old Man Jiang is thinking. Unfortunately, I can't agree with you. It doesn't matter if you have the same standards for others or yourself. Yan Zhaoga raised his eyebrows lightly. On one hand, this matter involves my and my mother's lives. On the other hand, doing this might seem like sacrificing a few to save the majority. However, more intangible things have been sacrificed. Although we always say that as long as one is still alive, there will always be hope, some intangible things would be hard to awaken once they are sacrificed and castrated. Yan Zhaoga let out a turbid breath. A bad life is better than a good death. Perhaps this might be a wise saying for the commoners. However, to us martial art practitioners, it's not something good. Jiang Xin remained silent. The concealed sovereign, Yang Su, who had been smiling without saying a word, suddenly said, "Therefore, everything has been carried out in secret. On one hand, it's because the immeasurable heavenly Lord's illumination is too tyrannical. On the other hand, isn't it also because of this consideration? If it weren't for the fallen deity, and you guys always going against our expectations, things wouldn't have escalated to this extent." Yan Zhaoga said plainly, "Indeed, those below the Exalt Martial Saint realm wouldn't know about it. However, those who have reached the Exalt realm and those who have pushed open the immortal door would know about it. This Yen has already interacted with the world beyond worlds, 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and exalts of 10 territories. Their attitudes are more neutral. Those who don't completely agree with you guys can be ignored. Those who completely agree with you guys, including the 2 of you, are able to maintain a clear mind, a firm will, and be able to differentiate between endurance and avoidance. How many of them are able to do so?" Yang Si didn't get angry when he heard this. He only laughed lightly. As expected, those who walk different paths can't work together. What a pity, what a pity. What the fallen deity said isn't without reason. Jiang Xin said gently, "Only the logic is the same. How many of them are able to differentiate between being proactive and being reckless?" Yan Zhaoga also smiled. For someone like the exalted earth luminary, Jiang Xin, who had lived for such a long time and had experienced so many things, how could his beliefs easily waver? Therefore, in the end, it was still the same. Those who walk different paths can't work together. Seeing the North Ocean clone's expression, Jiang Xin knew that although the person in front of him was young, he was also someone with his own ideas. He shook his head regretfully and turned to look at the exalted fire, So Mingzhang, who was sitting in the void with his eyes closed before the fallen deity. The most talented martial art practitioner I've seen was Daoist Sa. His talent surpassed this old man by countless times. Unfortunately, he's the one who brought a huge calamity to our 3 clear lineage. Daoist Sua's momentary anger might seem impressive, but he only cares about his own happiness. The consequences will have to be borne by all of us. Not only the world beyond worlds, even the prime clear lineages, roving jade heavens, and even the entire Tao universe that we're currently in, might encounter a huge calamity. Jiang Xin's gaze was heavy. When this calamity arrives, all of our efforts since the great calamity might go to waste if we don't handle it carefully. Sua Mingzhang opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Xin calmly. Jiang Xin looked straight at him. "I've known you for thousands of years. You're used to being alone. Perhaps you're capable of shouldering the burden on your shoulders. However, the heretics wouldn't care about this. They would only put the blame on us, the orthodox Taoism's disciples. Now that the heretics are powerful, we still haven't accumulated enough strength to go against them. Even if the North Star Emperor and the others attack the heretics, it would only be taking revenge. It wouldn't help the three clear lineages' damaged foundation. Sua Mingzhang stood up from the void. However, he didn't look at Jiangshan anymore. If the North Star Emperor has something to say, just say it. There's no need to borrow Jiangshan's mouth. As he stood up, the entire Tao universe seemed to tremble. Everything within the universe seemed to have disappeared, and only Sua Mingzhang remained. Chapter 1293. Yu Jinbei and Yang Su weren't the only two tranquil, profound immortals that seemed to have disappeared. Even the exalted Earth luminary, Jiangshan, who was also a grand virtual immortal, seemed to have disappeared. The world beyond worlds, roving jade heavens, and even other lower realms and foreign dimensions had disappeared as well. It was as if only the tall, short-haired man truly existed in the universe. As for the exalted fire, Sua Mingzhang, he seemed to have disregarded everything else in the universe. His attention was continuously extending towards a faraway place. Jiangshan wasn't angered by Sua Mingzhang's disregard. His expression was a little complicated. Other than praising, he also felt pity. When the rest of us were still working hard on the duo Chi's fused aura, he had already passed the pure profound tribulation. The concealed sovereign, Yang Su's voice resounded. Even though he refined the evil Qi that was the hardest to fuse with other immortal Qis to become a true immortal, he was faster than us. Yang Su lowered his head and smiled. Qin Xuanzong and I are still troubled by the 5 Qis unification. Taoist Jiang, you've only just reached this realm, but he had already passed the profound origin tribulation for countless years. I really want to know what realm he has reached. Jiangshan remained silent, but he agreed with Yang Su's words. He, the exalted solar luminary, Gaohan, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, and the exalted Rahu luminary, Zhen Shanhua were all born before the great calamity. However, they were still behind Sua Mingzhang in breaking through to the profound immortal realm. When the new Kunlun 9 luminaries established the world beyond worlds, although they were all in the true immortal realm, they were all extraordinary and talented individuals. However, Jiangshan had never heard of someone as talented as Sua Mingzhang, even during the flourishing age of martial arts before the great calamity. Because of that, he felt even more pity. Taoist Sua, what I said earlier was from the bottom of my heart. I wasn't announcing the decree on behalf of His Majesty. Jiangshan said softly, however, you should sympathize with His Majesty. Why are you making things difficult for him? Within the universe, the trembling caused by Sua Mingzhang suddenly showed signs of calming down. 6 majestic starlights lit up at the same time. They were extremely graceful, as if they were descending from the heavens. As the 6 stars appeared, the universe was no longer the same as before. Sua Mingzhang was no longer the only reality. Wherever the starlight passed, the Tao universe seemed to have manifested the human realm. The sharpness of weapons and a harsh killing intent suffused the area, even more shocking than all the dangerous situations that Yan Zhaoga had previously experienced. It was as if all the people and matters related to war, slaughter, and warfare from the ancient times to the present were gathered here at this moment. An unprecedented vicious aura appeared in front of the world. However, there was a degree of restraint and restraint. At this moment, the sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei, felt as if he had returned to the state when he pushed open the gate of immortality and was still in the mortal realm. Between heaven and earth, he once again left the 9 heavens and landed back on the ground. And Jiangshan and Yang Su at this time were still in the sky looking down at him. Behind them, a grand will manifested. Although the figure couldn't be seen, it was the ruler of this world. The sky split apart, and 6 stars stood side by side. They were like eyes, and no sadness or joy could be seen as they stared at Yu Jinbei and Yan Zhaoga. Wherever his gaze passed, the world beyond worlds, the roving jade heavens and the lower worlds seemed to fall into his eyes. Yan Zhaoga muttered, North Star Emperor. Yan Zhaoge wasn't unfamiliar with the person who came this time. Before the great calamity, he had seen him in the heavenly court's divine palaces, martial repository. One of the Taoism's 4 imperials, the North Star Upper Palace's heavenly sovereign emperor. He controlled the myriad gods diagram, the heaven, earth, and human. The North Star Emperor was in charge of all living beings, as well as all matters related to war. Before the great calamity, he was also one of the heavenly court's divine palace's bigwigs. In the past, I didn't expect such a day to come. Yan Zhaoge retracted his gaze and became calm again. The exalted earth luminary, Jiangshin, and the exalted concealed luminary. Yang Su turned around and bowed towards the 6 stars in the sky. Your Majesty. Yu Zhenbei, who was within the void, and the exalted water luminary. Chan Xuanzong, who was not far away from the world beyond worlds, also bowed towards the 6 stars that seemed to be everywhere. North Star Emperor. Within the roving jade heavens, the group of prime clear bigwigs felt something as long as they weren't in seclusion. They looked at the 6 stars in the sky and bowed after a slight silence. North Star Emperor. Those with lower cultivation looked at the starlight in the sky and were at a loss at first. Then they quickly recalled the legend and became excited. Most of the people who didn't understand the current situation only knew that a legendary figure in Taoism's history had manifested and descended. To the Taoism martial art practitioners after the great calamity, this was undoubtedly a great encouragement. As for those with lower cultivation, they didn't know what was going on. They only felt a sense of peace. The circulation of the world's spirit qi and the rotation of the sun, moon, and stars seemed to have become even more mystical. Currently, within the Tao universe, there was only one person who stood outside the starlight that enveloped the world. The exalted fire, Sua Mingzhang, different from Yu Zhenbei, who seemed to have returned to the ground, although the current Sua Mingzhang wasn't the only true profundity of the universe. He still stood outside the world. He wasn't in the sky, nor was he on the ground. He wasn't in the middle either. This world couldn't contain him, and it couldn't cover him. Jiangshin and Yang Su looked over and saw a brilliance flashing on top of Sua Mingzhang's head. It was like a flower, and it was mysterious and hard to describe with words. No wonder he could kill people without restraint in front of 2 heretic heavenly lords. He was unstoppable. Yang Su seemed to be praising and sighing at the same time. Grand virtual immortal, 5 Chi's unifications. The sonorous voice of the great Tao would follow with every movement. With this foundation, the following cultivation would be to cultivate the 3 flowers above the crown step by step. With the 3 flowers' converged crown, one would step into a whole new world and achieve the grand heavenly immortal realm. One could cultivate alongside the world and become a heavenly lord. The 3 flowers were also the 3 splendors. Currently, 2 rays of brilliance appeared on top of Sua Mingzhang's head. He was a genius, and his strength was tyrannical. With the 2 flowers' converged crown, even heretic heavenly lords couldn't do anything to him. He forcefully withstood their attacks, killed a group of immortal court experts, and escaped safely. Within the pill hall, the coiling dragon crutch of one of the heavenly monarch experts of the heavenly court's divine palace, the longevity god, was broken by him. If it wasn't for the fact that his attention was focused on other aspects, the white deer demon, who had cultivated to become an immortal in the previous era, lived through the change of era, and survived the great calamity, would have been killed by him on the spot. At this moment, even when facing the North Star Upper Palace's heavenly sovereign emperor, Sua Mingzhang still remained calm with the 2 flowers above his head. He didn't bow, nor did he speak. He only stared at the 6 rays of starlight quietly. Within the starlight, a weird syllable resounded. It was hard to understand the meaning behind it, but it felt very natural. It seemed like the most primitive language in the world of creation should be like this. The current language was just an interpretation and imitation of it. The 6 rays of starlight descended and enveloped Sua Mingzhang's body. as if they were trying to take him away. Chapter 1294. The 6 majestic starlights converged into one and enveloped Suo Mingzhang's body. Auspicious clouds appeared in the sky, and streak after streak of golden radiance scattered down, weaving into countless spiritual words that filled the void of the universe. Just now he was only suppressing his aura, but now great Emperor Gaochen was finally making a move personally. Although the North Star Emperor's attack wasn't targeting the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, and Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone, the two still felt immense pressure. The Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, was still fine. Only his immortal aura circulation was suppressed, and his body was stiff, making it hard for him to move. Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone was merely an immortal bridge martial saint. Facing the North Star Emperor, the difference between a mortal and an immortal was akin to a speck of dust. At this moment, even his thoughts had slowed down. His clone seemed like it was going to be refined by great Emperor Gaochen and no longer belonged to him. Although the North Star Emperor didn't do it intentionally and was just casually affected by it, the North Star Emperor's attack was not intentional. Fortunately, Yan Zhaoge had long since been prepared for this, secretly circulating the peerless, heavenly scripture in advance. Only then was he barely able to re-establish his connection with the Northern Ocean clone, not losing his clone in such a muddle-headed manner. Yan Zhaoge did not underestimate the might of the North Star Upper Palace's heavenly sovereign emperor in the slightest. Among the grand heavenly immortals of the orthodox Tao sect, there were strong and weak grand heavenly immortals. As for the North Star Upper Palace's heavenly sovereign emperor, who was one of the 4 Imperials, he was naturally not an ordinary person. The vicious and murderous aura wasn't revealed, but it was profound and profound, difficult to fathom and difficult to ascend. It was as if an immortal voice descended from the 9 heavens. Being shrouded by the starlight, Suo Mingzhang's figure seemed to be unable to stand alone in this world. He seemed to have been brought into the world and fell into the mortal world. He could only lower his head and listen to the decree of the celestial immortals. The thunder and the rain were all heavenly grace. The North Star Emperor who rules over the human world doesn't contain any killing intent when he attacks. It seems like he doesn't intend to kill the exalted fire luminary here. Yan Zhaoge thought, he wants to suppress the exalted fire and bring him away. Jiang Xin and Yang Su stood where they were without moving. However, the difference between heaven and earth made them feel as if they were standing above the clouds, overlooking Suo Mingzhang's group of 3 who were in the dirt of the mortal world. Dao is Suo. His Majesty is magnanimous and is willing to take care of you. Don't miss this opportunity. Quickly leave with His Majesty, Jiang Xin advised. His voice also seemed ethereal and distant under the auspicious clouds and starlight, as if he was an immortal emissary announcing the decree on behalf of the heavens. Suo Mingzhang's body was still standing straight, but the whole thing seemed to be shaking. It was as if someone was trying to uproot a towering tree. Jiang Xin, you may have forgotten, but I haven't. Suo Mingzhang's eyes turned cold. This young friend Yan and his mother are descendants of Jun Huang. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hand, raised it to his chest, and then slashed forward horizontally. As his arm slashed out, a horizontal line appeared in the void wherever it passed. This horizontal line was above all other existences. At this moment, in front of Suo Mingzhang, everything seemed to become real. Even the heaven and earth created by the North Star Emperor became flat, like a painting. It was no longer three-dimensional, profound. Suo Mingzhang jumped out of this world again, and his body immediately became stable and unshakable. This slash directly severed heaven and earth, severed the universe, and severed the changes of creation. The starlight that great monarch Gaochen used to capture him was also severed, heaven severing scripture. Concealed sovereign Yang Su muttered to himself. The exalted fire luminary, Suo Mingzhang's enlightenment in martial arts was in the fire dragon world of the Astro Mountain Starry Seas. It originated from an incomplete Taoist martial arts manual, although it was the void, heavenly scripture of the jade, clear lineage. There were too many flaws in it. Suo Mingzhang continued to comprehend and research, and gradually stepped onto a different path, a path of no return in the eyes of many. In the beginning, it was only the beginning. But as Suo Mingzhang obtained more supreme martial arts of the jade, clear lineage, he walked deeper and deeper on that path, cultivating the primordial, heavenly scripture in reverse. Throughout the ages, there were many outstanding people, just like cultivating the 3 clear lineages. There were also people who tried to cultivate the primordial, heavenly scripture in reverse. Cultivating the jade, clear lineage in reverse and cultivating the prime clear lineage in reverse seemed to have some similarities, but the difference was still huge. All those who had tried this path had failed. However, Suo Mingzhang succeeded. He created a supreme martial art manual called the Anti-Heaven Scripture, also known as the Anti-Essence Scripture, and used it to push open the immortal door. After coming to the Tao universe and coming into contact with more orthodox Taoism teachings, Suo Mingzhang didn't change his path and start anew. However, he didn't become arrogant just because of his own creation. He collected the Anti-Heaven Scripture and the various supreme martial arts of Taoism, removing the impurities and keeping the essence, and reached a higher level. It was for the heaven-severing scripture, the creation of the heavens and earth, the changes of creation, and the destruction of all living beings, returning to nothingness. This was the principle of the great Tao. But now, this path of creation was going to be cut off and stopped by someone. There was no decline after reaching the peak. It didn't matter if one was an ascendant or at the peak. It would stop when one said to stop, and the law would be enforced. The momentum of the heavens and earth surged forward. Those who dared to obstruct, it would be crushed like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Under the heaven-severing scripture, if a huge mountain blocked the path, the chariot would be destroyed and the person would die. The current Suo Mingzhang naturally hadn't reached the terrifying level of forcefully stopping an era and obstructing the creation. However, when the Taoism's grand heavenly immortal, the heavenly Lord North Star Emperor, made his move, it was also forcefully stopped by him. His heaven-severing scripture is getting more and more refined. Jiangshin seemed to be praising and sighing at the same time. After making his move, Suo Mingzhang didn't stop. His figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared in front of Jiangshin and Yang Su. He punched out. His fist was like an axe, yet it wasn't an axe, yet it was like a banner, yet it wasn't a banner. It broke through the heavens and earth, and crimson flames appeared. Under the shroud of the terrifying power, Yang's body stiffened, and he couldn't move at all. The darkness protecting his body was instantly cleansed. Jiangshin's expression was solemn. He punched out towards the flames, and the heavy earth was manifested. It was as heavy as creation, and as thick as all living beings. Suo Mingzhang didn't even look at it, and his fist continued moving forward. At this moment, the flames turned into stars. The terrifying flames didn't explode outwards. Instead, they kept collapsing inwards. In an instant, an incomparably heavy feeling appeared with Suo Mingzhang's fist as the center. An immeasurable weight collapsed and gathered at one point. It was even heavier than the earth manifested by Jiangshin. It was as if a real star was collapsing and being annihilated. With a single punch, the thick earth was shattered. This punch from Suo Mingzhang could almost shatter the world beyond worlds. Above the 9 heavens, starlight once again fell down, protecting Jiangshin and his companion, blocking that incomparably heavy flaming iron fist. Intercept. However, as Suo Mingzhang exerted the profundity of the sky-severing book again, the starlight was once again cut off by him. His fist continued to move forward and continued to strike. At this moment, the starlight suddenly became austere. Endless murderous aura burst out, blocking Suo Mingzhang's starlight from reforming, and then it was also annihilated. The two sides collided. Sua Mingzhang's figure retreated, and his fist did not hit Jiangxin and Yang Su. The strength of the North Star Emperor was not something that heretic heavenly venerables could compare to. But everyone understood that even a golden overarching heavenly immortal, one of the four imperials of the Tao sect, was unable to deal with Sua Mingzhang. The tall, short-haired man stood calmly amid space as he glanced in the direction of the world beyond worlds. Jiang Xin, who had dodged a bullet, did not show any joy on his face. Instead, he sighed softly, "It's too late." Before he finished speaking, the Tao universe shook once again. One after another, powerful auras filled the space and stepped into this place. Treasured lights shone continuously, although their momentum wasn't as strong as the North Star Emperor's starlight. There were many of them, and they formed an overwhelming momentum. The group of Immortal Court's experts had finally descended upon the Tao universe. Chapter 1295. For a moment, the entire Tao universe was shaken. Space was in a mess, and the space was constantly folding. Time was slowly coming to a standstill. At this moment, many living beings within the universe seemed to have fallen into a state of unawareness. Only a handful of top-notch existences could maintain themselves. Currently, there were only a handful of people who were ruling over this universe. They were existences that could be counted with one's fingers. This time, for Sua Mingzhang, a heretic heavenly lord, personally came to the Tao universe. The North Star Emperor's starlight protected the world beyond worlds. Within the void, a voice resounded. It was weird and hard to distinguish, as if it was the voice of the great Tao. The heretic, grand, heavenly immortals' voice wasn't as profound as the North Star Emperor's. However, even the tranquil, profound immortal couldn't understand the meaning behind it. As for Yen Zhaoge, because he had interacted with the heavenly court's divine palace before the great calamity, he could barely understand it. The North Star Emperor has given his all. However, someone doesn't know what's good for him and is seeking his own death. Let us fulfill his wish. The horrifying and surging power manifested, causing space to tremble. It was ready to be unleashed. As expected, he's a heavenly monarch from the orthodox Taoism, who joined the heretics. Yen Zhaoge thought. He still had some respect for the North Star Emperor. In this era, the era before that, the investiture of the gods era, and the era before the journey to the West era, there are fewer and fewer news about the many famous experts. Before the great calamity, other than the immortal divinities that were conferred by the heavenly court's divine palace, there were very few bigwigs that were active in the previous two eras. There will always be talented people in every generation, and the new generation will replace the old. In this era, the most outstanding legendary Taoism bigwigs were mostly in the heavenly court's divine palace. Among them, the Taoism's four imperials were the representatives. They were high and mighty, and their names resounded throughout the ages. Those who came from the heavenly court's divine palace would be the clearest about how strong the North Star Emperor was. Since he had already entered the heretic path, celestial court, everything that happened in the past was like yesterday's death, and the status of the past were all illusory. However, they could disrespect the North Star Emperor, but they couldn't ignore his strength. However, this didn't affect what they were about to do. The three clear lineage and the heavenly court's divine palace were already in the past. They were the current orthodox Taoism. In the end, it's still. Jiang Shen's face was filled with helplessness and fatigue. He turned to look at the sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei. Jinbei, reconsider. Old Jiang, you should know that I'm not biased towards either the North Star Emperor or the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Yu Jinbei answered with a solemn expression. I've been in the world beyond worlds all these years just to fulfill my promise. Now that our agreement has ended, we don't owe each other anything. However, all of Yu Jinbei's knowledge came from my master. Now that my master's descendant is in trouble, I will do my best to help him. Jiang Xin sighed and shook his head in pity. You are the most outstanding of your generation. I have to thank my master for nurturing me. Yu Jinbei said calmly, even if I were to die here today, I would merely be returning my master's favor. Seeing this, Jiangxin sighed again and said no more. Apart from the treasure confinement, heavenly monarch, and a main smallpox emerald cloud progenitor, how do I address the other two? Sua Mingzhang looked calm as he looked at the precious light imbued with the power of will. Previously, when he wreaked havoc in the immortal court, he had already crossed paths with two heretic heavenly immortals. Although Sua Mingzhang was someone born after the Great Calamity, he was still a legendary figure in the heavenly court's divine palace before the Great Calamity. After crossing paths, Sua Mingzhang naturally knew about his background. Not 3, but 4. Jiangxin frowned, and his expression turned solemn. Excluding the experts below the heavenly monarch realm, the 4 heretic immortal court heavenly lords descended upon the Tao universe. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. Previously, other than the immortal gods conferred by the heavenly court's divine palace, the bigwigs from the investitures of the gods era and the journey to the west era rarely appeared in this era. Now 2 of them had arrived. The treasure confinement heavenly monarch, Qiao Bao, was a rogue immortal during the investitures of the gods era. He had nothing to do with the world and lived a carefree life. After getting involved in the investiture of the gods' great war, he entered the heavenly court's divine palace and was conferred as one of the 4 righteous gods under the profound altar, the treasure confinement heavenly monarch. In some legends, he was called the treasure confinement heavenly lord. However, in this era's history, the treasure confinement heavenly monarch was the correct name. However, ironically, the title of the treasure confinement heavenly lord might be befitting of it now. As for the main smallpox emerald cloud origin monarch, he was also a prime clear expert during the investitures of the gods era, Yu Hualong. After entering the heavenly court's divine palace, his title was the smallpox righteous god. His title couldn't be shortened, because there was another emerald cloud origin monarch. She was the Mount Tai Empress, whose full title was the heavenly immortal jade maiden Mount Tai Empress. Now he could also call this main smallpox emerald cloud origin monarch as the main smallpox emerald cloud origin lord. Both of them survived the Great Calamity and joined the heretics. Yan Zhaoge squinted his eyes, then the other 2. The profound voice resounded throughout the cosmos, and Yan Zhaoge listened attentively. Your strength is outstanding. Indeed, you're qualified to ask for our titles. Although he joined the heretics, the person who spoke didn't think that it was a humiliation. He also didn't think that it was inappropriate to announce his title. Yan Zhaoge frowned slightly. Zhaojiang, Gao, Jineng, heavenly monarch Zhaojiang was an active prime, clear bigwig during the investitures of the gods era. After being defeated by the jade, clear bigwig Zhu Lu Sun, he entered the heavenly court's divine palace and became one of the Thunder Division's 24 heavenly monarchs. Black Killing Star monarch Gao Jining was also an active expert during the investitures of the gods era. He once killed the jade Clear's 3rd-generation disciple, the 3 Mountains bright spirit Duke Huang Tianhua. After dying in the hands of Huang Tianhua's father, Huang Feihu, he entered the investitures of the gods and entered the heavenly court's divine palace as the Black Killing Star monarch. None of them perished during the Great Calamity, and they joined the heretics. Now, they were all in the grand heavenly immortal realm. Heavenly immortals of the heretics were still heavenly immortals. When their cultivation reached a high level, it was basically impossible for them to fight against those of a higher level. In the entire world, someone like Sua Mingzhang, who fought against 2 heavenly immortals and killed the opposing heavenly monarch, was a special case. It was also because of this that the 4 heavenly immortals of the heretics came together this time. They didn't want the previous situation to happen again. The 4 heavenly lords were all heavenly monarchs of the orthodox Taoism. Their strength was extraordinary. The former heavenly monarch Zhao and the current heavenly lord Zhao, Zhaojiang, were even more proficient in formations. Moreover, other than them, there were countless other experts of the immortal court gathered in the treasured light imbued with faith power. They must make sure that Sua Mingzhang wouldn't be able to escape, while they were surrounding the world beyond worlds. They were also keeping an eye on the North Star Emperor. If the North Star Emperor helped Sua Mingzhang, they wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. However, they wouldn't be the only ones who would take action next. This time, the Immortal Court even took the initiative to retreat and defend against the Blessed Lands. They wanted to spare some strength to kill the exalted fire luminary, Sua Mingzhang. The awakened Sky Hall in the past was taken away by someone here. You must hand it over as well, the voice continued to resound. Other than the 4 heavenly immortals and some heavenly monarchs who were staring at Sua Mingzhang, the other experts of the Immortal Court started to get restless. Where is the successor of Yin Tianxia and Bright Connection? Who? Light swayed in the void, and a heretic heavenly monarch gradually showed himself. Although he wasn't as oppressive as Sua Mingzhang and Jiang Xin. As he spoke, the sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded, suppressing the mind and body of all martial art practitioners below the profound immortal realm. Behind him, more and more experts of the Immortal Court started showing themselves from the treasured light imbued with faith power and descended into the cosmic void. Although the treasured light was shining brightly, to Yan Zhaoga and the others, it was no different from dark clouds pressing down on a city. Chapter 1296. In the universe, rays of magnificent treasure light filled the air. While the 4 grand heavenly immortals of the heretic Tao hadn't manifested their true forms, their momentum had already enveloped the surrounding space-time of the world beyond worlds. The treasured light imbued with the power of Vow gradually condensed into the form of the 7 stars Teia sword, hanging high in the sky. Wherever the sword pointed, the brilliance outlined a formation, which first surrounded the world. The great formation was contained but not exposed. It was drawn but not released. According to the number of the Tao, there was a thick body hidden within. The marvelousness of the hidden leap appeared everywhere. The changes were numerous. There was a red banner hidden inside. Wherever it waved, there was thunder above. There was fire below. It was Celestial Sovereign Zhao, Zhaojiang's technique. Beside the 7-star Teia sword, there were 3 other Vow-imbued treasure lights, each displaying their own divine abilities. Golden light, dark clouds, and buzzing sounds could be heard as they stood side by side. It was like a great calamity of the heavens and earth that swept through the creation of all living beings. The 4 great heavenly venerables of the heretic path could be said to have their own strengths. Some were good at formations, some were good at controlling poisonous beasts, some were good at evil arts, and some were good at restraining the enemy's treasures. Moreover, they had all attained the celestial body of great overarching heaven. Now they had joined hands and surrounded exalted fire luminary in the center. Beneath the 4 heavenly lords, the other immortal realm heretic experts appeared one after another. Those with sufficient cultivation assisted in setting up the formation and besieging Sua Mingzhang. As for those with weaker cultivation, they surrounded the North Ocean clone and Yuzhin Bay. Although their cultivation level and strength were slightly weaker, there was no lack of grand, virtual, immortal heretic mighty beings among them. With every movement, the sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded throughout the heavens. Waves after waves of powerful intent started sweeping through the entire Tao universe, searching for the whereabouts of the hidden Pill Hull. It was as if beyond the 9 heavens, the 6 streaks of starlight were still flickering. However, as their radiance descended, it only enveloped the world beyond worlds, as well as the thousands of lower worlds that were related to it. The starlight became quiet at this moment. It was not directed at Sua Mingzhang, nor was it directed at the heretic immortals. The exalted earth luminary, Jiang Xin, and the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Su, had also retreated to the side and approached the range of the starlight. Looking at everything that was happening in front of them, it seemed like it couldn't be reversed. Since when did you have the right to act so presumptuously here? Right at this moment, a calm voice resounded. The owner of the voice was Exalted Fire Luminary, Sua Mingzhang. The terrifying flame lit up and turned into a collapsing star. It was so heavy that it couldn't be any heavier. It fell in front of the immortal court. Due to the power formed by the collapse of the stars, many heretic immortals with lower cultivation bases were dragged towards it, like moths flying into a flame. You still dare to act violently. You're courting death. Black Killer Star Venerable Gao, Jining flew into a rage. Streaks of black starlight condensed and turned into a black spear that pierced through the universe. Without any warning, it appeared near the dying star. The spear of black light pierced through the star and destroyed it. As the star exploded, the black light spear also broke. Quickly surrender. Don't cause so much trouble. You don't have the chance to struggle and drag others down with you. Heavenly Sovereign Zhao Zhang's vast voice rang out in the void. As the formation operated, thunder and fire burst out, submerging Sua Mingzhang's figure. The other 3 heretic heavenly venerables also made their moves. Sua Mingzhang stretched out his hand and drew a circle above his head. Wherever the arc passed, it seemed to draw an insurmountable barrier. All the terrifying power that approached it dissipated into nothingness. The storm-like attacks from before suddenly disappeared at this moment, turning into a clear sky for thousands of miles. It didn't change from strong to weak or stop and stop. Instead, it stopped in an instant, changing from something to nothing. The people of the Immortal Court already knew about Sua Mingzhang's methods, so they weren't unfamiliar with it. The 4 great heavenly immortals' emotions didn't fluctuate, and they didn't stop attacking. They didn't feel angry, discouraged, frustrated because Sua Mingzhang stopped their attacks. Instead, they continued to attack, continuously. Each wave was higher than the previous one, and they continuously pressed down on Sua Mingzhang. They wanted to combine the strength of the 4 of them and crush Sua Mingzhang with the momentum of an infinite flood. No matter how strong or how talented Sua Mingzhang was, he was still a grand virtual immortal. Under the endless attacks, they didn't believe that Sua Mingzhang wouldn't make a mistake. It didn't matter if they made a mistake, as grand virtual immortals and grand heavenly immortals couldn't hurt them. However, if Sua Mingzhang made a small mistake, he might not have a chance to turn things around. It was an unfair battle. At this moment, in the endless void outside of the Tao universe, a spiritual light flickered. It was moving around in the chaotic space, but it didn't move forward. The spiritual light carefully hid itself to avoid being discovered by the experts in the Tao universe. Within the light, a white-clothed youth's figure appeared. His eyes were closed, and he was sitting with his legs crossed. The area-latitude formation has been established, and the other preparations are in place. Unfortunately, the North Star Emperor is still around, so it's not easy to act. The white-clothed youth opened his eyes and smiled. Now that everything is ready, all that's left is the right thing to do. The white-clothed youth lowered his eyelids and didn't look into the Tao universe. I didn't expect the awakened Sky Hall to appear in this world. I wonder if I have the chance to obtain it. Haha, a man who's never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I'll make the same mistake too. The white-clothed youth laughed and shook his head. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's not cause any unnecessary trouble. There aren't many chances to retrieve the 3-treasure Jade Scepter for the southern extremity Longevity Emperor. Let's consider the awakened Sky Hall in the future. One couldn't tell if his tone was mocking or praising. Sua Yanlong, you're the pinnacle of martial arts. However, I've spent so much effort to lure you back to cause such a ruckus. I'll need to make the ruckus bigger. The white-clothed youth said softly, You won't disappoint me, right? Seeing Sua Mingzhang being surrounded by the 4 heavenly lords of the Immortal Court, the other experts of the Immortal Court, who were previously forced to stop due to Sua Mingzhang's attack, became restless again. Upon seeing this, the tall, short-haired man suddenly smiled. The surface of his skin started turning crimson red, as if there were flames burning within. As the flames spread, pieces of dragon scales appeared. On Suo Mingzhang's forehead, dragon horns started to appear faintly. His originally tall figure became even more majestic at this moment. He was born in the Astro Mountains Starry Seas, Fire Dragon world. He had the blood of a human and a dragon, and he was half human and half dragon. As one of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the exalted fire luminary, Suo Mingzhang's origin wasn't a secret. When a demon transformed into a human, he might be beaten back to his original form. For an existence like Suo Mingzhang, who was half human and half dragon, he might return to his half-dragon form and reveal the characteristics of the dragon race when he was heavily injured. However, at this moment, his strength was strong. He didn't seem to be strong on the outside, nor did he look like he was suffering from a hidden injury. Instead, he was slowly transforming into a dragon, which made everyone on the spot feel a chill in their hearts. Suo Mingzhang's expression was calm. He was only looking around the universe. When he scanned through the world beyond worlds, his gaze revealed a rare sense of nostalgia. He turned his head and looked at Yen Zhaoga's North Ocean clone and the Sword Sovereign. Yujin Bei, I might only have a moment of leisure. After that, it'll depend on you guys. Chapter 1297. Looking at Suo Mingzhang, Yen Zhaoga said in a heavy tone, Senior, Suo, please take care of yourself. This time, you are in a lot of danger. I know that it's not just the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Even the Maitreya Buddha might not like me. Suo Mingzhang smiled faintly. Maitreya Buddha won't let go of the opportunity to reap the benefits, while the immeasurable Heavenly Lord is after me. But he will probably deliberately give the immeasurable Heavenly Lord more time. If he couldn't hold on for that little bit of time, then there was naturally no need to mention anything else. If the future Buddha and the blessed lands could hold on for a little while longer, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord would have no choice but to retreat and temporarily stop paying attention to the three clear lineage. Although they had hired helpers to guard against the future Buddha, the blessed lands would also pull in helpers. Therefore, in order to guard against the future Buddha, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had to personally oversee the immortal court. However, it was too difficult to survive this life and death race. It was so difficult that no one had enough confidence. Please take care of Juanhuang's slough. I may not be able to come back to visit him often. Suo Mingzhang sighed, which was rare. His whole body was covered in flames, and the dragon scales on his skin disappeared again. The dragon horns on his head also disappeared. The flames grew stronger and stronger, but Suo Mingzhang's appearance seemed to have returned to its original state. However, in the eyes of others, they felt that something was different. It was as though he had grown taller. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to the 6 stars formed by Emperor Gaochen's starlight. Hearing the conversation between Suo Mingzhang and Yen Zhaoga, Jiangshin's brows were already tightly furrowed. Seeing this, his entire body trembled slightly. Taoist Suo, have you really reached such a realm? Can you take that step now? Not now, but 1,000 years ago. Suo Mingzhang looked disappointed. It was as if the melodious sound of wind chimes rang in his ears again. Yes, 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, when he returned to the Fire Dragon realm to visit his parents' graves and left the folding fan given to him by Xiao Junhuang there, he could have taken this step. To him, taking this step was a matter of whether he wanted to or not whether he could or not. At that time, he didn't want to. If he were to take that step, he would be targeted by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha. He loved martial arts and was willing to study martial arts, but he would not fight to the death with others for no reason, especially when he knew that he would most likely lose. Even if he had to fight, it would be a battle that he himself wanted to fight. He wanted to experience the more profound principles of the world. At that time, he would be fearless even if he had to give up his life in order to pursue the Tao. Of course, he was even more unwilling to be enlightened by another. In order to avoid all of these, taking that step meant that he had to be like the North Star Emperor, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the Incongruence Divine Mother. He had to hide in the void, half drifting and half hibernating. This was to prevent the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha from locking onto his whereabouts. Although it wasn't that he would completely hide from the world, there were still many restrictions. He did not want to, because he had more important things to do. They were looking for Xiao Junhuang. At that time, it had been more than 1,400 years since Xiao Junhuang had disappeared. Sua Mingzhang had been searching for more than 1,400 years, but to no avail. Therefore, he wanted to continue searching. Back then, in order to find Xiao Junhuang, he had forced himself to stay in the current realm for 1,000 years and not cross that door. Now, in order to take care of Xiao Junhuang's successor, he deliberately stayed in his current realm, waiting for his enemies to gather, and then he would deal with them once and for all. With the North Star Emperor protecting Jiangxin and Yangsu, he who was at the virtual immortal realm could not do anything to them. In that case, he would take that step and become a grand, overarching, heavenly immortal. As for the treasured light imbued with will energy in front of them, in the immortal court, all those below the heavenly venerable realm are ants. Sua Mingzhang's expression was no longer dejected. His eyes seemed to be gushing with flames as he swept his gaze across heavenly venerable Zhao, heavenly venerable treasure confinement, and the other heretic, grand, heavenly immortals. The heavenly venerables I'm talking about are the immeasurable heavenly venerables, not you guys. Under the heavens severing, nothing could penetrate it. The flames on the short-haired man's body had already engulfed the entire Tao universe and was even spreading outwards. Sensing that something was amiss, the people of the immortal court didn't give Sua Mingzhang any time to react. Instead, they launched an even more violent attack. In an instant, a few heavenly immortals and many immortal realm experts joined hands. The violent energy ripples seemed to be able to tear the Tao universe apart. It was all because of great Emperor Gaoqin's suppression that this universe's space-time did not collapse. Jiangxin and Yang Xin nervously watched Sua Mingzhang's condition. Becoming a celestial immortal was not something that could be done just because one wanted to. From a martial sage to a genuine immortal, one had to undergo the immortal mortal tribulation. From a genuine immortal to a profound immortal, one had to undergo the pure profound tribulation. From a profound immortal to a virtual immortal, one had to undergo the profound origin tribulation. Similarly, to advance from virtual immortal to heaven immortal, one had to undergo the primordial heavenly tribulation, the origin heavenly tribulation that was even more terrifying than the mystic origin tribulation. Since ancient times, countless heaven monarchs had died under this tribulation. More people were afraid of it and were willing to stay in the heaven monarch realm, not daring to try it. At this moment, he was being besieged by so many experts, including 4 heaven immortals. How could Sua Mingzhang safely survive the tribulation and be besieged from both inside and outside? This made all the experts of the immortal court who had just become nervous relax. But in the next moment, Sua Mingzhang's eyes lit up. Tribulations were born from the body, from the inside out. Sua Mingzhang's entire body flickered with radiance, and all of it gathered in his eyes. Then it turned into billowing flames and gushed out from his pupils. The flame turned into a path to the sky, completely isolating Sua Mingzhang from the others. Everyone's heart sank when they saw this. He instantly passed the origin heavenly tribulation, subdued his own tribulation, and even turned the internal tribulation into an external tribulation, blocking these external enemies. Previously, when Sua Mingzhang said that he could reach the celestial immortal realm 1,000 years ago, everyone was still skeptical. But after seeing this scene, everyone no longer had any doubts. At this moment, the blazing flames separated the space and time of the universe. Sua Mingzhang was within it, as if he was no longer in this universe. Between the 2 flowers above his head, at the center, a third flower gradually appeared. 3 flowers converged crown, 5 cheese unifications. Celestial, immortal, great, luo physique, immortal, unrestrained body. Grand, heavenly, immortal realm. In the radiance, Sua Mingzhang's body began to gradually disappear. Only streaks of flames kept spitting out tongues of flame, and runes emerged from the flames, existing forever in the universe. A star rose in the sea of flames. It was not an illusory star, nor was it formed by Sua Mingzhang's own power, but a real star. At this moment, the vast and boundless void was touched by Sua Mingzhang. Many stars appeared in the raging sea of fire, one after another. As the stars shone brightly, boundless flames could be seen swallowing and spitting out flames from the surface of the stars. The blazing star heavenly fire and sun flames gathered towards the center, and their power became thicker and thicker. The sea of flames that Sua Mingzhang had transformed into seemed to have ignited the entire Tao universe. The flames crackled as they jumped, and a voice that was as profound as the North Star Emperor's voice resounded throughout the universe. Within the Tao universe, no matter if it was the world beyond worlds, the roving jade heavens, or the various lower realms and foreign dimensions, all living beings could hear the syllable. They could see the fiery light that covered the entire sky. At this moment, the miraculous thing was that although the voice was still profound, everyone could understand what was happening from it. The first heavenly lord was born among the new martial art practitioners after the Great Calamity. Chapter 1298. No matter if it was the world beyond worlds or the roving jade heavens, no matter which corner of the world they were in, they would only see a patch of dazzling fiery light that covered the skies and the sun, not to mention the other lower realms and foreign dimensions. Only fiery red could be seen everywhere in the world. After being hinted by the profound syllables, the mortals were mostly at a loss. They only felt fear towards the miraculous changes in the world and worshipped it. As for the Taoism martial art practitioners, they were all overjoyed after their initial astonishment. On this day, one of the 4 Imperials, the North Star Upper Palace Heavenly Emperor, showed himself. Then, a new expert after the Great Calamity ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm. How could they not be excited? The miraculous phenomena in the sky indicated that this wasn't a dream. Those who knew about the current situation were even more shocked. Experts who had reached a certain level of cultivation looked up and could clearly see a tall, short-haired man in the midst of the sky, full of flames. He gradually broke through the sky and soared above the 9 heavens. Gradually, he became difficult to observe, difficult to fathom, and difficult to describe. Congratulations to the exalted fire for ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm. Within the roving jade heavens green duckweed mountain, 2 cave manors that had been sealed for years opened up at the same time. An old woman in her 60s with an elegant appearance was standing in the air above green duckweed mountain with a woman in her 30s dressed in green. When they exited seclusion, the entire green duckweed mountain was shaken. One of them was the vine sovereign who had been famous in the roving jade heavens for thousands of years. Anyone who saw her would address her as the old grandmaster. The other was the current number 1 expert in the roving jade heavens, the number 1 sword cultivator of the clear lineage, profound sovereign Gao Qingxian. Currently, the 2 of them bowed towards the fiery sea that was strolling in the sky of the roving jade heavens. Beside them, the Dragon Spring Emperor, the Ashen Spirit Valley's Cloud Conquest Emperor, the Chunjun Emperor, Long Shueji, the Tranquil Earth Emperor, and the Truthful Truth Emperor, who were still recuperating, were all present. Behind them were the clear lineage of the roving jade heavens. Everyone bowed towards the fiery sea together with the profound sovereign and the vine sovereign. Congratulations to the exalted fire for ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm. The shock was mixed with helplessness, but there was also gratification in the helplessness. But besides the gratification, there was also fatigue, and besides the fatigue, there was also worry. The exalted earth luminary, Jiangxin, who had mixed feelings in his heart, stood under the protection of the North Star Emperor's starlight. He watched as the flames got closer and closer, and even started to ignite the starlight. As he let out a long sigh, he also bowed toward the sea of fire. The exalted, concealed luminary, Yang-se, had a subtle expression on his face as he did the same. Congratulations to exalted fire luminary for ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm and achieving immortality. As there were too many bigwig experts in the Tao universe, it was extremely difficult to conceal themselves. Within the pill hall that was about to be revealed, a tall figure stood upright. His entire body was burning with flames. Under the cover of the flames, his figure alternated between a human and a huge sky halberd. Due to the light of the fire, no one could see his appearance clearly. At this moment, the fire suddenly dissipated, revealing the face of a resolute man. He also solemnly bowed towards the sea of fire that filled the universe. Also in the pill hall, the tall Tsanghua divine tree's branches and leaves suddenly trembled even more rapidly. A tree full of snow-white flowers floated down from the tree. There was no end to them, as if a snow had fallen. The old flowers kept falling. However, when they were illuminated by the fire, more new flowers bloomed, as if they were dyed with a layer of faint gold. Congratulations to exalted fire luminary for ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm and achieving immortality. Within the boundless void outside of the Tao universe, a white-clothed young man was smiling within the speck of radiance. He bowed towards the Tao universe that was filled with flames. As expected, it's a grand occasion. Sua Mingzhang, you really didn't disappoint me. The white-clothed young man seemed to be praising and sighing, I have to thank you. With this, the North Star Emperor's attention will definitely be attracted by you. The immeasurable heavenly Lord will arrive soon, and all of you will have to retreat. Within the Tao universe, the sea of fire engulfed everything. It surrounded the North Star Emperor's starlight and the heretic immortals' treasured light imbued with faith power. Then it slowly lifted them up. The experts that descended here were about to be swept away by the flames and leave the Tao universe. Before the North Star Emperor shifts his attention back to the world beyond worlds, I will have sufficient time. The white-clothed young man clapped his hands and smiled. Everything is ready, and the east wind has arrived. As he was rejoicing, his expression suddenly changed slightly. Within the Tao universe, a streak of fiery light flew out and slashed towards the white-clothed young man's radiance. Gao Han, you used Juanhuang's descendant to borrow my blade to kill others. You've succeeded. It was Sua Mingzhang's voice, however. You'll have to pay a price for borrowing my blade. The white-clothed young man was one of the new Kunlu 9 luminaries along with Sua Mingzhang and Jiangshin. After that, he left the world beyond worlds and the Tao universe. He was the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. The fiery light slashed apart the radiance Gao Han was hiding in like a hot knife through butter. Hiss! Gao Han's figure turned into a stream of light and retreated rapidly. His speed was raised to the maximum. On top of Gao Han's head, 2 rays of radiance also appeared. This was a veteran expert who had survived the great calamity like the exalted earth luminary, Jiangshin, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, and the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua. Not only had he reached the grand virtual realm of 5 Qis unification, he had also cultivated the 2 flowers converged crown and reached the virtual immortal peak. He was even stronger than Jiangshin. However, facing the fiery light, Gao Han didn't have any thoughts of resisting. Among the new Kunlu 9 luminaries, Sua Mingzhang was invincible among those in the same realm. The fiery light caught up to Gao Han and slashed towards his head. There was no sunsetting, no sunsetting, no sunsetting, and no dusk. It was as if the bright sun had turned into a dark night in an instant. Without any signs, it was cut off without any process. The brilliant sunlight immediately disappeared. One of the 2 flowers on top of Gao Han's head was destroyed. This wasn't a temporary defeat. It was a complete destruction. If he wanted to cultivate it again, he would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Gao Han's cultivation was directly reduced from the virtual immortal peak by a chunk by Sua Mingzhang. The fiery light's momentum was still present, and it continued slashing towards the other light on top of Gao Han's head. Sua Yanlong, your temper hasn't changed at all, Gao Han said slowly. He kept the remaining light on top of his head into his Naiwen palace. Then he suddenly turned around and received Sua Mingzhang's attack. Although Sua Mingzhang was also from the Three Clear lineage, he didn't kill Gao Han. He only intended to slash off the 2 flowers on top of Gao Han's head and shatter the 5 qis in his chest. Gao Han forcefully received this attack. Although he managed to preserve his cultivation, he was heavily injured and was on the verge of death. He quickly escaped and didn't dare to stay any longer. After that attack, Sua Mingzhang didn't chase after him. As the blazing sea of flames rose, it repelled the treasured lights imbued with faith power and left the Tao universe. Under the heavens severing, Sua Mingzhang ignored his opponent's attacks. It was as if he was a dam that could advance and forcefully push the flood back. Chapter 1299. Within the Tao universe, the flames were gradually dissipating. The starlight and the treasured light imbued with the power of faith also went far away. In places like the world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens, the sea of flames that obscured the sky gradually receded. In the world beyond worlds, northern profound heaven territory, in the extreme north, the northern exalt raised his head and looked at the dissipating fiery light in the sky. He clicked his tongue in wonder. He has just ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm, yet he already possesses such strength. As he was watching the show, his expression changed slightly and he said, "As expected, we were still discovered." With a slight waver, the figure of the northern exalt had already disappeared. The next moment, a streak of starlight and a streak of fiery light appeared out of thin air, nearly obstructing that fake northern exalt. The figure of the northern exalt swayed all over the world beyond worlds. However, before he could truly stop, starlight and fiery light would chase after him. "Wood demon, where do you think you're going? How troublesome." The impostor looked up at the sky and sighed. Then his aura surged. "Do you think I'm one of those opportunists from the immortal court?" As the devilish chi rampaged, not only did it shake the world beyond worlds, it even shook the entire Tao universe. Such an aura was naturally not something that a heretic, grand, heavenly immortal could compare to. It was even comparable to the North Star Upper Palace, heavenly sovereign emperor, because it was one of the most ancient and peerless demon exalts of the 9 underworlds, one of the 12 devilish gods and devils, the wood devil of the 6 ultimate devils. Shadow Fiend. The 6 extinct demons had been replaced many times. They had perished and been reborn. Then they had been destroyed by others and continued to seek a chance to be reborn. The only 2 exceptions were the inner demon and the shadow fiend. Ever since it was born, the shadow devil had existed in the world for a long time. It was even older than the North Star Upper Palace's heavenly sovereign emperor, and even older than heavenly venerable Zhao and the other powerhouses who had been active in this place for 2 epochs during the investiture of the gods' era. However, he was currently facing the attacks of 2 heavenly venerables from the orthodox Taoism. Even among the 3 clear lineages of Taoism, the 2 of them were extraordinary, grand heavenly immortals. The starlight and the fiery light didn't stop in the slightest. They struck down together, dispersing the layers of devil chi. The shadow devil abruptly changed his appearance, no longer possessing the appearance of the northern exalt. His body suddenly grew taller, his hair became shorter, and his whole body emitted the scorching aura of the starry heavenly flame. He had transformed into Sua Mingzhang's appearance. What was even more frightening was that when he transformed into Sua Mingzhang, his cultivation and strength seemed to be on par with the real Sua Mingzhang. However, there were still some extremely special exceptions that couldn't be changed. Intercept. As Sua Mingzhang uttered a strange syllable, the Shadow Devil's transformation came to an abrupt halt. The one who had appeared was a middle-aged man who resembled both the Northern Exalt and Sua Mingjiang. While he wasn't as tall as Sua Mingjiang, he wasn't as short as the stooped old Northern Exalt either. His hair was neither too long nor too short, and it was completely white. It wasn't as white as before, but it wasn't as black and shiny as a young man's. His appearance was also stuck between youth and old age. In terms of appearance, he bore some resemblance to Sua Mingjiang and some resemblance to the Northern Exalt. Even his cultivation and power were stuck in the middle awkwardly. Everything seemed to have been carried out midway, and without any warning or transition, it was forcefully stopped. Is that so? This is truly unprecedented profundity. The Shadow Devil's expression turned solemn, cultivating the supreme martial arts of the three clear lineages in reverse? No, it has already formed its own style, and even surpassed the primordial earlier heaven, 3 scriptures, and the numinous treasure immortal, exterminating 4 swords. The unexpected change had caught the Shadow Devil off guard. The starlight and fiery light that hadn't lost their momentum were still hitting on his body. For a moment, black chi was emitted as if he was bleeding. The Shadow Devil didn't bother anymore. He shook his head and crashed into the north of the world beyond worlds, and entered the crack of the void. He didn't stop and flew all the way, leaving the world beyond worlds and the Tao universe. He entered the land of tranquil stream and returned to the 9 underworlds. The fiery light and starlight continued to chase after him. However, a surge of power came from the 9 underworlds and joined hands with the Shadow Devil to obstruct the fiery light and starlight. After chasing away the Shadow Devil, the fiery light and starlight didn't continue to chase after him. Instead, they continued to break through the void and left the Tao universe. At the same time, they clashed with each other during this process, because the fiery light's target was Jiangxin and Yangsu. The North Star Emperor descended the starlight to protect Jiangxin and Yangsu, and sent them deeper into the void's outskirts. The group of heretic immortals that were pushed out of the Tao universe by Sua Mingjiang were naturally unwilling to give up. Seeing the conflict between Sua Mingjiang and the North Star Emperor, they immediately rushed forward and attacked Sua Mingjiang together. Yan Zhaoge and the others tried to observe the void's outskirts within the Tao universe, but it wasn't very convenient. The sea of flames was like an abyss. Rays of treasured lights fell into it and instantly disappeared without a trace. When the treasured lights imbued with faith power disappeared, the immortal court's experts' immortal splendor, immortal essence, and immortal aura also disappeared. It was as if nothing had ever happened, and nothing had ever existed. Yan Zhaoge knew that those things actually existed. Sua Mingjiang didn't cultivate the peerless heavenly scripture or the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture. However, those things that existed in the past had perished because of him, and they dissipated within the boundless void's outskirts. The only thing that could obstruct the sea of flames were the 6 starlights that seemed to be high up in the sky. Although the starlights were always present, they were disturbed by the sea of flames, causing their circulation to slow down. The vast sea of flames forcefully withstood the starlight's suppression and chased towards the void's outskirts. In the end, the exalted earth luminary, Jiangxin, and the exalted concealed luminary, Yangsu, weren't able to escape in time, and they were intercepted by Sua Mingjiang. 2 fiery lights descended. The 5 chi's unifications within Jiangxin's chest were broken, and Yangsu's 4 chi's fused aura was also disintegrated. After severely injuring Jiangxin and Yangsu, the Sea of Flames didn't go too far. It retracted itself and started sweeping towards the treasured lights imbued with faith power. Heavenly Lord Zhao and the others didn't retreat. Although Sua Mingjiang was strong after ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm, it also meant that the immeasurable heavenly Lord was about to descend. As long as they could stall for a short moment, just as they were thinking about this, they saw a palm extending out from the sea of flames. The palm formed a circle and enveloped the void. It transformed into a fire net, which instantly surrounded the strongest treasured lights imbued with faith power. Those who were surrounded were shocked, while those who weren't surrounded subconsciously retreated. Then, another palm was faintly visible within the sea of flames, and it clenched the air. Along with this clench, within the boundless outskirts of the void that was filled with stars, many stars started flickering. These stars disappeared from the original universe and reappeared within the sea of flames. Then, they gathered at the center of the clenched hand. Every single one of them contained a terrifying power that could destroy the world. Every single one of them was so huge that a world couldn't contain them. But now, all of them gathered in Suo Mingzhang's hand. Then they condensed continuously and turned into a shining halberd. The power that erupted from the collapse of a star was enough to terrify even immortals. At this moment, all of the stars were collapsing towards the center. It was extremely heavy and terrifying. Even if it was within the outskirts of the void, it still caused the nearby Tao universe to tremble. Then the halberd landed on the fire net. Within the fire net, the immortal court's 4 heavenly immortals were working together to break through the fire net. However, the terrifying starlight extermination halberd had already landed on their heads. Without a sound, the treasured lights were extinguished. Chapter 1300. The heretic immortals knew that the immeasurable heavenly lord would not sit idly by when Suo Mingzhang ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm. Suo Mingzhang was also aware of this. Thus, he had absolutely no intention of tangling with Empyrean Zhao, Empyrean treasure confinement, and the others. He directly attacked with his full strength, dealing them a destructive blow. After this blow, Suo Mingzhang didn't look at the result and immediately disappeared. The boundless sea of fire instantly disappeared into the endless void, as if it had never been seen again. Similarly, the North Star Emperor's majestic starlight also vanished into the boundless void, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never appeared. In the gradually disappearing sea of fire, there seemed to be a tall figure standing tall. He turned around and looked towards the Tao universe. He vaguely found the Pill Hall and looked at the Tsanghua divine tree. Within the Pill Hall's universe, the Tsanghua divine tree's leaves swayed gently. Invisibly, there seemed to be the sound of wind chimes ringing, as if they were bidding farewell. In the sea of fire, the short-haired man smiled faintly. He turned around and left, disappearing along with the sea of fire. Although there were no signs of any changes, Yan Zhaoge and the others within the Tao universe knew that the immeasurable heavenly lord had arrived. It seemed like there were no signs at all, but that was because the two of them were at completely different levels, and they were unable to observe or sense each other's existence. But Suo Mingzhang and Great Emperor Gaochen could. For Suo Mingzhang, this was the moment that could truly endanger him. His real battle had just begun. As for the group of heretic immortals that had descended into the Tao universe, previously, they were currently wailing. Previously, the fiery net had trapped dozens of peak immortal court experts in one fell swoop. Other than Heavenly Lord Zhao, Treasure Confinement Heavenly Lord, Main Smallpox Emerald Cloud Yuan Lord, and Black Kill Heavenly Lord, almost all the heavenly monarchs that descended upon the Tao universe had fallen into the net. There were even some profound immortal realm emperors of the immortal court. Then, under Suo Mingzhang's galaxy annihilation halberd, the group of heretic immortals trapped in the fire net were all annihilated. The 4 heavenly venerables of the immortal court bore the brunt of the attack and died. This was the best explanation for Suo Mingzhang's previous words. In front of him, in the immortal court heretics, those below the heavenly lord were indeed not worth mentioning. This heavenly lord referred to the immeasurable heavenly lord. Because Suo Mingzhang had focused on attacking the opponents with higher cultivation bases, some of the heretic immortals with lower cultivation bases were able to escape the calamity. They weren't enveloped by the fire net and didn't have to bear the destructive blow. However, just the aftermath of the impact was enough to make them totter. Some unlucky souls who were too close were directly killed by the aftershocks. The souls of those who were lucky enough to escape were shaking, and the celestial qi in their bodies was surging. Even though Sua Mingzhang and Emperor Gaochen had already left, they still had lingering fear in their hearts. The other party had clearly disappeared due to the arrival of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. They could also imagine the possibility of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord pursuing the two heaven immortals of the orthodox Taoism. However, the surviving experts of the immortal court didn't feel complacent at all. Within the Tao universe, while Yan Zhaoge was praising Sua Mingzhang's achievements, he didn't lose his composure. He immediately said to the sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei, "Senior Master, let's do it!" Although the immeasurable Heavenly Lord came for Sua Mingzhang, the North Star Emperor had no choice but to temporarily hide. Although his attitude towards the immortal court wasn't as intense as the incongruence Divine Mother and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor was still cautious. He wouldn't trust the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the immortal court. As such, he had to temporarily hide and conceal himself. With that, the North Star Emperor couldn't pay attention to the world beyond worlds for a short period of time. In the past, when the North Star Emperor and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor fought, the North Star Emperor, who had a milder attitude, naturally won due to the interference of the immortal court. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others left the world beyond worlds and escaped. Although the North Star Emperor had always been hiding within the void's outskirts, he still asked about the details of the world beyond worlds. However, if there were any huge changes in the world beyond worlds, he would immediately notice it. Whether he would take action or not would depend on the situation. As such, no matter if it was Yan Zhaoge and the others, or the exalted solar luminary, Gaohan, they could do some small things. However, if they wanted to do something big, they wouldn't succeed. Only under such a situation where the North Star Emperor was forced to escape, he wouldn't be able to notice any huge movements in the world beyond worlds. Even if he knew, with the threat of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, he wouldn't be able to act rashly within a short period of time. If he wanted to plan something, now was the only chance. Such a situation was what the exalted solar luminary, Gaohan, hoped to see. He was also working hard for it. For Yan Zhaoge, it was also an opportunity. When the sea of flames disappeared, the North Ocean clone bowed towards the faraway flames. Then he immediately descended and broke through space to search for the sky's wound. Then he returned to the world beyond worlds. After descending to the world beyond worlds, he went to look for the Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, who was guarding this place. However, after contacting him, the Astro Sovereign wasn't here. Instead, he went to the eastern vast heaven territories, Broad Creed Mountain. Although the Shadow Devil was chased away by Sua Mingzhang and the North Star Emperor, his appearance still brought about a negative impact. He was a top-notch great devil equivalent to the Taoism's grand, heavenly immortal realm. Moreover, he was one of the most ancient and powerful 12 devilish gods. The Shadow Devil didn't need to do anything special. He only needed to stop suppressing his devilish qi and release his aura. Fortunately, the North Star Emperor had been protecting the world beyond worlds, which prevented the Shadow Devil from harming the masses. However, those who were trapped by the devil were unavoidably affected. Other than the Astro Sovereign, Shi Jun and his mother were also affected. When Sua Mingzhang was still in the virtual immortal realm, he had created 3 protective talismans and gave them to Chen Xuanzong, Shi Jun, and Yuzhen, respectively. Thanks to the help of these 3 protective talismans, the 3 of them weren't controlled by the devilish intent within their bodies. The Astro Sovereign's cultivation was higher, and he could barely suppress it. However, Shi Jun and his mother were in a terrible situation. Although he wasn't sure why such a powerful devil like the Shadow Devil could sneak into the world beyond worlds, Chen Xuanzong immediately rushed to the Broad Creed Mountain the moment he noticed the Shadow Devil's presence. Under the Astro Sovereign's protection, the mutation of Shi Jun and the others was finally stabilized. Only because of this, the Astro Sovereign couldn't be distracted. After knowing that everything was fine for now, Yanjiaoga let out a sigh of relief. The North Ocean clone also returned to the broad Creed Mountain located in the eastern vast heaven territory. Then he came to the back of the mountain and stomped down. At the same time, outside of the world beyond worlds, within the Tao universe, Yanjiaoga's main body, who was within the pill hall, also formed a hand seal and softly yelled, "Rise!" Within the pill hall's cosmos, layers of talismans and formation patterns appeared and intersected within the dark void. Within the world beyond worlds, with the broad Creed Mountain's back mountain as the center, layers of formation patterns also appeared. They instantly turned into a huge formation that covered the entire broad Creed Mountain. Then they started spreading towards the surroundings. Within the world beyond worlds, the mountains, rivers, and rivers that spanned billions of miles lit up with radiance. Chapter 1301. In the broad Creed Mountain, the North Ocean clone raised his head and looked up. He saw that the entire sky was filled with radiance. As the radiance condensed, it gradually turned into many runes and gathered together. One after another, the great formations began to connect with each other, establishing a connection. In the end, an extremely huge formation that no one in the world beyond worlds had ever seen appeared. It almost enveloped the entire world beyond worlds. Most of the mortals in the world were confused as they looked at the phenomenon in the sky. On this day, they had seen too many bizarre scenes. Most of them had never seen such continuous, miraculous scenes in their entire lives. They couldn't understand how magnificent it was. They only felt that the world had changed once again, causing countless mortals to feel fear and trepidation. As for the martial art practitioners in the world beyond worlds, regardless of their cultivation, they could feel that the flow of the spiritual qi in the vast world beyond worlds seemed to be showing signs of changing. What's going on today? Everyone looked at each other and started contacting each other. Previously, when the North Star Upper Palace Heavenly Sovereign Emperor showed his divinity and the exalted fire luminary ascended to the grand heavenly realm, it was undoubtedly a joyous event for the Taoism martial art practitioners. However, the changes that happened right after that, everything happened on a single day, causing everyone to be doubtful. The Senluo Emperor and the others, who knew what was going on, were deeply worried at this moment, because they couldn't see through how the situation would develop next, until suddenly their own hands also had unexpected changes. The token plate that they obtained from the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had a strange change. Radiance surged on the token plate as well. Then it flew towards the sky and disappeared at the end of the void. It had passed through the world beyond worlds boundary fence and arrived at the cosmos. A ray of light extended from every token plate. Then, the ray of light flew towards the depths of the cosmos, as if it was guiding the path of some existence. Then, light pillars shot up to the sky from the center of the radiant formation patterns all over the world beyond worlds. Under the guidance of the rays of light, the thick light pillars passed through the world beyond worlds territory and flew towards the dark void in the depths of the Taoism universe. These thick light pillars were like ropes that connected the world beyond worlds to some existence in the depths of the cosmos. Then, the beam of light began to retract. Like a cable, it slowly dragged the existence in the depths of the universe out. Streaks of golden light flickered as purple mist pervaded the air. A vast palace of white jade that seemed even larger than the world beyond worlds gradually appeared from the depths of the dim universe. It was the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall in the past. At this moment, the group of heretic immortals were still suppressing the discomfort caused by Suo Mingzhang's attack. However, the exalted Earth luminary, Jiangshin, had already returned to the Tao universe. His face was pale, but his gaze was still steady. Looking at the immortal palace that gradually appeared in the vast universe, Jiangshin's expression turned solemn. The legendary awakened sky palace, Jiangshin's gaze followed the pill hall and saw the light pillars that looked like ropes. Then he saw the world beyond worlds that was connected to the pill hall because of these light pillars. Jiang Shen's gaze turned cold. Such a huge move. Are you trying to forcefully merge the world beyond worlds with the pill hall? It's impossible. As long as the Triratna Jade Scepter is still in the hands of the North Star Emperor, it's destined to be impossible. Jiang Shen's expression suddenly changed. Wait, are you trying to split the world beyond worlds into two? He immediately rushed towards the direction of the pill hall. However, a figure blocked in front of him. With a high crown and ancient clothes, he slashed his sword across the sky. It was the sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei. You actually want to split the world beyond worlds. Jiang Shen spoke with a stern expression for the first time. Don't you know the consequences of a world being torn apart? When his fist landed, it was so heavy that it felt as if the entire world beyond worlds was suppressing towards Yu Jinbei. The five qis unification was broken by Sua Mingzhang. Jiang Shen's cultivation had temporarily regressed back to the profound immortal realm. It wasn't impossible for him to advance again. However, it would take more effort. However, although his cultivation had fallen from the five qis unification realm, Jiang Shen's strength was still tyrannical. In the past, the earthly sovereign was the leader among the three sovereigns of the world beyond worlds. On one hand, it was because of his seniority. On the other hand, it was because of the concealed sovereign support. However, the most important point was that the earthly sovereign, Jiang Shen, was stronger than the other two sovereigns. Wherever his iron fist went, the void collapsed and was crushed by the heavy force. Zhaoge is indeed trying to split the world beyond worlds. Yu Jinbei's expression didn't change. He raised his sword and welcomed the attack. Split, not split. The world beyond worlds wouldn't collapse without touching the Triratna Scepter's imprint beneath the Kunlun mountain. However, with the help of the pill hall, we can still split this world into two, from one world to two worlds. Yu Jinbei said with a serious expression, Old Jiang, please. Just like how the North Star Emperor and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor did in the past. Why don't we go our separate ways? Now that the North Star Emperor couldn't care about the Tao universe, it was the perfect opportunity. The location of the Tao universe and the world beyond worlds was already known and fixed by the immortal court heretics. Moreover, the North Star Emperor might be under his supervision at any time. Although the immortal court suffered a setback because of Sua Mingzhang and the North Star Emperor left, they couldn't run away. As long as they remained in the world beyond worlds, or even the Tao universe, the threat would always exist. After understanding the situation, Yan Zhaoge started preparing a bold plan. He would leave the world beyond worlds and establish his own sect. It was easy for him to leave by himself, and it wasn't difficult for him to bring his fellow disciples of the broad Creed Mountain along. However, in the world beyond worlds, there were Yu Zhenbei's Jade Capital Crag, Qin Xuanzong's Jade Sky Peak, the southeastern Golden Court Mountain, and others who were closely related to him. Since he wanted to establish his own sect, Yan Zhaoge decided to go big. Due to the Triratna Scepter, he couldn't fuse the entire world beyond worlds with the pill hall. However, after making the appropriate arrangements, he would take away more than half of the world beyond worlds. The world beyond worlds was the blood and sweat of Yan Xintang, Xiao Junhuang, Sua Mingzhang, Qin Xuanzong, and the others. Other than the Taoism martial art practitioners from the three clear lineage, there were also billions of mortals living within. Although Yan Zhaoge knew that his morals were limited, he wouldn't go so far as to cause the world beyond worlds to collapse and plunge its people into misery. However, that was all he could do. He didn't intend to let the North Star Emperor, Jiang Shen, and the others benefit from it. Hence, not only the world beyond worlds, but Yan Zhaoge would also take away more than half of the lower realms that belong to the world beyond worlds. He would bring away as many people and resources as he could. Yan Zhaoge never intended to start from scratch. Of course, he would pick up what was already there. Previously, the broad Creed Mountain's influence in the world beyond worlds had increased tremendously. It wasn't just limited to the Eastern Territory. It was vaguely standing side by side with the Kunlun Mountain, forming the two centers of the world beyond worlds. After today, Central Kunlun and Eastern Broad Creed Mountain would be the true leaders. You sit in your Kunlun world beyond worlds, and I'll sit in my Broad Creed sky beyond skies. Chapter 1302. Experiencing the changes that were happening in the world beyond worlds. The exalted earth, luminary. Jiang Xin's expression regained its calmness. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The old man let out a long sigh. At least you didn't lose your mind since you care about the common people. It's true that ice and charcoal can't be placed in the same furnace. However, this old man can't just sit and watch as you separate the world beyond worlds. He took a deep breath, and his body seemed to have instantly grown taller. Then, a huge hammer suddenly appeared in Jiang Xin's hand. The surface of the black, 8-edged hammer flickered with an earthen yellow luster. It was extremely heavy. It was the tranquil, immortal artifact that the exalted earth, luminary, Jiang Xin had used to shake the world beyond worlds in the past. It was the fifth earth octagonal hammer. It was as famous as the Astro Sovereign's broken cold wave and the concealed sovereign's heaven-shrouding fan. After Jiang Xin became a virtual immortal, he didn't use it anymore. However, he could use it again now. The Qilin Cliff's martial arts originated from Jiang Xin himself. Their style was more focused on defense than offense. Jiang Xin himself was very clear about this. When he had ascended to the profound immortal realm and abandoned the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram to refine his tranquil level immortal artifact, he had specially refined such a ferocious offensive weapon, a pure weapon that was filled with destructive and offensive power. Currently, Jiang Xin had a hammer in his hand. As he raised the fifth earth octagonal hammer, his entire aura changed. At this moment, the honest elder with a strong scholarly aura had transformed into an iron-blooded general on the battlefield, conquering the world and breaking through enemy lines. The sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei's expression became even more solemn. He didn't have a tranquil level immortal artifact with him. The enemy in front of him wasn't like the lofty sovereign, Zhang Buxu of the prime clear lineage. Zhang Buxu also had a tranquil level immortal artifact. However, it was damaged due to other matters and needed to be repaired. That was why he didn't bring it with him when he entered the pill hall. At this moment, the exalted earth, luminary, Jiang Xin raised the fifth earth octagonal hammer and smashed it towards Yu Jinbei's head. The ferocious and domineering immortal artifact had completely fused with Jiang Xin's yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer. They helped each other, creating an effect that was greater than two. It was actually even more ferocious. When the hammer landed, it seemed to be similar to when he attacked when he was still a virtual immortal. Yu Jinbei's sword light spread out and interlocked with each other. Jiang Xin's hammer moved about. Although the enemy in front of him was powerful, Yu Jinbei's expression was solemn, and he didn't show any signs of fear. He was only focused and devoted to the martial path of the sword. He calmly dealt with every single attack of the enemy, and dealt with Jiang Xin's violent and ferocious attacks with the method of guerrilla combat. Although they were both guerrilla warfare, there were different methods. Yu Jinbei didn't blindly dodge. Instead, as his figure moved, he struck out with his sword again and again, fighting attacks with attacks. Like the wind and rain, it continuously eroded the sturdy mountain rocks, day and night, causing them to decay. Although he was in a disadvantageous position, Yu Jinbei was still able to defend himself, and didn't show any signs of being defeated. Jiang Xin's gaze towards Yu Jinbei was filled with pity. In order to stop Yan Zhaoge from connecting the pill hall to the world beyond worlds as soon as possible, he started going all out with his attacks that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. He intended to force Yu Jinbei to retreat. Jiang Xin didn't have the mood to be entangled with Yu Jinbei here. That was meaningless. To him, stopping Yan Zhaoge was the most important thing. However, at that moment, a ray of golden light suddenly appeared from the white jade hall in the faraway void. and instantly reached in front of Jiang Shen. Jiang Shen's heart tightened. The Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's pill hall is indeed profound. It can even split a portion of its strength to defend itself when it's performing the ritual to separate the world beyond worlds. Helplessly, he could only turn around and block the golden light with his hammer. However, with that, it wasn't easy for Jiang Shen to bypass Yu Jinbei's obstruction anymore. Although he still had the upper hand, every time he tried to turn his advantage into victory, the pill hall would shoot him with a sneak attack. It made Jiang Shen extremely frustrated, and he couldn't take another step forward. Within the pill hall, within the core purple divine pavilion, Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm. While he was dealing with the exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shen, he was also carefully controlling the progress of the ritual. This plan had too many implications. It could only be carried out because he had obtained the pill hall, which gave Yan Zhaoge the capability to play such a huge game. However, even so, he wasn't completely confident. If he was careless, he might fail on the verge of success. If he didn't succeed this time, there might not be enough time and chance for him to redo it. Due to Suo Mingzhang's attack, the exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shen's cultivation had dropped. Although Yan Zhaoge had to be wary of him, with Yu Jinbei blocking him, Yan Zhaoge could easily resolve Jiang Shen's interference. However, the current him wasn't the one Yan Zhaoge was wary of the most. If there was a chance that the plan would fail this time, it would be in other areas. Exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. Yan Zhaoge's gaze pierced through the pill hall's domain and scanned the Dao universe. You've been planning for so long. Is this all you've got? You should know the exalted fire's temper. Did you only place your hopes on no one discovering you? The truth has proven that it's not reliable. However, if you had other arrangements, where would it be? Although Yan Zhaoge had guessed that the 9 underworlds might make a move, he never expected a top-notch great devil like the Shadow Devil to be able to sneak into the world beyond worlds without anyone noticing. Until now, Yan Zhaoge was still curious about how the Shadow Devil managed to sneak in. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to find the answer under the current situation. Instead, he had to face a problem. Because of the Shadow Devil's influence, the Astro Sovereign couldn't do anything for the time being. Since his side strength was damaged, they had less ability to react to any sudden situations. While Yan Zhaoge was trying his best to ensure that his plan would proceed as planned, the exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shen was also trying to find a way to break out of this situation. His understanding of Gao Han would only be deeper than Yan Zhaoge. He was also worried about Gao Han's movements. Previously, in order to protect the immortal splendor on top of his head, he took Suo Mingzhang's attack head-on. With his heavy injuries, he shouldn't be able to fight anymore. Although he thought so, Jiang Shen didn't feel relaxed at all. Yan Zhaoge's plan was gradually coming true. Jiang Shen could only be anxious, not to mention Yan Di, Nie Jingshin, and the others who had yet to push open the immortal door. Mars Halberd had yet to show himself. The female emperor, Jiamingkong's whereabouts were still unknown. The concealed sovereign, Yang Si's 4-cheese fused aura was broken by Suo Mingzhang, which meant that he had temporarily fallen to the true immortal realm. If he wanted to cultivate again, it would be easier than Gao Han and Jiang Shen. However, it wouldn't be done in a day. But Jiang Shen shifted his gaze to the side. There, the concealed sovereign, Yang Si, was looking at the faraway world beyond worlds, and he was in a daze. The exalted concealed luminary didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. Although he had fallen to the true immortal realm, he was still a top-notch existence amongst true immortals. Although the current situation wasn't something that Yang Si could handle alone, Jiang Shen still felt a chill in his heart when he acted like he wasn't involved. Yan Zhaoge also noticed this abnormal scene. Feeling Jiang Shen's gaze, Yang Si turned his head and smiled. The situation is unstable, and the building is about to collapse. Sorry for troubling you, Daoist Yang. Daoist Yang, I've always known that you have your own thoughts. Jiang Shen said slowly, For so many years, you've maintained contact with the southern extremity longevity emperor. You said that you wanted to obtain more information from that side, and you did report a lot of important information to the North Star Emperor. However, I believe that you're trying to gain more information from both sides. No matter what you did in the past, I hope Taoist Yang will reconsider your actions. Yang Su smiled. Yeah, you know about all these. Unfortunately, you don't know who I am. Chapter 1303. Unfortunately, you don't know who I am. The exalted concealed luminary. Yang Su had a leisurely expression on his face. However, his shocking words caused the exalted earth luminary, Jiangshin, to feel terrified. He stared at Yang Su and vaguely thought of something. His expression became extremely solemn. Yang Su, on the other hand, had a relaxed expression. He smiled leisurely and said, "We haven't seen each other for many years. Now that we've met again, I can't talk to Brother Jiang with my original appearance. Please don't blame me. We all know how powerful Sua Yanlong is. If we want to make use of him, we'll definitely have to pay a huge price. Moreover, there's still the North Star Emperor. In order to reassure them, I can only pay a huge price." Fortunately, things went smoothly. As he spoke, the concealed sovereign, Yang Su, started to transform. His facial features were still the same as before, ordinary and unremarkable, making it easy to forget. Only a pair of eyes were an exception. The pair of eyes that were previously calm and lustrous were now shining brighter and brighter, like the morning stars. In the end, the stars rose like the rising sun. They quickly crossed the horizon and hung at the top of the vault of heaven like the sun in the middle of the sky. Jiangshin didn't back down at all. He stared at the dazzling radiance and spoke word by word. Brilliant. Cold. Even Yu Jinbei, who was fighting against Jiangshin previously, slowed down his movements at this moment. He was surprised to see the exalted concealed luminary, who he was once extremely familiar with, but was now unfamiliar to him. It wasn't accurate to say that he was unfamiliar with the current appearance of the exalted concealed luminary. However, Yu Jinbei had seen that pair of sun-like eyes before. However, it didn't belong to the exalted concealed luminary Yang Su. Instead, it belonged to another of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries of the past, the exalted solar luminary who had left the world beyond worlds for thousands of years, Gao Han. Even Yen Zhaoge, who was within the Pill Hall's purple divine pavilion, felt that it was unbelievable. Because of the Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, he had long known that the concealed sovereign, Yang Su, had been plotting something in the dark. He had even hidden it from the earthly sovereign, Jiangshin. He had even tricked the Astro Sovereign and silenced him. However, he had not expected that the concealed sovereign Yang Su, who had been one of the 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds for thousands of years, was actually a clone of someone else. The clone of the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. The exalted earth luminary, Jiangshin, wasn't completely unaware of the exalted earth luminary schemes. It could even be said that he knew many things like the back of his hand. However, what was frightening was that Gao Han had purposely let him know about these matters in order to reassure him and the North Star Emperor. He took the initiative to hand over the secret to Jiangshin and the others, but they would only be able to obtain what Gao Han wanted. The deeper secrets were even more hidden because of this. Just like how his main body was heavily injured by Sua Mingzhang outside the Tao universe and had no choice but to flee for his life. However, he had already hidden his true chess piece within the Tao universe. He waited patiently for Emperor Gaochen and Sua Mingzhang to leave before he showed himself. "Since when?" Jiangshin asked with a deep voice. "Even if you can hide from me, fellow Taoist Chen, and Jinbei, how can you hide from the North Star Emperor?" Yang Su smiled. "I'm lucky. A treasure that I obtained by chance helped me. After all, the North Star Emperor spends most of his time in the void of the outer realm and rarely returns. Actually, I almost exposed myself a few times. Luckily, I managed to escape unscathed." He curled his lips. "As for when? Yeah, it's been since the beginning." Everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. It's not a swap. Yu Jinbei's pupils shrunk. From the beginning, there was no exalted concealed luminary, Yang Su. There was only a clone of the exalted solar luminary Gao Han. The real new Kunlu 9 luminaries only had 8 people from the beginning, and the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han's clone that pushed open the immortal door and was a true immortal. There's no need to be so shocked, right? The reason why fellow Taoist Gao of the roving Jade Heavens had the title of Profound Sovereign was because of her outstanding strength. Also, wasn't it because she had one soul and 2 bodies? Wasn't it because she had a clone that had the same cultivation as her main body? Yang Su smiled. This clone of mine is far inferior. How much fortune it can obtain will depend on its own cultivation. Jiangxin remained silent like a statue. The profound sovereign's clone wouldn't be able to hide itself from others. Others would think that it was an independent living person and not someone's clone. To be more precise, an existence like Yang Su might not be the only one in the world, but it was almost impossible to find one in the entire world. Not only Jiangxin couldn't see through it, even the North Star Emperor was fooled. Although he wasn't sure about it now, everyone, including the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, was also fooled when the world beyond worlds was established. Yang Su smiled. I didn't expect it to be so far away. It's purely because I wanted to gather 9 people to perform the ritual. This clone of mine possesses outstanding talents in all aspects. That's why I brought him here to make up the numbers. Please don't laugh at me. Yan Zhaoge cursed in his heart, indeed. The only problem is that you never told anyone that this isn't a helper you found, but your own clone. After a series of mishaps, I managed to get to where I am today. It can be considered an unexpected surprise. As he spoke, Yang Su looked at the world beyond worlds, heavens, and earth. Jiangxin finally moved. He stared at him. As expected, you're here for the Triratna Jade Scepter. You want to activate the world beyond world seal and shake the North Star Emperor's control over the treasure, allowing the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor to obtain it? Yang nodded. Since I've been here for so many years, I should be of some use. Now I finally have the chance. His gaze fell upon the pillars of light that connected the world beyond worlds to the pill hall. Although Yan Zhaoge was shocked by the sudden change in the situation, he didn't slow down. He continued activating the ritual that he had set up. The pill hall's door opened at this moment. Layers of purple mist permeated the air, transforming into a vast and boundless sea of clouds, and enveloped the world beyond worlds. The younger generation will surpass the older. Gao Han praised. He turned around and looked at the pill hall. His gaze was a little distant. I didn't expect it to be done to this extent. Jiangxin no longer attacked the pill hall. Instead, he looked at Gao Han cautiously. Under the current situation, Gao Han couldn't activate the Triratna Jade Scepter seal, buried beneath the Kunlun Mountain after Yan Zhaoge's plan was completed. Otherwise, the world beyond worlds wouldn't be able to maintain itself and would be completely destroyed. Conversely, if Gao Han were to activate the seal, Yan Zhaoge's plan would have to stop. Otherwise, the world beyond worlds would be destroyed. Although Gao Han had personally participated in establishing the world beyond worlds, his thoughts were always unpredictable. Jiangxin couldn't predict what he would do. Gao Han's main body was heavily injured by Sua Mingzhang. He was already powerless to interfere. The clone in front of him had already fallen to the true immortal realm. Even if he was still a profound immortal, he wouldn't be able to control the situation and suppress Yan Zhaoge and the others. However, since Gao Han dared to show himself, how could he not be confident? From today onwards, I can no longer use this body to look at this beautiful landscape. The ordinary-looking man smiled. Then, fiery lights started surging from his entire body. Rays of flames descended towards the world beyond worlds and formed a huge formation that enveloped the heavens and earth. At the same time, Yang Si's right eye socket suddenly turned pitch black. Within the darkness, a cold radiance suddenly appeared. Within the white radiance, a silhouette slowly appeared. Chapter 1304. While Gao Han's clone was speaking, Jiang Shen and Yu Jinbei, who were originally fighting, stopped. Then the two of them attacked Yang Su together. Although the Yang Su in front of them posed no threat to them, with their understanding of the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, they knew that he must have made appropriate arrangements. Since he dared to make a move in front of Jiang Shen and Yu Jinbei, it meant that he had the confidence to suppress everyone present. In such a situation, Gao Han was very likely to be the one who held the initiative. As the weaker party, Jiang Shen and Yu Jinbei naturally joined hands without any tacit understanding. Yan Zhaoge, who was within the pill hall, even controlled the pill hall to shoot out a ray of golden light towards Yang Su. But before their attacks could even touch him, the surface of Yang Si's body automatically surged with flames and started burning. The roiling fiery light transformed into a grand formation that enveloped the world beyond worlds, while the pupils of Yang Si's will turn dim before emitting a cold, bright white light. Within the white light, a figure appeared. Wherever the pure radiance reached, it instantly blocked off Jiang Shen, Yu Jinbei, and the pill hall's attacks. Upon seeing the woman's figure in the bright moonlight, Jiang Shen's expression became even more solemn. Fellow Taoist Ling. Seeing that woman, Yan Zhaoge did not feel very surprised. Gao Han's clone had transformed into the exalted, concealed luminary Yang Su. Even with many secret arts and fortuitous encounters, it was still extremely difficult for him to hide from figures like the North Star Emperor and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Apart from Gao Han's own hard work, there was another person that could help him. The exalted lunar luminary Ling Qing. Hidden star Ketu was the opposing star of the lunar star and the lunar star of extreme Yin. The power of the lunar eclipse and the power of extreme Yin were mutually exclusive. If Gao Han could obtain her help, he would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Back then, the North Star Great Emperor and the Southern Extremity Longevity Great Emperor were always in seclusion within the void. However, the new Kunlun 9 luminaries often worked together during that era. Amongst martial art practitioners of the same cultivation realm, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing was the one who was most likely to sense the exalted concealed luminary, Yang's abnormality. That woman within the moonlight was also the former owner of the extreme Yin crown. It was she who had left the extreme Yin crown in that lower world of the 8 extremities world. The pillar of the divine palace that Yan Zhaoge had obtained from the great western desert of the 8 extremities world had also been inscribed with an image of her descending into the 8 extremities world. It was just that at that time his features had been completely enveloped by a clear light, as Yan Zhaoge with his low cultivation base had been unable to see through him. Now, Yan Zhaoge could naturally see the other party's appearance clearly. Her facial features were above average. Although she wasn't as gorgeous as Xiao Junhuang, the exalted with luminary, she had her own charm. She was cold and serene, which was unforgettable and eye-catching. Of course, at this moment, the most eye-catching part was the sonorous voice of the great Tao that caused one's mind to become sluggish and soul to go blank. It resounded within the Tao universe, once again. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, who hadn't returned to the world beyond worlds for thousands of years, had also passed the profound origin tribulation and ascended to the grand virtual immortal realm. Ling Qing's figure leapt out from Yang Si's right eye and swept her cold gaze across the surroundings. Meanwhile, Yang Si's body completely transformed into fiery light, descending towards the world beyond worlds. The grand formation formed a fiery light hovered in the cosmic void outside of the world beyond worlds. Still, guided by it, streaks of spiritual light shot into the sky from Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds as well, connecting with the fiery grand formation outside the world. For a moment, the entire Kunlun Mountain seemed to be in turmoil. Light, flickered one after another throughout the world beyond worlds. It was precisely the area-latitude formation that Yan Zhaoge and Shui Chuqing had previously established. The area-latitude formation that virtually enveloped the entire world beyond worlds began to circulate at this moment, assisting the grand formation of fire outside of the world beyond worlds in forming a boundless, massive force that seemed like it wanted to uproot the entire Kunlun mountain. But soon, the rays of light rising from the area-latitude formation weakened. Although Yan Zhaoge and his mother didn't know Gao Han's true thoughts, they could guess that Gao Han had his own plans. Yan Zhaoge and his mother weren't interested in being used by others. Of course, they wouldn't follow Gao Han's steps. After all, they didn't lack this formation to contact the exalted fire, Sua Mingzhang. The power of the area-latitude formation was exhausted, and the turbulence of Kunlun Mountain weakened slightly. However, it only slowed down, not stopped. Kunlun Mountain was still shaking. Obviously, Gao Han didn't intend to rely on others to complete the core of his plan. The purpose of the area-latitude formation was to accelerate the progress of the main ritual. Now that the area-latitude formation couldn't be used, Gao Han's ritual circulation speed had slowed down a lot. However, it was still functioning continuously. Kunlun Mountain was shaking nonstop, and Yan Zhaoge's ritual was also progressing. Being affected by two factors, the world beyond worlds dimensional space suddenly became unstable. Looking from the cosmos outside the world, the originally shapeless boundary of the vast world of creation was slowly becoming visible. It was tangible. As for the boundary of this world, it was clearly distorting and cracks were vaguely appearing. If this continued, the result would be this world being torn apart and destroyed. After the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing appeared. She didn't say anything. She extended her palm and slashed towards the void far away. After receiving her slash, the light pillar connecting the pill hall and the world beyond worlds became unstable. The connection between the pill hall and the world beyond worlds weakened. Within the world beyond worlds, the brilliance of the runes arranged by Yan Zhaoge started dimming. As one of the two influences on the world beyond worlds weakened, the world beyond worlds became stable once again. Although the spirit qi circulation was still changing, it could maintain the most basic stability. The evil qi wouldn't rise to the point where it couldn't be controlled, and it would eventually perish. However, with this, Gao Han's plan was progressing as planned, while Yan Zhaoge's plan was going to end halfway. Under the premise of ensuring that the world beyond worlds wouldn't be destroyed, only one of their plans could proceed smoothly. If one of them succeeded, the other would fail. In the current situation, whoever was stronger would be the one to call the shots. The loser wouldn't even have the chance to forcefully push his plan forward and risk the destruction of the world beyond worlds. The sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei, took a deep breath, and his sword lights rose again. He attacked the fiery formation that the concealed sovereign sacrificed himself to create. No matter which side succeeded, the exalted earth luminary, Jiangshin, wasn't happy to see it. As such, he made his move as well. Ling Qing's figure seemed to be at the center of the cosmos. She didn't move at all. Two rays of pure white lights flew out and intercepted Yu Jinbei and Jiangshin. Then, the third ray of white light flew out and went against the golden light released by the pill hall. Her gaze remained calm, and the cold and silent pure white moonlight shone down from her body, illuminating the entire universe. Suddenly, a golden red luster lit up between her brows. It was extremely dazzling. It was as if a huge sun was rising from the moonlight. As the sunlight and moonlight combined, Ling Qing's aura surged. It was even more shocking than when Jiangshin was a virtual immortal. A golden banner flew out from Ling Qing's brows and fluttered above her head. Seeing that banner, Yan Zhaoge, Jiangshen, Yu Jinbei, and the others' hearts sank. It was a grand virtual-level immortal artifact. With the banner in hand, even if the profound sovereign and the vine sovereign from the roving jade heavens arrived, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing would still be able to sweep through everyone. Even if Jiang Shen ascended to the virtual immortal realm, he wouldn't be able to materialize a grand virtual-level immortal artifact for himself. Ling Qing had also ascended to the virtual immortal realm earlier than Jiang Shen. However, this immortal artifact didn't belong to her. Instead, it was refined by Gao Han, who had ascended to the virtual immortal realm many years ago. Gao Han's main body was heavily injured because of Sua Mingzhang. However, he didn't intend to use the Holy Radiance banner himself. Instead, he handed it over to Ling Qing to suppress the Tao universe. Chapter 1305. Currently, if the experts of the Tao universe wanted to fight against the exalted lunar luminary who wielded the Holy Radiance banner, there was only one possibility. The roving Jade Heaven's profound sovereign, Gao Qingxian, had ascended to the grand virtual immortal realm with her 5 Qis unification. Her talents were extraordinary, and she was blessed by many. Her strength was already one of the top martial art practitioners in the same cultivation realm. In the past, when her cultivation was still weak, she had refined a miraculous clone. That clone's cultivation had increased at the same pace as the profound sovereign. They had pushed open the immortal door together, passed through the pure profound tribulation together, and achieved the tranquil profound immortal realm with the duo Qis fused aura. If the profound sovereign could successfully pass through the profound origin tribulation, the profound sovereign's clone would be able to easily pass through such a hurdle as if it was a flat land. By then, even without a grand virtual level immortal artifact, Gao Qingxian would be able to fight against Ling Qing. For Yan Zhaoga's side, they didn't have to defeat the exalted lunar luminary. As long as someone could distract her, he would be able to resolve Gao Han's arrangements and regain control of the situation. Unfortunately, both the Sword Sovereign and the Astro Sovereign were against the roving Jade Heavens, interfering in today's matter. Even if they contacted the roving Jade Heavens to assist them, it would be futile. Before this battle, Yan Zhaoga had specifically communicated with Gao Shuabua and Long Xueji. The profound sovereign seclusion this time wasn't enough to help her break through her bottleneck and pass through the profound origin tribulation. If her accumulation wasn't sufficient, she might perish under the tribulation if she forcefully tried. That was the principle of a martial art practitioner responding to the heavens and earth. The tribulation would be triggered by cultivating one's body internally and the heavens externally. There was no luck involved in passing the tribulation. If one wasn't careful, they would perish. It was already difficult for a sword cultivator to increase their cultivation realm. Even someone as outstanding as the profound sovereign, Gao Qingxian, was no exception. In the past, the roving Jade Seven were born after the Great Calamity. Their accumulation of time was still rather weak. If there wasn't any special reason or great fortune, they would have to accumulate their strength bit by bit. They couldn't save time. Someone like Sua Mingzhang was a special case among special cases. He didn't have any value to others. Only no one in the Tao universe could withstand the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing. Taoist Jiang, it's been a while. Ling Qing's calm and cold gaze shifted from Jiangshan to Yujinbei and the Pill Hall. Taoist Yan, congratulations on having a successor. Looking at the Pill Hall, her gaze paused for a moment. The exalted lunar luminary seemed to be in a daze for a moment. However, she quickly regained her focus. Awakened Sky Hall, awakened Sky Hall. Sigh, awakened Sky Hall. Ling Qing sighed inwardly. It's still the same as before. Unfortunately, things remain the same, but people have changed. The palace is still the same, but the people are different. Yan Zhaoga's gaze was currently focused. Strictly speaking, among the new Kunlu 9 luminaries, the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, and the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing were the first ones Yan Zhaoga came into contact with. Between the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, and the exalted earth luminary, Jiangshan, Yan Zhaoga was more wary of Gao Han. From the looks of it, His previous worries were not unfounded. Yan Zhaoge was also surprised by Gao Han's actions. He didn't expect the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, and the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Su, to be the same person. Right now, the main problem he had to deal with was still the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing. Yan Zhaoge had a feeling when he recalled the traces she left behind in the Eight Extremities world. Her understanding of his clan might be much deeper than he expected. In the past, the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, hid in the Eight Extremities world and disguised himself as the exalted solar luminary. Was it really just to mislead others and conceal his whereabouts? Taoist Ling, it's been a long time. The exalted earth luminary, Jiangxin, looked at Ling Qing and said slowly, "This world beyond worlds, earthly sovereign, looked to be in his 50s or 60s. However, he never showed any signs of aging. Now, an unsuppressible look of exhaustion appeared on his face. At this moment, Jiangxin really seemed to have the appearance of a 50 or 60-year-old man in the secular world who was in his twilight years. However, his back was still as straight as an unwavering mountain. I don't find it strange that Gao Han would be thinking about the mark beneath the Kunlun mountain," Jiangxin said slowly. Now that I think about it, his clone, which had transformed into Yang Su, had been staying in seclusion for so many years. He had been guarding the mark and analyzing it. He must have been preparing for today. Opening the door to invite a thief, I can only blame myself for passing off fish eyes as pearls. I only have myself to blame today. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, said plainly, "When we left with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the 3 treasures jade scepter fell into the North Star Emperor's hands, it was because the immortal court was more focused on suppressing us. Now, thanks to Taoist Suo, we have the chance to compete against each other again." As Ling Qing said that, she raised her hand and grabbed the holy radiance banner that was flickering with the radiance of the sun. As the banner swayed within the cosmos, a gale was instantly raised. The gale wasn't as formless as normal storms. Instead, it manifested violent streams of light that engulfed every corner of the void. Wherever the solar storm went, everyone could barely stand steadily. The majestic, sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded. Even Yu Jinbei, who was in the profound immortal realm, felt that his thoughts weren't circulating smoothly. It was as if they were being suppressed, causing them to become sluggish. In comparison, Jiangxin's situation was much better. Although his cultivation had dropped, he was still someone who had cultivated the sonorous voice. As such, he was able to move freely. However, being pressured by Ling Qing and the Holy Radiance Banner's aura, Jiangxin felt that it was difficult to move. Currently, Yan Zhaoge was within the pill hall. Under the pill hall's protection, he wasn't affected by the sonorous voice of the great Tao too much. He continuously issued orders and controlled the pill hall to stabilize its connection with the world beyond worlds. However, Ling Qing clearly didn't intend to give Yan Zhaoge a chance. As she waved the Holy Radiance banner to suppress Jiangxin, Yu Jinbei, and the others, she slashed her palm towards the void again. A few more light pillars connecting the pill hall and the world beyond worlds broke apart. "I'll have to risk it all." Within the purple divine pavilion, the profound sky purple golden furnace appeared once again. Yan Zhaoge extended his palm and pressed on the furnace's surface. A strange ritual started circulating. Yan Zhaoge was within it, and he vaguely felt as if his soul had left his body. What's wrong with the awakened sky hall? Ling Qing, who had the highest cultivation among everyone present, and was possibly the most familiar with the pill hall other than Yan Zhaoge, quickly noticed the abnormality. However, before the ritual was completed, Yan Zhaoge, whose soul's connection with the pill hall had become even closer, was able to sense the world beyond worlds and the Tao universe with the help of the pill hall. He could clearly feel that the world beyond worlds territory had become unstable. Somewhere, it had passed through the Tao universe's space and was directly connected to the outskirts. the northern profound heaven territory. Someone was attempting to enter the world beyond worlds through the outskirts, land of tranquil stream. Chapter 1306. Again, Yen Zhaoge felt a chill within his heart. Just now, the shadow demon caused a ruckus and was repelled by Sua Mingzhang and great monarch Gaochen. Although Sua Mingzhang and the North Star Emperor had left the Tao universe because of the immeasurable heavenly lord, if the shadow devil were to return, or if other heavenly lord level great devils were to descend upon the upper world, it would still be a taboo. To the numerous intelligent living beings in the universe, the devils of the netherworld were public enemies. When a peak great demon left the 9 underworlds, it would be fine if they did not reveal their tracks. However, if they did, they would easily be surrounded and attacked. However, given the current situation, even if it wasn't a peak great devil or ancient devil, but a heavenly monarch level devil, it would still affect the current situation of the world beyond worlds. To the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, who was in control of the situation, the impact was naturally the greatest. However, Yen Zhaoge wasn't willing for a peak great devil to interfere. Astro Sovereign, Shi Jun and his mother were both trying to stabilize their minds because of the shadow demon's influence. If they were disturbed by the great demon, the consequences would be unimaginable. Outside of the Tao universe, there were still some remaining immortal court experts. They were temporarily stranded by the outskirts of the void due to Sua Mingzhang's attack. But after so much time had passed, it was very likely that they had started to move again. Since they couldn't deal with Sua Mingzhang, they would naturally vent their anger on the world beyond worlds and Yen Zhaoge's group. Astro Sovereign and Sword Sovereign were supposed to deal with Earthly Sovereign and Immortal Court's subsequent pressure. Yen Zhaoge had always been on guard against the exalted solar luminary. If Gao Han had any hidden tricks up his sleeves, Yen Zhaoge had purposely left a trump card for him. However, something unexpected had happened. The shadow demon had successfully sneaked into the world beyond worlds. Although it didn't cause any direct damage, Astro Sovereign couldn't do anything. Ling Qing definitely didn't have a good impression of the heretics of the Immortal Court. If they really came, she would most likely take action. But before that, Gao Han's plan to shake the Rui scepter engraving at the bottom of Kunlun Mountain would first be completed. And that also meant that Yen Zhaoge's plan had failed. Therefore, while the situation was gradually becoming more and more difficult to deal with, Yen Zhaoge could only prepare to give it a try. Who knew that something would happen in the northern profound heaven realm? Of course, it was not certain that he was a demon. Amidst his thoughts, Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was hurrying over to the northern profound heaven territory in the world beyond worlds. Outside of the world beyond worlds, within the cosmos' starry skies, Yen Zhaoge's main body within the pill hall temporarily stopped his original plan. In the purple divine pavilion, the dazzling golden light gradually calmed down, and the profound sky purple golden furnace was still enshrouded in mist. However, Yen Zhaoge's consciousness and will return to his fleshly body. It was rare for everything in the world to go according to one's expectations. This time there were many forces involved, so it was even more difficult to predict the direction of the situation. Having long since been mentally prepared for this, Yen Zhaoge was not discouraged, just that his thoughts spun even more rapidly, adjusting and modifying his plans according to the specific circumstances. Within the Tao universe, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing raised her brows slightly. Disappeared? Am I hallucinating? She gazed at the white jade hall in the distance, which was surrounded by a sea of purple clouds. No, it's definitely not an illusion. For a moment, she could clearly feel that the pill hall in front of her was about to develop its own intelligence and turn into a living being with its own thoughts and soul. However, this feeling was fleeting, like an illusion. I heard that in the past, the awakened Sky Hall's hall spirit had developed its own intelligence and managed to survive until the current era. However, since the awakened Sky Hall had fallen into someone else's hands, it meant that the hall's spirit had perished. The reaction just now wasn't resurrection. Instead, it was reincarnating into someone else's body. Yan, Zhaoga. Ling Qing's gaze was as cold as water, and it was tranquil. Are you trying to use your own soul to turn into the awakened sky hall's hall spirit? She waved the long banner in her hand, forcing the sword sovereign, Yujinbei, and the earthly sovereign, Jiangshin, to retreat. A ray of white radiance flashed across the dark cosmos and instantly arrived in front of the pill hall. To Ling Qing, no matter if Yan Zhaoga had stopped the ritual's progress, or if the ritual had failed, it wouldn't affect her from stopping Yan Zhaoga's current actions. She wanted to nip the potential unstable factors in the bud. The golden red sun and the silvery white, cold moon alternated as they arrived above the pill hall. A majestic and profound power suppressed downwards. The purple cloud sea surrounding the pill hall rumbled continuously and was dispelled under the illumination of the sunlight and moonlight. The originally flawless white hall was covered in a layer of gold-and-silver radiance. Even within the purple divine pavilion, Yan Zhaoga could feel the profound sky purple-golden furnace that he was suppressing was trembling nonstop. His current cultivation was limited. Naturally, his control over the pill hall wasn't as strong as the hall spirit in the past. If he could transform into the hall spirit, he might be able to contend against the opponent in front of him. However, he might have to bear the risk of having his soul shattered before the transformation was completed due to a moment of carelessness. Naturally, he wouldn't use this trump card as much as possible. Only by doing so, he would be able to suppress the situation and deal with any sudden changes. Facing Ling Qing's attack, Yan Zhaoga remained calm and continued to defend himself. Not only was he resisting Ling Qing's attacks towards the pill hall, he was also stabilizing the shaky connection between the pill hall and the world beyond worlds. The ritual that was going against Yan Zhaoga's formation was Gao Han's handiwork. Now, it was circulating on its own. Ling Qing was only a guardian, and she wasn't the controller of the ritual. As she was outside of the world beyond worlds, her senses towards the northern profound heaven territory weren't as sharp. However, as a virtual immortal, she quickly realized that something was amiss. Northern profound heaven territory? There's even a great devil? Ling Qing's expression changed slightly. No, it's not a devil but a human? Yes, it's a human. Yan Zhaoga's voice resounded from the pill hall, and a hint of laughter could be heard within it. From the world beyond worlds, black, devilish flames suddenly rushed out and slashed towards the fiery formation formed by Yang Su's body. Wherever the devilish, black-blue radiance went, even the flames were incinerated into nothingness. Ling Qing frowned slightly. She used one of her hands to suppress the pill hall and grabbed the Holy Radiance banner with her other hand. Then, she waved it towards the world beyond worlds. The violent sun god wind manifested into a myriad of golden radiances, which instantly filled the entire cosmos. However, the dark, devilish qi that was faintly emitting dark blue flames had its strength surging further. The horrifying, corrosive power was boundless, and it devoured the heavens and the sun. It devoured all the brilliant sunlight, causing it to be extinguished. For a moment, the sunlight that once illuminated the Tao universe and caused everything else to lose their splendor instantly dimmed. Within the cosmos, a solar eclipse appeared. The ruthless Rahu's dark brilliance devoured everything in its path, as if it was the world's new ruler. The radiance continuously disappeared, and the entire cosmos seemed to have sunk into darkness. Jian Shanhua? Asked Ling Qing calmly. Within the darkness, a chilly moonlight suddenly appeared. It was as if a silver bottle had exploded, and water flowed onto the ground, spreading throughout the cosmos. The thin moonlight didn't expel the darkness. However, it wouldn't be devoured by the darkness either. The silvery white moonlight suddenly changed directions, and the great sun's golden radiance reappeared. Yin and yang interchanged, and the sun and moon interchanged. The two fused together and transformed into surging radiances. They started retaliating against the darkness and continuously shattered the black, devilish chi. However, just as the darkness was being pushed back, an even more ruthless and horrifying aura suddenly appeared. Sensing that aura, Ling Qing's calm gaze suddenly turned stern. It's not the devil of aged metal's concept. Jian Shanhua, what exactly did you do in the 9 underworlds? Chapter 1307. The Exalted Rahu Luminary. Jian Shanhua's plans regarding her rebirth and the 9 underworld's devils were known by very few. However, those who were also part of the new Kunlu 9 luminaries in the past were vaguely aware of the secret. The Exalted Lunar Luminary. Ling Qing was naturally one of them. Jian Shanhua planned to steal the authority of the Great Devil, and her target was the devil of aged metal, who had perished because of the Exalted Gold Luminary Yan Xintong. The Exalted Rahu Luminary's target was neither a great demon of the Heavenly Monarch realm nor an ordinary great demon of the Heavenly Lord realm. It was one of the 12 devilish gods, the devil of aged metal. As far as Ling Qing knew, the reason why they were so daring and confident was because they had the support of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor. That wasn't Jian Shanhua's personal actions, but a scheme that involved a higher-level powerhouse. It was supposed to be like this. However, at this moment, when Ling Qing sensed the ruthless aura within the devilish black flames, she immediately noticed that something was amiss. It wasn't like the Sword Devil, Yin Shuyang, and the other incarnations of the devil of aged metal in the past. Instead, it was an aura that was even colder, more deathly still, more horrifying, more terrifying, and more ruthless. It was as if all the evil energy in the world of good fortune since ancient times had gathered together to bring destruction to the world. Amidst the vicious and ominous black-fired devilish chi, the surrounding Tao universe faintly showed signs of withering and perishing the moment this aura appeared. It was all because the owner of the black fire and devilish chi had been able to restrain his power and concentrate it on a single point. Otherwise, the world beyond worlds would have been the first to suffer a calamity. However, after the power was concentrated on a single point, it transformed into a pitch-black blade that sliced through space and arrived before Ling Qing. The sun and moon alternated, and the light of the fusion of the sun and the moon was split by the pitch-black blade. The boundless darkness devoured the light of the sun and moon once again, enveloping the entire universe. Ling Qing's expression was as gloomy as water. The silvery white moonlight around her suddenly melted and turned into a patch of bluish-black darkness. Kata dim encompassing mantra. When Gao Han transformed into the exalted concealed luminary's clone, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing's contributions were undeniable. Ling Qing possessed both the power of the lunar star and the power of the moon-eroding Ketu. As light and darkness clashed, Ling Qing struck forward with her palm, displaying the might of the cyclic heavenly seal. The concept of reversing light and darkness had reached an extreme level at this moment, and it converged into an unimaginably powerful force. At the same time, Ling Qing grabbed the Holy Radiance banner and slashed it forward. Although it seemed slow, the movement was actually swift and violent. It directly broke through the void of the universe. The Sacred Radiance banner was an immortal artifact forged by the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. Its concept was of the same origin as what Gao Han had cultivated. Just like how Yen Zhaoge first wielded the Mars halberd in the original nebula, Ling Qing temporarily borrowed the Holy Radiance banner and wasn't able to execute it smoothly. However, she also knew the heaven-opening book. The mysteries of his own heaven-opening scripture and Gao Han's understanding of the heaven-opening scripture within the Holy Radiance banner converged to a certain extent. At this moment, the radiant banner slashed out with the power to split the heavens and split the earth. It broke through the darkness as if it wanted to create another heaven and earth. The primordial mist split open, and the earth, water, fire, and wind surged chaotically. Then, in the blink of an eye, they all turned into endless sunlight. The sunlight slashed forward, continuously tearing through the void. As it spread out, its momentum seemed boundless. It covered the entire void of the universe, continuously expanding forward. As for the cyclic heavenly seal's majestic strength, due to the extreme yin and reverse moon's alternation of light and darkness, it provided sufficient strength for this unstoppable expansion. As a result, it became stronger and stronger, continuously advancing forward with an unstoppable momentum. The peerlessly ruthless dark saber was currently indestructible. Even the sunlight that split the heavens and earth apart was continuously being slashed by the dark saber. Fortunately, Ling Qing's momentum was stronger. She fused with the Holy Radiance banner's power and continuously manifested. Only then was the horrifying saber capable of extinguishing the sun and moon slowly worn down. In the end, the black saber dissipated, and most of the black flames and devilish qi were extinguished. However, Ling Qing's attack was no longer able to advance any further. After clashing head-on with her opponent's saber, she felt that her strength and concept were slowly being worn down. It wasn't her immortal essence that was consumed. Instead, her understanding towards her martial arts principles and concepts seemed to be weakening. Her understanding towards the heaven and earth's principles seemed to have become rusty and immature compared to before. Her connection with the heaven and earth's creation seemed to have a barrier as well. It wasn't that she lost her memories. However, her understanding towards the Tao was just like how her previous hard work was all self-deception. In fact, she didn't put her heart into cultivating, and she didn't truly grasp those principles and concepts. For a heavenly monarch who had already ascended to the immortal realm and attained the 5 Qis unifications, this was naturally something unimaginable. However, it had really happened now. The situation was similar to when Sua Mingzhang used the heaven-severing scripture to defeat Gao Han, Jiang Shen, and Yang Su. However, it was different. Ling Qing seemed to have understood something. With a weird gaze, she looked towards the boundless dark qi that was becoming stronger. Jiang Shen and Yu Jinbei couldn't help but pay attention to the current situation. Jiang Shen also knew about Jian Xunhua's situation. However, his brows were tightly knitted, and his heart was filled with uncertainty. Yu Jinbei had heard of Yan Zhaoge's encounter before. Now that he felt the saber's strength and concept, he felt that something was amiss. He vaguely recalled some ancient legends, which seemed to be faintly overlapping with the scene in front of him. Within the pale hall, Yan Zhaoge, who was originally smiling happily, revealed a pained expression when he saw the saber. Jian Shanhua, you lunatic. You deserve to die. If it were something else, he might even give her a thumbs up and praise her for her courage. Even if it happened to him, Yan Zhaoge would face it with the mindset of fighting against the heavens and earth. However, when it happened to someone close to him, Yan Zhaoge really wanted to curse. Just like how Ling Qing, Jiang Shen, and Yu Jinbei felt, the great devil's authority that Jian Shanhua stole wasn't the devil of aged metal as she had originally planned. Or rather, it wasn't the plan that she told others about. In the past, the exalted Rahu luminary's target was even more terrifying than the devil of aged metal, one of the 6 great extinct devils. The 12 devilish gods were separated into 2 types. One of them was the 6 great extinct devils, the heart devil, the devil of aged metal, the wood devil, the water devil, the fire devil, and the earth devil. They were all top-notch great devils, the ancient devils. The other type was the 6 great ancestral devils. They were existences that were even more ancient and powerful than the 6 great extinct devils. The 6 great ancestral devils were all born during the early heavens. Only one was an exception. Although he was the early heavenly ancestral devil, he had yet to appear in the world. According to legends, he would descend at the end of the world, the end of the later heaven. Currently, no one knew what his name was. Based on his authority, people had temporarily given him a name. The Doomsday Heavenly Devil, Chapter 1308. Yen Zhaoge originally thought that it was risky enough for the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua, to covet a heavenly lord great devil with her tranquil, profound, immortal realm cultivation when she perished. However, from the looks of it now, she was even more daring and insane than expected. Amongst the 12 devilish gods, the Doomsday Heavenly Devil was an extremely unique existence. Just like how the primordial Heavenly Devil had competed against the Taoism's Jade, Clear, primordial Heavenly Lord for the position of primordial, the Doomsday Heavenly Devil was the same as the Lord of Numinous Treasure, who represented the end of everything from existence to non-existence. If the Lord of Numinous Treasure hadn't already transcended, a battle would be inevitable when the Doomsday Heavenly Devil truly descended upon the world. On the other hand, it was precisely because the Lord of Numinous Treasure had already transcended that the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's descent would be extremely smooth. However, before that, the Doomsday Heavenly Devil wouldn't appear. Because of that, unlike the devil of aged metal who had perished and was waiting for rebirth, it was almost impossible for him to steal the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority. However, after seeing the blade formed by the black flames and devilish qi and feeling the concept of the Doomsday World's descent, Yen Zhaoge knew that the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua, might have succeeded. It didn't mean that she had the chance to replace the Doomsday Heavenly Devil. The difference in their foundations was too huge. However, she had indeed stolen a portion of the 6th ancestral devil's might, paving the way for herself. However, just thinking about the repercussions caused one to tremble in fear. For example, could it cause the 6th ancestral devil, who symbolized the end of everything, to descend prematurely? Yen Zhaoge, who had never been afraid of guessing others' intentions, even suspected that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor's actions of instructing Jian Shanhua to infiltrate the 9 underworlds was actually the retaliation of the 9 underworlds' top-notch great devil experts. Perhaps the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others, or someone else, had already planned to delay and interfere with the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's descent? However, no matter what, Jian Shanhua had done such a huge thing. Now, Feng Yunsheng had to take the blame for her. Amidst the smoke-filled blue-black sea of flames, a woman's figure slowly appeared. Her black hair was tied into a ponytail, and her snow-white robe was dragged along the ground. The woman pointed her blade diagonally, aiming at Ling Qing. It was Feng Yunsheng, who had disappeared for many years. Her eyes were no longer flashing with the brilliance of defying the sun and moon like they did when she fought back then. Instead, they were clear and profound, calm and firm like a frozen lake. It was just like when Yen Zhaoge had first met her in the 8 Extremities world. "You're not Jian Shanhua." Ling Qing stared at him. Jian Shanhua failed. "Did you cause this situation?" Feng Yunsheng said calmly, "What kind of person is the exalted Rahu luminary? I'm already extremely fortunate to be able to regain my freedom and return to my sect. How would I have the time to care about other things? Scheming is not something I'm good at." After staring at her for a long time, Ling Qing nodded lightly. As expected, it's Jian Shanhua's own doing. However, it's not easy for you to defeat Jian Shanhua. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't have the confidence to defeat her. Exalted Lunar Luminary is overpraising me. I was just lucky. Feng Yunqing's expression wasn't complacent at all. After seeing Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone in the world beyond worlds, she had a general understanding of the current situation. Her jade-like palm firmly held onto the jet-black saber and pointed it at Ling Qing. Feng Yunsheng said calmly, "Since we've met today, I have no choice but to become your enemy. My sect and my husband are here. I want to fight for them." Ling Qing said, "You have your perseverance and so do I. Let's see who's stronger. After all, you're still not the final ancestral devil." As she spoke, she waved the Holy Radiance banner in her hand. Rays of golden radiances descended towards the fiery formation laid down by Gao Han, expelling the devilish black flames that were corroding the formation. At the same time, Ling Qing's palm landed on the pill hull. After Feng, Yunsheng appeared and restrained Ling Qing. Yan Zhaoge's control over his ritual finally turned from defense to offense. Given the current situation, he couldn't afford to have a chat with Feng, Yunsheng, peacefully. When Ling Qing saw the light pillar connecting the pill hull and the world beyond worlds becoming clearer, she naturally wouldn't ignore it. However, as she made her move, Feng Yunsheng stepped on the void and strode forward as well. The seemingly inconspicuous jet-black saber in her hand was unprecedentedly sharp and ruthless. The cold sun divine saber in the past couldn't be compared to the past anymore. The horrifying, devilish black flames transformed into a saber's edge and rampaged within the Tao universe. It slashed through the sunlight and moonlight, and even intercepted Ling Qing herself. Naturally, I can't be compared to the Doomsday Heavenly Devil. However, right now, Feng Yunsheng's eyes were calm. So what? The ruthless black saber slashed through the void, leaving behind a sharp scar. Time and space ceased to exist, and only the shapeless darkness remained. It was as if a gap was left behind within the Tao universe. The concept of power that was even more despairing than before was manifested. As if it was releasing its self-restraint, it became even more horrifying. The vast and boundless universe seemed to have been compressed into a flat surface. A line on the flat surface blocked Ling Qing's path of advancement, preventing her from moving forward. Ling Qing waved the Holy Radiance banner and slashed towards the line, causing the line to distort. However, as the line fluctuated, rays of ruthless saber lights were unleashed, clashing against Ling Qing. As a result, the line was like a heavenly chasm. When I was young, I received the assistance of Senior's extreme Yin Crown. Today, I really don't want to use my weapon recklessly. Let me sit here with the exalted lunar luminary. Naturally, Ling Qing didn't have the mood to sit opposite Feng Yunsheng. Without her obstruction, Yan Zhaoge had already regained control over the world beyond worlds. Rays of brilliance extended from the white jade palace that resembled a divine palace, connecting with the world beyond worlds. At the same time, the purple sea of clouds started descending, enveloping the fiery formation that Gao Han had laid down. After being engulfed by the purple mist, the fiery lights within the formation started extinguishing one after another. The blazing fiery formation started losing its strength, and the commotion caused by the Kunlun mountain started calming down. The distortion caused by the two ritual in the world beyond worlds stopped at the same time. However, Yan Zhaoge's ritual was still taking effect. The space within the world beyond worlds' 9 territories had finally surpassed a certain limit, and a drastic change started happening. The originally shapeless, heavenly chasm between the 9 territories seemed to have turned into a tangible existence at this moment. For example, the passageway between the southern blazing Heaven Territories Circumference Mountain and the southeastern Yang Heaven Territories Royal Reed Sea was also temporarily sealed. Then, space started distorting and changing. From the outside, other than the flickering radiance within the world beyond worlds, there didn't seem to be anything special within the world beyond worlds. However, a portion of the world within the world beyond worlds was slowly disappearing into thin air, as if someone had extracted it from the world. Chapter 1309. Observing the world beyond worlds from the cosmic void outside. There seemed to be no changes there. Even the size of the territory was the same as before. Still, everyone in the world beyond worlds was staring wide-eyed and tongue-tied at this moment as the world before them had changed completely. A dense medicinal fragrance suffused the world beyond worlds at this moment. As the pill hull's power continued to permeate and take effect, the internal universe of the hull seemed to be connected to the world beyond worlds. A huge vortex appeared in the sky. The boundary of the vortex expanded unceasingly, gradually obscuring and occupying the entire sky of the world beyond worlds. Within the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds, the eastern vast heaven territory was the first to experience a change. Rays of brilliance soared into the sky and disappeared within that huge vortex. The vast land of the eastern vast sky territory, including the rivers, lakes, seas, mountains, and plains, gradually disappeared. All the living creatures in nature, be it humans or animals, gradually turned into light and disappeared. At this moment, all the living beings or things that had substance and form turned into intangible existences. Guided by that brilliance, they disappeared from the world beyond worlds along with the entire eastern vast heaven territory. The entire world beyond worlds seemed to have shrunk. It wasn't torn apart. Instead, it looked extremely natural, as if the eastern vast heaven territory had never existed in the world beyond worlds. It was just like how the world beyond worlds had always only had 8 territories since ancient times. The few people who were still in the world beyond worlds with high cultivation bases were currently residing at Kunlun Mountain as they all gazed towards the east in shock. How generous! Empress Sun Luo looked at the scene with a complicated expression. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. After the eastern vast heaven territory, the closely connected southeastern yang heaven territory and northeastern sky heaven territory also began to undergo similar changes. The entire eastern 3 territories of the world beyond worlds seemed to transform into streaks of light at this moment, rising unceasingly upwards and surging into the massive vortex that enveloped the sky, vanishing entirely from the world beyond worlds. Has Northeast Lu made the same choice as Southeast Chao? Sinluo Emperor muttered to himself. With this departure, all the people and objects of the southeastern Yang heaven territory and the northeastern sky heaven territory would leave. While not all of them might have been willing to do so, the northeastern Exalt and the southeastern Exalt assistants had been indispensable for things to have gone so smoothly. There was no need to doubt the control the 2 Supremes had over the middle and lower level martial artists of the 2 realms, as well as the secular world. This required the accumulation of time and was not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. And after the 3 eastern territories, the southern Blazing Heaven territory and the southwestern Vermilion Heaven territory, also began to change. Of the world beyond worlds' 9 territories, the northeast, east, southeast, south, and southwest, a total of 5 territories vanished from the map of the world beyond worlds at the same time. As time passed, even the central June Heaven territory where Kunlun Mountain was located began to tremble. As far as the eye could see, the northern region of Kunlun Mountain, with the Jade Capital Crag as the lead, actually began to gradually turn into streams of light and disappear from the world. Jade Capital Crag, Jade Sky Peak, Dragon Butterfly Valley, and even the abandoned Bright Connection Valley, the former residence of the Bright Connection Emperor, ascended together. Some places in the central June Heaven territory were also beginning to transform into rainbow light. When the cultivators here looked at the medallion in their hands, they were startled. Is this the true use of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion's medallion? Some people resisted, not willing to leave just like that. With a thought, the token's radiance disappeared. When everyone realized this, they felt even more hesitant. To go or not to go? Although he might not know about the existence of the Immortal Court and the discord between Sua Mingzhan and the North Star Emperor, he might not know about it. However, they were aware of the conflict between Yen Zhaoge, the Sword Sovereign, the Astro Sovereign, the Earthly Sovereign, and the Concealed Sovereign. At this moment, it was time for them to make a decision. Various radiances flickered, and some flickered. The streams of radiance that were still flickering started continuously rising into the vortex in the sky. For a moment, the central June Heaven territory felt like it was about to shatter. Beneath Kunlun Mountain, tricolored radiances suddenly lit up. Without a sound, they protected Kunlun Mountain and spread outwards, stabilizing the remaining areas in the central June Heaven territory. Because of that, the world beyond worlds regained its stability and no longer showed any signs of danger. However, many existences here had turned into streams of light and were silently sucked away by the vortex in the sky. The entire world became distorted, which was unforgettable. Within the Tao universe's void outside of the world beyond worlds, the exalted earth luminary, Jiangxin wanted to stop it when he saw the scene. Ling Qing was stopped by Feng Yinsheng, and Gao Han's plan seemed to have failed. For Jiangxin, his main enemies had become Yan Zhaoge and the others once again. However, with the sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei entangled by the side, Yan Zhaoge didn't neglect Jiangxin. As he hastened the ritual, he still controlled the pill hall to occasionally attack Jiangxin, obstructing his footsteps and preventing him from interfering with the ritual. As time passed, Gao Han's fiery formation was completely extinguished. Within the world beyond worlds, more than half of the world seemed to have evaporated and disappeared from this world. Within the pill hall's cosmos, countless streams of radiance were surging nonstop. At this moment, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, was looking at Feng Yinsheng. Feng Yinsheng calmly looked at her. "Senior, I'm sorry." This was her first time facing the legendary exalted lunar luminary, the creator and original owner of the extreme Yin crown. At the same time, she was also the one who left the extreme Yin crown in the Eight Extremities world. Once upon a time, Feng Yinsheng's goal in life was that crown. The many ups and downs in her life were all because of it. Only after she obtained the extreme Yin crown did she feel relieved. Now, although the extreme Yin crown was one of the strongest high-grade sacred artifacts, it was no longer of any help to Feng Yinsheng. However, it still held a special place in Feng Yinsheng's heart. To a certain extent, it was because of this extreme Yin crown that she had the chance to join the Broad Creed Mountain, which allowed her to experience the various changes in her life. Only, she didn't expect that the first time she met the original owner of this sacred artifact would be under such circumstances. While Feng Yinsheng was feeling emotional, her hand that was holding onto her saber didn't waver at all. She had something more important to insist on. Today's battle might be the best time for them to meet. It was as if it was the proof of fate's existence and also the end of going against fate. Ling Qing looked at Feng Yinsheng and said slowly, "You don't have to be so courteous. I left the extreme Yin crown in a lower world because I felt like it. You possess the extreme Yin physique, and obtaining the extreme Yin crown is the result of your own talent and fortune. If you're talking about someone who has a greater influence on you, I'm not even Jian Shanhua." She turned her head and looked towards the pill hall and the world beyond worlds. "Gao Han and the others are right. The younger generation will surpass us in time." At this moment, Gao Han's ritual had completely lost its effect. Yan Zhaoge's plan was about to succeed. Ling Qing didn't plan to destroy the world beyond worlds, nor did she intend to help Jiangxin. She wouldn't help the heretics either. There was no longer any meaning for her to continue staying here. After taking another deep look at the pill hall, Ling Qing stopped fighting. She kept the Holy Radiance banner and started retreating. Yan Zhaoge and the others didn't let their guard down. As the Tao universe trembled, the remaining immortal court experts that were forced back by Sua Mingzhang finally descended upon this place. Chapter 1310. After Sua Mingzhang ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm, the immeasurable heavenly lord would be able to detect it without the need for the immortal court experts in the Tao universe to report back. Therefore, in order to deal with the threat of the immeasurable heavenly lord, Sua Mingzhang's stay in the Tao universe was very short. Before he left, apart from weakening Gao Han, Jiang Shen and Yang Su, Sua Mingzhang had also dealt a devastating blow to the experts of the Immortal Court who had arrived here. Dozens of heretic Immortal Realm experts were killed on the spot. Apart from the 4 grand heavenly immortals who were the leaders, more than a dozen virtual immortals were killed. The rest of the Immortal Court sovereigns and great emperors were also killed. Almost all of the heretic immortals who arrived here were wiped out. Those who were lucky enough to escape were affected by Sua Mingzhang's power and didn't have a good time either. The heretics stayed outside the Tao universe for a long time before they could reorganize themselves and stabilize their footing. When they finally caught their breath, they couldn't help but feel extremely depressed and indignant. Dealing with Sua Mingzhang was the immeasurable heavenly venerate's matter. Naturally, they couldn't bring themselves to think about it. Therefore, their fury was directed towards Yan Zhaoge and the world beyond worlds. Under Sua Mingzhang's attack, almost all the top experts of the immortal court were killed, and only a heavenly monarch survived. At this moment, under his lead, the remaining immortals of the heretic Tao rushed into the Tao universe and slaughtered their way into the world beyond worlds. Within the Tao universe, the exalted lunar luminary had already left. Feng Yunxing's ferocious saber intent and the black flames that could devour the heavens and devour the earth also retracted. Black light flickered in her eyes, and exhaustion appeared on her face. She had been resisting the erosion of the demonic will and keeping her mind clear. She was exhausted mentally, not physically. Yunsheng, Yan Zhaoge, sent a sound transmission within the pill hall. Feng Yunxing understood what he meant and shook her head slightly. Don't worry, I can still hold on. A heretic virtual immortal is no match for the exalted lunar luminary. After interacting with the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua for the past few years, she had gradually gained an understanding of the situation of the immortal court. That terrifying black saber light was unleashed once again, meeting the oncoming opponent. Within the purple divine pavilion, Yan Zhaoge took a deep breath and opened the pill hall's door. Now, their main opponents were the immortal court of the external Tao, as it was no longer an internal conflict of the world beyond worlds. At this moment, if the experts of roving Jade Heaven intervened, Sword Sovereign and Astro Sovereign would probably not say anything. The Profound Sovereign and the other successors of the Prime Clear lineage would most likely be happy to act as well. Still, while the other party did not regard him as an outsider, Yan Zhaoge still had to consider the roving Jade Heavens a little. At the same time, he had to think about Feng Yunsheng. The door of the pill hall was opened, and the heretic immortals immediately pounced towards the pill hall. Seeing this, Feng Yunsheng vaguely guessed Yan Zhaoge's intentions. Her heart warmed, and she began to try her best to suppress the demonic intent that was eroding her body. However, the black blade still managed to block the heavenly monarch of the immortal court, who had already achieved the 5 Qis unification. Although the momentum of the blade was not as strong as before and was controlled to a lower intensity, it still made it difficult for the opponent to take a step forward. The earthly sovereign Jiangxin looked at the scene in front of him with a complicated expression. He silently moved to the side and did not continue to tangle with the sword sovereign Yuzhenbei. Jiangxin didn't target the immortal court's experts, nor did he make things difficult for Yan Zhaoge, Yuzhenbei, and the others. He turned and shot towards the world beyond worlds on the other side. Yuzhenbei looked at his silhouette and didn't say anything. He turned around and assisted Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing in fighting against the heretic experts. Under the sweep of the sword, none of the immortal court sovereigns could withstand it. They could only barely contend against it. However, taking the chance when Feng Yunxing and Yuzhenbei were being held back, silhouettes transformed into streams of light and shot straight towards the pill hall's door. The silhouettes stood firmly. They were all experts who had already pushed open the immortal door. Their gazes were all directed towards a middle-aged Taoist who was wearing a Taoist robe and hemp shoes. Follow me. After we occupy the awakened sky hall, we'll capture and kill the heretic demons to vent our hatred. As the Ratan Shu's Taoist spoke, he started traversing through the pill hall's internal cosmos. The others followed suit. Under the lead of the Ratan Shu's Taoist, they first rushed towards the pill hall's central control center. Within the purple divine pavilion, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. This is getting interesting. The pill hall's internal cosmos was different from the outside world. Those who didn't know how to proceed could only stay on the same spot and get lost within the vast universe. Only when one's cultivation reached a certain level would they be able to find their own path. However, the Rutten Shu's Taoist's true immortal realm and his own strength did not allow him to break the technique with brute force. In other words, he knew something about the pill hall. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment and understood. Those four heretic heavenly lords were all heavenly monarchs of the heavenly court's divine palace before the great calamity. This person seems to be directly related to them. He might be a direct descendant of one of them. Not mentioning the other three, the main smallpox emerald cloud Yuan venerate Yu Hualong was the righteous god of the heavenly court's divine palace's smallpox department in the past. He had to have dealings with the pill hall, so he was naturally familiar with this place. The Rutten Shu's Taoist was searching for the path. He was obviously a little unfamiliar with it. It was obvious that this was his first time entering the pill hall. However, he was indeed familiar with the movement method within the pill hall. He led the others all the way to where the control center was located. After arriving here and identifying the path, the group of immortal court experts immediately headed towards the purple divine pavilion, which was the core hub of the pill hall. After many twists and turns, they finally arrived near a bright nebula that seemed to be the center of the universe. The Rutten Shu's Taoist took out a jade slip and held it up. Inscriptions surfaced on the surface of the jade slip. When the Rutten Shu's Taoist saw them, he started copying them in mid-air. Then the runes turned into beautiful writings and fell into the nebula. The vast starlight started surging. A whirlpool gradually appeared in the center of the nebula. The Rutten Shu's Taoist threw the jade slip into the whirlpool and entered it himself. The others grabbed the opportunity and followed closely behind him. After a while, the starlight in front of them dissipated and a pavilion appeared. However, a white-clothed youth with a black-bordered blue robe was already inside the pavilion. Yan Xintong's descendant, Yin Tianxia's successor. The immortal court experts had a cold gaze. His name is Yan Zhaoge, right? Yan Zhaoge was currently staring at the profound sky, purple golden furnace in front of him. He didn't turn his head around. Instead, he asked calmly, among the four grand heavenly immortals that perished by Senior Sua's hands, which one are you related to? The Rutten Shu's Taoist was originally looking at the profound sky, purple golden furnace with greed and yearning. When he heard this, his expression instantly turned ugly. Although Yan Zhaoge didn't mention his name and didn't even look at him, the Rutten Shu's Taoist could still feel that Yan Zhaoge was asking him. The content of the question wasn't pleasant at all. My master, the Emerald Cloud Yuan Lord, was harmed by you heretics in order to support the righteous Tao. The Rutten Shu's Taoist said coldly, you don't have to be so proud. No matter how arrogant you heretics are, you're nothing in front of the immeasurable heavenly Lord's unparalleled prestige. Just like you, as Yin Tianxia's successor, you should have been killed long ago. You were lucky enough to survive until now. Now it's time for you to die. Chapter 1311. So it's the successor of the main smallpox emerald cloud origin monarch. Yan Zhaoge nodded. His main focus was still on the profound sky, purple golden furnace in front of him. On the other side, the earthly sovereign, Jiangshin, had already returned to the world beyond worlds and was presiding over the Kunlun Mountain again. While he was stabilizing the Kunlun Mountain situation, he was also attempting to reverse the ritual that Yan Zhaoge had yet to complete. He hoped to salvage everything. The previous concealed sovereign, Yang Su, was the one who had the deepest understanding of the Triratna Jade Scepter under the Kunlun Mountain because he usually stayed in the world beyond worlds. However, the earthly sovereign, Jiangshin, was the leader of the three sovereigns in the past. He was almost the number one person in the world beyond worlds. His control over the world beyond worlds was far from ordinary people's. After so many years of control, even if he didn't manage it himself, the power he possessed was already extremely shocking. However, facing Yan Zhaoge, who was using the pill hall to execute the ritual, Jiangshin felt helpless. As time passed, he felt even more helpless. Within the Pale Hall's cosmos, Yen Zhaoge's actions made the heretic immortals furious. The Retin Shu's Taoist and the other immortal court experts weren't aware of the difference in combat strength between their immortal court's martial art practitioners and the three clear lineages lineage. Although not everyone had experienced it before, the three clear lineages successor in the martial Saint 10th level could fight against the immortal court experts who had already pushed open the immortal door and even suppressed them. Many people knew that among the roving Jade Heaven's clear lineage's successor, Long Shueji was extremely powerful. But to put it another way, it was still a one-on-one battle. Now, with so many of them here, Yen Zhaoge still looked like he didn't care. Naturally, this made them even more furious. Previously, they had almost died in Sua Mingzhang's hands, and they were filled with rage. Now, they couldn't suppress it any longer. No matter if the world beyond world's heretics are useless and couldn't take you down, or if they're trying to protect you and collude with you, said the Retin Shu's Taoist coldly. The Retin Shu's Taoist said coldly, everything ends today. I will personally end you and send you to meet Yin Tianxia. You and those White Lotus evil devils and Netherworld evil devils. I only wish that I could purge all of you from this world. Beside the Retin Shu's Taoist, the other people of the immortal court stared at Yen Zhaoge with cold gazes. Evil heretics, you're merely a bunch of stray dogs. Previously, we were careless and allowed you to grow a little stronger. However, stray dogs are still stray dogs. Only death awaits you. Yen Zhaoge wasn't angered by his words. He just raised his head slightly and thought for a while. Although you guys relied on the treasured light imbued with faith power to cultivate, and used it to drill through the gaps of the great Taos of the heavens and earth to push open the immortal door, as expected, there are still limits to this. If you want to reach a higher level, you will ultimately have requirements for yourselves. Otherwise, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord would also feel that even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice, right? As the profound sky purple gold furnace in front of him operated, streams of purple mist rose continuously and began to thicken. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge let out a long breath, as though a huge rock had finally fallen from his heart. The Retin Shu's Taoist and the other experts of the immortal court were already getting restless and ready to charge forward. However, at this moment, Yen Zhaoge finally turned his head around and looked at them. Previously, I met a female emperor in the original nebula. She was from the immortal court heretics and cultivated the Yin Thunder scripture. She was truly extraordinary, and her talent was overflowing. Yen Zhaoge smacked his lips. After that, I heard that her name was Ruan Mingyan, and her emperor title was Hanlei. The Retin Shu's Taoist said indifferently, Ruan Hanlei, who was worshipped by the 5 territories, was naturally extraordinary. Yen Zhaoge nodded and said, it's a pity that her talent was wasted by the heretics. Otherwise, her future wouldn't be bad even if she cultivated in the 3 clear lineage. However, if it's her, she should be very precious to you guys. If she doesn't die early, under the blessing of the treasured light imbued with faith power, it's hard to say if she could become a heavenly immortal. But it shouldn't be a problem for her to become a virtual immortal. The Retin Shu's Taoist snorted. In the end, she was still harmed by that Sua Mingzhang. Thinking about how his master, who was high and mighty in his heart, had perished in Sua Mingzhang's hands and died right in front of him, the Retin Shu's Taoist couldn't help but tremble slightly. The hidden fear turned into anger, and all the anger was directed towards Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge completely ignored that cold, fervent rage as he just raised a single finger, wagging it in front of him. Sorry to interrupt you, but I have to correct a mistake in your words. Yen Zhaoge smiled. That Taoist Ruan's death has nothing to do with Senior Suo. Hearing this, the people on the other side were slightly stunned. They quickly thought of something, and disbelief appeared in the depths of their eyes. The Retin Shu's Taoist's anger subsided, and his gaze regained its clarity. He couldn't help but size up Yen Zhaoge again. What did you mean by that? He stared at Yan Zhaoge and asked in a deep voice. Yan Zhaoge shrugged nonchalantly and suddenly waved his palm towards the Rutten Shoes Taoist. The Rutten Shoes Taoist knew that something was amiss. He wanted to circulate his martial arts to resist. However, Yan Zhaoge's target wasn't him. The jade slip that he kept and used to open the Purple Divine Pavilion's door flew out uncontrollably and landed in Yan Zhaoge's hand. The Rutten Shoes Taoist was shocked. He didn't care about anything else, and immediately made his move. Green, yellow, crimson, white, and black smokes were emitted from his fingers and engulfed Yan Zhaoge. It's the smallpox supreme martial art. I can't let it touch my body. Yan Zhaoge flipped his palm and repelled the smokes. Then it swept towards the Rutten Shoes Taoist. The Rutten Shoes Taoist was shocked, and he quickly stopped his martial arts. The other Immortal Court experts beside him also avoided it. After a while, the jade slip had already landed in Yan Zhaoge's hand. He played with it, and his mind wandered. Things remain the same, but people have changed. Seeing this, the Rutten Shoes Taoist's face turned pale. Thinking about what Yan Zhaoge said previously, the Rutten Shoes Taoist found it hard to believe. You mean you killed Wan Hanlei? You have an immortal artifact with you? How should I put it? Yan Zhaoge touched his chin. She died because of me. Indeed, she died under an immortal artifact. However, that immortal artifact doesn't belong to me. His words caused the hearts of the Rutten Shoes Taoist and the other Immortal Court's experts to be in a state of turmoil. They wanted to rebuke Yan Zhaoge for bragging. However, after witnessing Yan Zhaoge's ability to easily take away the jade slip, they couldn't utter a single word. Actually, you don't have to worry about Taoist Yuan. You should worry about yourselves. Yan Zhaoge kept the jade slip and smiled. The group of heretic experts were all shocked. The reason why you could push open the immortal door was because the immeasurable heavenly Lord had brought you along to exploit some loopholes of the laws of heaven and earth. The corner of Yan Zhaoge's mouth curled up slightly, and he strode forward. Today, I also intend to exploit some loopholes of the laws. Welcome. I happen to be lacking some experimental targets. Chapter 13:12. We sincerely pray to the Heavenly Lord. How could a heretic demon like you slander us? After hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, the Rutten Shoes Taoist and the other Immortal Court experts retorted. However, when they looked at Yan Zhaoge again, they were no longer as confident as before. Although the youth in front of them had yet to push open the immortal door, based on the strength he displayed just now, if he had an immortal artifact, he would be able to threaten their lives. Thinking about this, the Rutten Shoes Taoist had the intention to retreat. This time, when they left the Immortal Court and came to the Tao universe, the changes in the situation far exceeded their expectations. Initially, they thought that they would at least obtain the pill hall as a reward. However, from the looks of it now, the truth was far from what they expected. The Rutten Shoes Taoist stared at Yan Zhaoge while secretly taking action. Although the jade slip was taken away, he still had other methods. He secretly wrote runes that silently floated out, transformed into green smoke, and dissipated within the Purple Divine Pavilion. The Purple Divine Pavilion trembled slightly, and the ancient pavilion started transforming. Rays of radiance surged and landed on the Rutten Shoes Taoist and the others. Then their figures started fading and gradually disappeared from the pavilion. At this moment, the Rutten Shoes Taoist no longer hoped to snatch the control rights of the pill hall from Yan Zhaoge, who had already occupied the Purple Divine Pavilion and possessed shocking strength. He only hoped to leave the pill hall, leave the Tao universe, and return to the Immortal Court. After that, he would slowly think about how to take revenge. Seeing that they were about to succeed, the group of Immortal Court experts secretly let out a sigh of relief. Yan Zhaoge looked at their actions with interest and didn't stop them. When the Rutten Shoes Taoist and the others exited the Purple Divine Pavilion, the vast cosmos reappeared in front of their eyes. We're still in the awakened sky hall. We have to barge out of the hall. The Retin Shu's Taoist immediately identified their situation and brought them through the void of the universe. Only this time, it wasn't as smooth as when they entered. After traveling for a long time, the Retin Shu's Taoist stopped with an ugly expression. It was easy to enter, but difficult to leave. They were now going around in circles within the pill hall's cosmos, and they were almost at the same spot. No matter how hard the Retin Shu's Taoist tried to figure out the technique taught by his master, Yu Hualong, it was still difficult for him to move within the pill hall. Damn it, that little thief took away the treasure. Everyone's hearts were heavy. They were angry and anxious. The Retin Shu's Taoist looked around and saw streaks of light intertwining in the void of the universe. Then they gradually gathered together. The light seemed to be right in front of him, but it also seemed extremely far away. However, the Retin Shu's Taoist could vaguely sense the aura of life within it. Master said that although there are spirit herbs and herbs in this hall, they are all harvested and stored. There are no medicinal fields or spirit fields. How can there be such a strong life aura? The Retin Shu's Taoist thought, it feels like a human? And there are quite a few of them. With that thought in mind, the Retin Shu's Taoist rushed towards the place where the beams of light were gathered. The other martial practitioners of the Immortal Court were also enraged from the bottom of their hearts. Their courage grew as they approached the radiance, along with the Retin Shu's Taoist. These lights were formed by Yen Zhaoge using the pill hall to extract most of the world beyond worlds. At this moment, the ritual hadn't completely stopped, so the space within was still in an unstable state. The people who were sucked into the pill hall were all filled with dazzling lights in front of their eyes. They couldn't differentiate up, down, left, right, front, or back. All sorts of scenes had yet to be restored. The minds of the mortals and martial practitioners with lower cultivation were suppressed. Currently, they were in a state of near unconsciousness. They couldn't sense the changes happening to their own bodies and the surrounding environment. As if they were in a dream, there weren't any fluctuations in their state of mind and actions. As for the martial practitioners with higher cultivation, they could still maintain their senses. Everyone forced themselves to calm down and quietly waited for the truth to be revealed. However, the uneasiness in their hearts was obvious. At this moment, the scene in front of their eyes suddenly changed. The flow of light became unstable. The radiance was faintly discernible, like a veil. The figures of the Retin Shu's Taoist and the other Immortal Court experts appeared in front of their eyes. The light screen in front of the Immortal Court martial practitioners' eyes didn't change. However, their existences were seen by the people of the world beyond worlds. Only, the two sides couldn't communicate with each other. As a result, the people of the world beyond worlds felt puzzled when they saw the group of unfamiliar experts in front of them. Are they from the roving Jade Heavens? Or did they come from some other place in the void's outskirts? Everyone was guessing. Although they didn't know their origins, the powerful aura of the Retin Shu's Taoist and the others had shocked everyone's hearts. Why does it feel like they are all immortal realm experts who had already pushed open the door to immortality? This old man was fortunate enough to witness the battle between the Brocade Emperor and Mars halberd from afar. The aura fluctuations are indeed somewhat similar, but where did so many true immortals come from? The roving Jade Heavens doesn't have so many true immortal experts. Hearing the discussions of the others, the southeastern Exalt Chaojia, the northeastern Exalt Lu Jinggu, and the southwestern Exalt Bai Tao looked at each other and didn't say anything. They were clear who were in front of them. The Immortal Court. Although the other martial practitioners of the world beyond worlds didn't know their origins, they could tell that the Retin Shu's Taoist and the other Immortal Court experts were approaching them with ill intentions. Although they weren't comparable to the Brocade Emperor and Mars halberd, true immortals were still true immortals. To the martial practitioners of the mortal realm, they were like an unreachable peak. The descent of a true immortal emperor was already like a heavenly tribulation. At this moment, numerous true immortals swarmed forward. Their aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas caused everyone of the world beyond worlds to almost suffocate. Just as everyone was panicking, they realized that there seemed to be a formless barrier between the two sides. The Retin Shu's Taoist and the others couldn't get close to the light ocean formed by the streams of lights. After realizing this, the group of immortal court experts felt even more ominous. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Yen Zhaoge's figure appeared in the cosmos as if he was the ruler of this place. Seeing that there was no way out, the group of immortal court experts was enraged. Then they all lunged towards Yen Zhaoge. Within the light ocean, everyone of the world beyond worlds held their breaths upon seeing this. Yen Zhaoge chuckled. He straightened his right index and middle fingers like a sword and pointed towards the air. The sword resembled a green dragon that stood out from the masses. As it soared, boundless, baleful qi surged towards the sky. A sharp radiance shot out from the green dragon's body, causing the entire sky to be filled with blood-red light. Then, it transformed into an incomparably brutal sword radiance, filled with killing intent. After that sword, Yen Zhaoge immediately unleashed another sword. Qi surged, yin and yang intersected, movement and stillness intertwined. A turtle and a snake intertwined, complementing each other. The true martial god's soul manifested, suppressing the heavens. Then, the black tortoise followed the green dragon's footsteps. Streaks of sharp radiance shot out from its body as if blood was gushing out. Then, Yen Zhaoge unleashed the third sword and the fourth sword. The ethereal vermilion bird flapped its wings and flew high up, while the ferocious white tiger let out a low roar. Then the vermilion bird and the white tiger were slain by Yen Zhaoge. As the four swords were unleashed, streaks of brutal sword radiance intertwined within the cosmos. Finally, they transformed into profound spiritual lights and poured downwards,